You know, I feel like Mexican food tonight. How about Taco Bell? Taco Bell? I love it. Let's go.
Hey, we need to pick up the pace. Roll those burritos.
Here we are. Go ahead. Yes, do you have any grilled fishback tacos?
No, sir.
Just kidding. Let me get a cheesy gordita crunch.
We need to pick up the pace. Roll those burritos faster.
Hey, we gotta pick up the pace on these burritos.
Here is your cheesy gordita crunch.
Hey, aren't you that fishback guy? Who, me? It's fishback! No clue who that is. Roll those burritos.
James
Joe,
is an
when you
ugly
need
little nerd, isn't he?
Translate.
Can't believe he tried to sneak into our dinner party. What a cockroach.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Saturday night. I tried to start earlier tonight. I tried to start at 8, and it just didn't work out. And so 9 it was. Sorry about that. Jules is here. What's up, Jules? So great to see you. Hi, Jim and friends. I'll be looking for a while I'm working through the house tonight. So glad to see you. So glad to see you too, Jules. It's always great to see Jules. Let's see who else is here real quick. Kelly was first here. Says good evening, all. Kelly, great to see you. Delay is obvious. Says Jim, 2 days in a row. Yeah. What's up? Karen Ole says, hail all of us. Hail all. Derek's here. What's up, Derek? What's up, buddy? I'm going to try and make it on your show tomorrow night, Derek, 7 o'clock Eastern time on Frames and Rhythm. Go check it out. Be over there for a special show. Charvon Hefter, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Iowa Backyard Cams is here too. Awesome. None of your business. Yeah, we still in the evening. That's right. Jonathan Marcos is here too. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that PayPal, Cash App, PayPal. I can't remember Cash App or PayPal the other night. Charvon says Taco Bell is disgusting. Taco Bell is one of them things. If you don't eat it immediately, it like starts to immediately like fall apart and deteriorate. Like you have to eat it within like 10 minutes. They claim, I don't know, but they claim that they use the best quality meat. I remember when Taco Bell was known as pink sludge. Whatever. I don't know. No quiero, Karen says. No quiero. No quiero Taco Bell. Ole. Hola. At least it says hola. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. That's right. And yeah. That's right, Derek. Gnomes and Riders here. What's up, buddy? Great to see you. Woodtick Mike, you too. Pam Graham, awesome seeing you here. Yes. There's no worries here. Human and dogs are welcome. Well, that's awesome. And Lady Bubba says the chocolate cake that I baked during last night's show disappeared at a memorial event today. It was enjoyed by the lucky ones. I hope, like, disappeared as in everyone ate it, not just someone stole it. American Dreamer. Hey, I need Bella. Whoa. I didn't even get to talk about that. I didn't even get to talk about it. I didn't even get to talk about what was going on with the chat. She's over here right now. Thank you so much for the 25. With that, that means our goal is $25 closer to the 100 that we need to add an extra hour. That means right now we are only $75 away from adding an extra hour to the show, because the way this show works, it runs on your generous donations. We go for about 2 hours. Unless, of course, we reach the goal, which is $100, and that's $100 across all platforms, Google, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on Rumble or YouTube, or becoming members. Also, Cash App, PayPal, Ko-fi, whatever it's called. I can't figure it out. And also this thing called Super Tips. Then there's also, Kick and Twitch, which have their own thing, and Locals has a coin feature. So, 8, not stolen. Okay, good. That's good to hear. I thought somebody robbed you. I was going to have to go have a word with them. Lynn's here. What's up, Lynn? Good evening all. Second round of March Madness. My bracket is still holding up. Well, that's awesome. Awesome to hear. Pink Slime is a Tyson product. Ugh. Yay. Okay, good. So that's how that works. And obviously Bellavision was already activated by the generous donation of American Dreamers, $25. So that's how that works. And she's over here. Bella's eating some paw again. I don't know. I mean, she seems better now that I changed her food. Doesn't seem as bad as it was, but it's still bothering me just a little bit. I think she's still, for some reason, I don't know what to do. I've been giving her Benadryl. I've been giving her different stuff to try to make it better for her, because I don't want her to suffer at all, but we'll see what happens. But anyway, so that video was one, and there's a couple other videos which I was going to play, and I was like, I don't know. I thought they were good, but then I thought maybe they're in bad taste. I don't know. So we'll see right now. You guys let me know. Bad taste or okay. All right. You let me know what you think. Bad taste or not. Let's see. No, not that one. Well, this one's not really bad taste or anything. This one I think is funny. This is Happy Birthday to Barron. I guess it's Barron Trump's birthday.
It's your birthday, stand up, your birthday, shout it out, your birthday, work it out, your birthday, it's your birthday.
Yeah. Who's Fishback? He's another fake Republican guy that's trying to run for governor in Florida. He's not a Republican at all. He wants to give teachers $62,000 bonuses every year, and he has all these progressive policies that he says is somehow a Republican. Yes, that's definitely an accurate height of Barron. Definitely. Yeah. Karen says she misses Abby. Isabella look like she's at home with her daddy, her son. Okay. There's a dog spray for her notches and hot spots. Works nice on my Great Dane. Those are about $10. I've got like this. It's like lactic. Is it called lactic stearic acid or something like that you spray for like her ears and everything, clear her paws with? But I don't know, man. It seems like it's making it worse. I think it's drying it out. I don't know. There's that video showing an accurate representation of Barron's height. And then we got a couple about Chuck Norris, which this one with Trump, this one has a...
Stay sharp. We end this tonight.
That one has a Bon Jovi song, so it's definitely going to get you struck. This one, on the other hand, this one was the one I was going to open with, but I didn't know if this one was in bad taste. You guys tell me what you think.
All right, 600 heaven it is.
Sorry you're here, Chuck, but happy to see you. Now let's go tear some things up, brother.
This town is off limits. Leave now.
Walk this way.
Not today.
Right there!
Oh, it's over!
I mean, I just point out that this video is just as real as any other professional wrestling I've ever watched. And I'm not trying to insult anybody. I wouldn't want to get in the ring with them because I know they can get hurt. I do realize they're athletes in the performance and it's choreographed and all that stuff, and people do still get hurt, but it's not real. You know, it's not like they'd know who's going to win ahead of time. You know. Now, this is what I think is in bad taste, and I'll just point out. Yeah, pretty sure there's no fights in heaven, just saying. I don't think there's no guns in heaven where they're shooting people in heaven. That don't seem very heavenly to me. That's what I'm saying. This might have been a little bit in bad taste. I don't know. Oh, may rock and roll heaven and stage play on. Yeah. Hey, Margie's here. What's up, Margie? Great to see you. Colloidal silver is good for you. Okay, I'll check it out. Peace and kindness product from Chris Christensen. Okay, I will check it out. Thank you.
We did it, brother! We defeated Andre the Giant! Heck yeah, now we're riding through the heavens. Feel that power? We're unstoppable.
The clouds part for us, brother.
Well, I mean, no guns, then why do they call it heaven? I mean, let's be really clear. Like, you would have no, and if heaven has no need for guns, because everybody in there is a good person. You need guns because there are bad people on Earth. Careful, it might turn you into a Smurf. Oh, look, Terry says, good evening, $5. Thank you so much. Is that loud enough? It sounded very quiet to me. I'm not sure what's going on here. Thank you so much. I can't wait if I'm invited. Awesome. Well, they will still be real when we all get up there. Okay. Oh. Okay, so that means now we are $70 away from adding a first extra hour to the show. Thank you all so much for the generous donations. And it looks like we have a new member. Yeah. The Greetings Gates. Okay, yes, thank you, Hank. It's we have a new member. Margie Smith became a YouTube member. Welcome to the casual listeners. Thank you so much, Margie. And with that, that is $4 off of the total for the goal. So that means we are now $66 away from adding the first additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. So generous. It's greatly appreciated. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. I'm going to start first with, I don't know. Is it good news? Is it bad news? Is it good news? Is it bad news? I don't know. I mean, according to Trump, he was happy, I guess. I don't know. Everyone in heaven is a spiritual body impervious to a physical death. Yes. So that's why you wouldn't have any need for guns. Oh, your gifted membership expired? Oh, okay. Well, thank you for joining up. Hey, Jay Schwartz is there. Good evening, Jim. So glad you're able to be here with us tonight. Well, I'm so glad that you all are able to be here with me tonight. That's what's most important to me. Yes. Flush first. What? Are we talking about flush the dog's ears or something? Or are you talking about something else? Okay. Hey, Mr. Siki Sean, great to see you. And the only one who can kill anyone is father. He can kill your soul. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know what guns would do. Guns were an implement by man, created by man, but inspired by God. God gave that vision to John Browning to create the 1911. I think it's inspired by the divine spirit to defend the righteous, strike down evil. Maybe, could be. But speaking of striking down evil, Robert Mueller, 9/11 era FBI chief who later probed alleged Trump-Russia ties, dead at 81. Frames and Rhythms. Another person died who is with the Clintons. Yes. That and working at Walmart. Okay. Yay. No dogs. I can't say. No, not recall. Okay. Hey, America First, 1976 says hello, everyone. Somebody changed their name. They used Bob. Okay. Who is this? Who is this? They're tricking me. Oh, I know who that is now. That's Trumpinator. Okay, that's Trumpinator. Changed his name to America First, 1976. Okay, that's who that is. All right. He had me tricked, fooled. He had me bamboozled. Bam, screws boozled. Hey, Sunshine, great to see you. You're always bringing some light to our life. Bonnie and Clyde. So, on Saturday, Mueller's family announced that he died Friday night at the age of 81, asking for privacy. I meant they used Bob Mueller. He was losing it and was fooled. I know they used him. I know that they twisted things up, but he was never a good person. He was involved in Whitey Bulger. He was one of the people that worked Whitey Bulger and gave Whitey Bulger a pass all those years to let Whitey Bulger run around and murder people and commit crimes like crazy, as long as he was just giving them some information on them. They always have the mafia up there in Providence. Yes, they love their Brownings. Yes, they do. So that's that little quick bit of stuff. We'll do one little thing here if I could find a good story to look at. No, National Review, Conservative, Western Journal, Legal Insurrection. Come on, there's got to be something from Newsmax, Epoch Times. I guess we'll do Epoch Times. Yeah, Robert Mueller, former special counsel who probed Trump, dies. Robert S. Mueller III, known as Bob Mueller, served as the FBI director between 2001 and 2013. Former FBI Director Robert Mueller died on March 20th, according to a statement from his family. He was 81 years old. With deep sadness, we are sharing the news that Bob passed away, his family revealed in a statement on Saturday. Mueller served as the FBI Director between September 2001 and September 2013. Is it any coincidence that he became FBI Director and September 11th happened? Just saying. Is that a coincidence that right when he became the head of the FBI, September 11th happened? Strange, right? Mueller served as special counsel in charge of investigating alleged ties between President Trump's 2016 campaign and Russia. Russia. Marsha. Mueller in 2019 reached a conclusion in his final report into Russian interference that neither Trump nor any member of his campaign colluded with Russia. Oh, none of them colluded with Russia. Well, what exactly did Russia do? Oh, Russia bought a couple Facebook ads for like 50 grand. Yeah. Wow. The investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government, Mueller's final report states. Really? That's weird. Because I just kept hearing all these clowns saying, no, he didn't clear Trump of any wrongdoing. If you can't prove it, you're automatically, that's in this country we have what's known as the guilt, like innocent until proven guilty. We don't have, prove yourself innocent. They have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, any and all reasonable doubt. And they couldn't even suggest that Trump did anything. Jim Trumpinator changed his profile. I figured it out. I went and searched you out. The special counsel's office in its wide-ranging probe, with an estimated cost of $25 million, issued nearly 3,000 subpoenas. Well, I wonder, did any judge deny those subpoenas? Like the judge denied the subpoenas for the Fed, for Jerome Powell? Probably not. I never needed Russia to tell me the Democrats are evil. Yeah, me neither. I always knew it. He executed 500 search and seizure warrants and interviewed 500 witnesses, including almost 80 before a grand jury. In addition to clearing Trump of all allegations of colluding with Russia, Special Counsel Mueller's final report removed any remaining credibility from the infamous Steele dossier that the Democrats love to go back to, the P-tape and all the rest of it. That these, idiots. If you read Howie Carr's book, it's amazing, the corruption. Yeah. And Howie Carr, is that about Boston? Is that what you're talking about? The corruption in Boston with Mueller when he was in charge of Boston field office of the FBI? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else? I don't know. So, the dossier which fueled these allegations. Trump quickly reacted to Mueller's death. Robert Mueller just died, Trump wrote in a Truth Social post. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President Donald J. Trump. Say he holds a little grudge, maybe. Little grudge. He did hurt a lot of innocent people, it would be nice. It'd be really nice if somebody would dig into his past, especially his ties to Whitey Bulger and the different shit he did and how many people were murdered and nothing happened because he protected Whitey Bulger. Maybe someone. Yep, Trump is real. Yes, he is. Mueller was born in New York, grew up outside of Philly, and graduated from Princeton in 1966 before he secured a master's degree. Oh, what a racist. He's a master. He thinks he's the master. He's a massa. How dare he be a massa? Dare he be a massa? Yes. Mueller, good riddance, flushed twice. He then joined the U.S. Marine Corps as an officer and led a rifle platoon of the 3rd Marine Division in Vietnam. Well, you know what? I will thank him for his service, for leading a rifle platoon in Vietnam, a Marine rifle platoon. That's not an easy job. During his time in the military, he was awarded the Bronze Star, 2 Navy Commendation Medals, and the Purple Heart. Oh, see, I didn't know any of this. Mueller returned to school after he left the military and earned a law degree from the University of Virginia Law School in 1973. So wait a minute. Hold on. The math here is confusing me. He graduated from Princeton in 66. Then he secured a master's degree in international relations. He then joins the Marine Corps as an officer. How long was he in the Marines? Because it takes, right? I mean, math here. I'm just trying to figure out here. 66, graduated from Princeton. It has to take at least 2 years to 3 years to get a master's degree, or am I wrong about that? 2 to 3 years to get a master's? No, PhD is longer, right? But how long does it take to get a master's? Another 2, so that would be 68. So then 68 to 73. I mean, I guess, because I think if you go in as an officer, I think it's at least 4 years he would have to serve, right? In the Marines. Mueller spent time living just a few miles away from where I was living growing up. Oh. But even after knowing who actually framed Trump, no one was prosecuted. Yeah. Looking forward to the show. Oh, is the show not going? Mueller worked as a litigator in San Francisco and a U.S. attorney in Boston. Oh, look at that. Boston. Whitey Bulger. Served as a partner in the private sector, was eventually named U.S. attorney in San Francisco, and which he was in that position until President George W. Bush nominated to become the 6th director of the FBI. He took over the FBI just days before September 11th. Coincidence? I think not. And he served under Bush and Obama. Just saying. Just days before 9/11, he becomes the FBI director. I don't know. I don't believe in coincidences. All right, let's get on to the next story here. We got this. It's very interesting. I'm going to read this. It's a good thing. It says the Supreme Court will likely stop the judicial interference with DHS decisions ending TPS temporary protected status. This is from Shipro Crew. He's a federal public defender, and maybe also worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office. I'm not sure. He's a lawyer. He does a lot of stuff. He represented a bunch of January 6th defendants. I think more than anyone else. I think over 30 or something like that. Supreme Court takes up TPS cases on an expedited timeline. Yeah. Earlier this week, the Supreme Court agreed to take up 2 cases from the Southern District of New York and the District of Columbia without waiting for either circuit courts of appeal to review them on the merits. Below, where the goblins go. Both cases involve orders granting preliminary injunctions blocking DHS from ending TPS status for illegal aliens in the United States from Syria and Haiti. But there has been a series of decisions in various courts involving other countries that provide a bit of a guide as to where this issue might be headed with the Supreme Court. First out of the gate was a case in California that originally involved Venezuela and Haiti. The DOJ pursued an appeal of the ruling regarding Venezuela, but waited to address Haiti in a different court that ended up being in D.C. Supreme Court twice stepped in and issued stays of orders by the district judge in San Francisco that would have extended TPS for Venezuela, but each other order granting the stay had no explanation from the court. They don't have to explain. They just say, you fucked up. We're granting a stay. Jason Fisher says, good afternoon, Jim. Will we see the mountains under where the nuclear facilities are under blown up? I thought they were already blown up. I don't know. I did see something today about some kind of missile factory or something being hit with 5,000-pound bunker busters. I don't know. But each order granting a stay had no explanation. This has allowed lower courts to effectively ignore what the Supreme Court said regarding Venezuela. DHS has also moved to end TPS for Honduras, Nicaragua, Nepal. The Ninth Circuit's blocked lower court orders trying to continue TPS after Supreme Court stays regarding Venezuela. In addition, the Fourth Circuit blocked district court orders continuing TPS with regard to Cameroon and Afghanistan. But the Second Circuit and D.C. allowed district court orders continuing TPS for Syria and Haiti to take effect, leading the DOJ to file applications for stays in each case while the case is pending appeal in those two courts. In each application, the DOJ asks the Supreme Court to consider the stays as a petition for review prior to judgment. To recap, SCOTUS blocks district court's orders extending TPS for Venezuela after the Ninth Circuit allows it to stand. The Ninth Circuit blocks a district court order extending TPS for Honduras, Nicaragua, and Nepal after SCOTUS stays the order for Venezuela. The Fourth Circuit blocks district judge order extending TPS for Cameroon and Afghanistan. Second Circuit allows the order to stand, continuing TPS while the DOJ appeals. The D.C. Circuit allows the district court order to stand, continuing TPS for Haiti while the DOJ appeals. It is with respect to number 4s and 5s that DOJ has convinced the Supreme Court to take up the case in order to put this issue to rest. But what is crucial is the issues that the DOJ suggested the court should examine. With regard to Syria, the DOJ said the following in its February 26 order. If the court grants certiorari before judgment, the court should review the following questions. Whether the judicial review bar in a TPS statute precludes respondents' APA claims, and if reviewable, whether respondents' APA claims nonetheless fail on the merits. What's it say? Godzilla versus Hormuz coming soon. Who's the Hormuz? Is that a reference to something that's going on in the sector? With regard to Haiti, DOJ said the following in its March stay. It says, if the court grants certiorari before judgment in this case, the court should review the following questions. Whether the judicial review bar precludes respondents' claims and whether respondents' equal protection claims fails on the merits. Only 48 hours after the response to the application of the D.C. case, the Supreme Court issued the following orders in both cases. Considering the application for stay presented to Sotomayor and referred to her by the court is deferred, consideration of the application for stay presented to Chief Justice by him is referred to the court is also deferred. They shouldn't have deferred it. They should have granted to stay and then heard it. That's what they should have did. All they're doing is dragging it out. The applications are also treated as petitions for writ, and the petitions are granted. The cases are consolidated, and a total of 1 hour is allotted for oral arguments. The case will be heard during the second week of April. Joe says, I'm late. I blame Jim for starting early. Hi all. Well, I technically didn't start early, Joe. I did say last night I was going to start at like 8. And it just, I couldn't get everything set up in time to start at 8. I wanted to start at 8. So I'm actually late in my mind. Note that the court did not specify precisely what issues it would consider, as it's typical when it accepts a case review. So my presumption is the issues will be identified by the DOJ in its applications. As noted above, the court twice granted stays with regard to orders by San Francisco District Judge to continue TPS for Venezuela. In the application to stay as preliminary injunction, DOJ asserted the following grounds. The statute precludes judicial review of the Secretary's determination with respect to vacating the extension, and the Secretary had authority to vacate the outgoing administration's extension of TPS. Your excuse was better? Okay. In the tunnels? Okay. Late to the party, but I'm here. What the F? Great to see you. Great to see you. Great. It is great to see you all here. It is wonderful, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The district court's equal protection analysis is flawed. Issue number 2 is not presented in either the Syria or Haiti cases. Nome did not vacate an order. By granting the stay, although without explanation, the court determined that the government was likely to prevail on the merits. In the second application, the district judge's final judgment, the DOJ asserted the following grounds. The statute precludes judicial review. The Secretary has authority to vacate the outgoing administration's extension of Venezuela's TPS designation. Again, issue 2 is not present in the cases involving ending TPS for Syria and Haiti. So one common theme running through the stays granted by the court in these two cases, they'll hear in April, is whether a district court has jurisdiction. Newsflash to everyone. No, they don't have jurisdiction because they took jurisdiction away from them in the statute. Congress determines what jurisdiction district courts have. They only have the jurisdiction that Congress gives them. That's it. That's the law. You know, they don't get to just do things that there weren't granted to them by the Congress. They have no original jurisdiction of anything in the Constitution. That's the Supreme Court and only the Supreme Court. And here's Joe says, for the I'm late jar. Well, thank you, Joe. That seems really quiet now. I don't know. Is that quiet, everybody? That means we are $64 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Joe, and everyone else who donated. Had my doggo groomed today. Wow, she smells so nice and her coat is so soft. Aussie Border Collie. I love my doggo. No, it's not too loud. No, it's not too quiet. Which one? Given that the court has allowed the termination of TPS for Venezuela to go into effect by blocking Judge Chen in May of 2025, it seems likely the court is going to resolve this issue on the basis of district courts lacking jurisdiction. Correct. Okay. 5 No, not quiet. Okay. Article 3, Section 1, Clause, U.S. Constitution, judicial power shall extend to all cases arising under this Constitution. Yes, to the Supreme Court. To the Supreme Court. No, it's loud, and goal met is loud. Oh. Soundboard is slightly louder than me. Okay, I can fix that. All right, is that better? As seen above in its prior filing, the DOJ cited to 8 U.S.C. Section 1254A-B-5A as a statute that precludes judicial review. Oh. Says, Jim, I really appreciate that you read your chat. It makes me love you. Well, I love all you guys. Pat Hacker says, hi, I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, you're not late. You're fine. I started early. Ask Joe. He'll tell you. Yeah. And all these cases, its argument that the plaintiff has made is common, is that the decisions made by NOAM to terminate TPS were made in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act that bars governmental decisions that are arbitrary and capricious. Well, here's the outcome from the cases involving Venezuela on this issue. NOAM. District judge announced her ruling from the bench just days after hearing on the plaintiff's motion. Transcript of her reading for application. The plaintiffs have presented a wealth of evidence to support their claims of impropriety as to this and other TPS termination decisions this year, and defendants have limited their evidence to the Secretary's Federal Register notice regarding the termination and assertions that I either lack jurisdiction to consider these claims or assertions that I'm not permitted to consider large swaths of the plaintiff's evidence. Well, okay, Chen. And this section specifies that there's no judicial review of any termination. The termination of the Attorney General with respect to the designation or termination extension of a foreign statute under the subsection. I take very seriously the limits on my jurisdiction, but I also take seriously recent decisions from the Second Circuit and courts within the circuit making clear that the restrictive manner in which jurisdiction stripping provisions are construed, making clear the presumption favoring interpretation of statutes to allow judicial review absent clear statement. What? It says you don't have jurisdiction. It doesn't say you might have jurisdiction. Also note that every court to have considered analogous challenges to changes in TPS designation has found that it's jurisdiction to consider the challenges. Not the Supreme Court didn't, though. This court joins the chorus. And it finds that while it does not have jurisdiction to review the Secretary's substantive and discretionary analysis, it does retain jurisdiction to consider collateral agency patterns and practices that impact those determinations. So in other words, just making shit up in the courts, as usual. Congress directed the Secretary shall review the conditions in a foreign state. Of this is congressional intent the Secretary undertake a periodic review of grounded in fact and in good faith. Does it say that? Oh, on the record before me, that does not appear to have happened. This court finds instances of noncompliance with the procedural requirements. As for Haiti, the district judge in D.C. issued a ridiculous, dense, and at times incoherent 83-page opinion justifying her decision to block NOM's termination of TPS for Haiti. The following are excerpts from our opinion dealing with jurisdiction to consider. The government has made the same jurisdictions challenge in every other current TPS case, and there have been many. To varying degrees, each court has rejected the government's rather expansive view that the Secretary's TPS decision-making is immune from judicial review. The court joins the chorus. Oh, so you see this thing, there's a chorus here, and they're all in a chorus singing together, like they're singing from the same hymn book, they say. The court begins with a familiar principle of statutory construction, presumption favoring judicial review of administrative action. That presumption applies with force to claims that an agency exceeded statutory authority or violated the Constitution. The reference to a determination describes a single act rather than a group of decisions or a practice or procedure employed in decision-making. Secretary has exclusive authority to engage in the single act of designating a country or terminating. The court cannot override one of these substantive determinations, but plaintiffs don't ask for that. They intend to assert the Secretary failed to consult, engage in a pattern and practice of terminating. Read how ridiculous this is? These purport deficiencies in Secretary Noem's group of decisions. We can't review her decision, but we can review a group of decisions. Most of the plaintiffs claim to not assail the Secretary's single act of terminating the designation. Oh. Finally, equal protection claim presents a general collateral challenge to unconstitutional practices and policies. There is no equal protection claim for someone to stay here under TPS, for someone to be in this country. The Supreme Court has ruled in numerous cases that being deported or not being allowed to stay in the U.S. is not a harm. They have no right to be here. So it's not an equal protection claim because they have no equal protection to stay in the country. They're not a citizen. Yeah, pattern of practice of corruption. Yeah. Similarly, the interpretive canon, the words of a statute must be read in their context and with the view of their place overall in a statutory scheme, carries particular force when construing phrases that the government's conceptual relationships whose meanings inherently depend on surrounding context. Here, determination is the jurisdiction stripping provision's key words, and determination means a single act. Brian says, happy early Saturday. Well, it's Saturday. It's not early. It's Saturday night. In both cases involving Syria and Haiti, New York and D.C., district judges followed down the path first blazed by District Judge Edwin Chen in California with regard to Noem ending TPS for Venezuela. Keep in mind that the Supreme Court granted stays of 2 orders issued by Chen. Below is the language from Chen's final judgment in September 5th, 2025 on the issue of whether district courts were stripped. It says, this is part of the TPS statute provides as follows, that no judicial review of any determination of the Attorney General with respect to the designation, termination, or extension of blah, blah, blah. First, there is strong presumption of judicial review of an agency action. This presumption applies whether plaintiffs have sought relief under APR or the Constitution. The presumption of judicial review is particularly strong, whereas here, there's a claim that the agency was taken in excess of delegated authority. The Secretary's termination decisions are subject to judicial review because the plaintiffs are not challenging the substance of the decision, but rather, per se, but rather the procedure by which the decisions were reached. I mean, this is why I hate lawyers, really. I do. It's shit like this. And this judge, the fact that they did this and they weren't immediately panned and called out by everybody, like, what the fuck are you talking about? The distinction between the propriety of a judicial review of the assessment and judicial review of procedural errors makes common sense and accords with the purpose and structure of TPS. It's worth noting that in all 3 of these cases, DOJ has asserted other statutory grounds for finding that district judges, courts lack jurisdiction. But when it successfully sought a stay from Supreme Court, for blocking Noem's determination, it did so only on the basis of jurisdiction stripping language. But the TPS statute is unambiguous. There is no judicial review for any determination. It doesn't say for a determination. It says it's just the one determination. No, it says any determination. Not a determination, any. Deciding once again to bypass the judicial bar, the district court reprised the same reviewability analysis underlying its postponement order by characterizing the arbitrary and capricious claims. I mean, why can't we all sue and say that everything that they do when it's arbitrary and capricious, everything they do to us, all these laws they pass against us? Like, that would work for me, right? If a no review provision shields particular types of administrative action, a court may not inquire whether a challenged action decision is arbitrary. To hold otherwise would eviscerate the statutory bar for almost any challenge to a determination. Could be cast as a challenge to its underlying methodology. The last paragraph is where I expect the Supreme Court is headed. The distinction between determination and process, employed first by Judge Chen and then followed by the other liberal progressive tyrants in black robes, including Obama and Biden appointees in the Syria and Haiti cases, runs contrary to all the expressions by Congress in their immigration statutes to get the district courts out of the immigration business. They're not supposed to be involved in immigration at all because of this shit. I expect the outcome will be 6-3, with Justice Barris writing a very narrow majority opinion that only addresses the scope of the jurisdiction stripping provision of TPS, reversing the lower court decisions that rely on this distinction. But I also expect a concurring opinion from Justice Gorsuch or Kavanaugh, joined by Alito and Thomas, making a broader point about district judges inappropriately involving themselves in a host of immigration-related matters while ignoring the jurisdiction-stripping language in other immigration statutes. Legal review is vested in the circuit courts of appeal, but otherwise the process is entirely left to the executive because control of the borders is an executive function. Can there be harsh consequences for aliens as a result with little opportunity for judicial intervention? Yes, but that's how Congress designed the system in order to deal with millions of illegal aliens who entered the country without permission in the last 20 years of the 20th century. Yes, that's how we deal with them. That's how we deal with them. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. We got a couple stories that I want to talk about real quick before we get into some other news, which I thought were very interesting. These are my bookmarks. So according to Kash Patel, the FBI will continue publishing recommendations and asking all Americans to take preventative steps to protect their data, even on encrypted commercial messaging apps, as we have seen evidence of foreign adversaries targeting their information through phishing schemes. This is part of the Trump administration's most comprehensive cybersecurity initiative in history, staying ahead of the constantly changing threat landscape, because it says Russian hackers targeted U.S. officials and journalists on Signal and have accessed thousands of accounts. FBI worms. It's a crazy story, right? That's a crazy story. That's a crazy story. Russian hackers target U.S. officials and journalists and Signal. Heck. Hey, what's this say? Jim tells you top viewers on Streamville Live. Well, thank you. Thank you. I love top viewers. I love them. Russian hackers are targeting U.S. officials and other high intelligence value individuals on encrypted messaging app Signal, and thousands of accounts have already been compromised. The FBI has identified cyber actors associated with Russian intelligence services targeting users of commercial messaging apps, including Signal, Patel wrote. Are we sure these are Russians and not Ukrainians pretending to be Russians? I'm just saying. Just saying. Oh, Ray Costello says, at what point and when will these liberal progressive judges and lawyers be removed, disbarred, and held accountable for their treason and insurrection? Well, the only way you can get rid of them, I think, at this point, is you got to find crimes that they committed and arrest them and charge them for the crimes they committed. So I'm sure a lot of them are taking illegal money different places. They're doing things they're not supposed to be doing, getting money from private prisons or payoffs and stuff, and taking money from NGOs to let people go, stuff like that. There are a lot of them are criminals. You just got to find a crime and charge them with it, because Congress is not going to impeach them. Congress isn't going to remove them, and they have to be arrested. And the problem with getting them disbarred or anything like that is all of the bars, different bar associations for the different states is all controlled by the fascist leftists It's all controlled by them. So that's why, the people that did all the shit wrong didn't get a slap on the wrist, for all the Russia collusion stuff and the hacking and forging documents and nothing happened to those people. Nothing happened. But yet, people who all they did was represent Trump are facing disbarment in all these other places. So, right now, it's a losing battle right now. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. I really don't. Of course, I really don't. So the FBI has identified cyber actors with Russian intelligence services targeting users of commercial messaging apps, including Signal. So not just Signal, maybe Telegram also. The campaign, I wonder if it's also, because I know they have encrypted messaging now on X and on Facebook supposedly and stuff like that. The campaign targets individuals of high intelligence value, including current and former U.S. government officials, military personnel, political figures, and journalists. The FBI director explained, globally, this effort has resulted in unauthorized access to thousands of individual accounts. Absent-minded, what's up? So glad to have you here, my friend. The Russian actors are able to view messages and contact lists, send messages as the victim, and conduct phishing attacks from the victim's account after gaining access. Maybe that's how that journalist got added to that Signal thing. You ever think about that? Maybe that journalist got added in by Russian hackers into the thing. Maybe the Russian hackers were always in the Signal. Can't stop the Signal. A public service announcement detailing the threat noted that actors specifically target Signal accounts but can apply similar methods against other commercial messaging apps. The Russian hackers have been infiltrating people's accounts by sending messages masquerading as automated commercial messaging app support accounts that receive targets into taking actions such as clicking on a link to provide verification codes or account pins. Yes, never click on a link from anything. Never, 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 never. Never. I don't know. I think if you look at this guy and then you look at this guy, I have a feeling one of them is going to beat the other one when it comes to being greasy. A full account takeover is possible if users perform the requested actions, the FBI and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, warned in the PSA. National Security Agency previously warned that the Department of War about the risks of using Signal, specifically citing the threat of Russian hacking groups that actively attack the app. Several top Trump administration officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance and War Secretary Pete Hegseth, used the app to discuss military strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen last year in a group chat that was accidentally shared with a journalist. I must say, was it accidentally? Was this part of this whole thing? Is this story just being ran to try to further make the Trump administration people look bad, even though it was the Biden administration that approved use of Signal? Ward Weaver 3, whatever that is. Yes, Jim tells you, Mr. Shum yesterday talking about the crime stats. Rest in peace, Miranda and Ashley Gladstone. Yeah. You're clicking a link right now. Don't do it, Brian Ogden. Don't do it. Dan. What's up, Dan? So great to be here. Yeah, how can Fannie have a law license? It's been 2 years of malfeasance. Elected idiot. Yeah. Greg, I did too. There's a story. There's a story that's really sickening, and I think I'm going to cover it after this. Dan Blackweight says, I keep all my information buried underground in preparation for the solar flare energy storm. Well, that's a good thing to do. Karen O gives us some lightning bolts. Hola, Dan. So that's the end of this story. So we're going to do this other story that I really want to do. I saw and I like, man. All right. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Yeah, threatening me with a good time. Hey, what's up, Pat? Great to see you. Pure outrage in court as Cordell Gooseby was just found not guilty in the random shooting death of Alina Kwan, an 8 months pregnant woman, and her unborn child. It's on video. He admitted to doing it. It's on video. He admitted to doing it. He admitted to the killing. Cold-blooded, random. Devastating. Yes, absent-minded. Why had judges when there is no justice? Seems like we need to go back to when we need to go back to like yes, jury nullification. Yes, we're going to talk about it. All right. Yes, he looks pleasant. Sorry if I missed it, but did you cover Robert Mueller's death? I covered it first. That was the first thing I talked about tonight. Ray says, when there's a collection of disingenuous bar associations working to undermine the justice system of the legal system, justice of the legal system under to the Constitution, wouldn't RICO statutes be applicable? I would think so. Playing hangman, yeah. There's one of my favorite movies called Hang 'em High. Clint Eastwood. He becomes a U.S. Marshal and goes around bringing in people. And he brings them to the hanging judge. The hanging judge gets mad. Rest in peace, Miranda and Ashley from Gladstone, Oregon. Ward Weaver III, 3 generations of the leaders. Yeah. You have to love that Trump is going to use ICE to fill in. Yeah, ICE Trump is fine. I'll go back under breath. Freaking Jim started early. I just talked about it briefly. It's not really much to say. I covered briefly Trump's comments about it. That's it. Not a lot to say. Talked about how he was not a good person. He was a Marine, and I'll respect that. He did serve as a platoon commander, company commander, or whatever. Led an infantry platoon, infantry company in Vietnam. So for that, I salute you. But what he did with Whitey Bulger and everything is no bueno. So yeah. Yeah, see, this is what's going on. You're the real victim. That's what's going on. So this is the person. This is the stories about it, all right? These are the news articles and stuff. Let's see here. This says how the prosecution.
A man accused of randomly shooting a pregnant woman inside her car has been found not guilty by reason of insanity. That shooting happened in the Belltown neighborhood in 2023. 34-year-old Ina Kwan and her unborn daughter were both killed. Her husband was seriously injured. Cordell Gooseby was charged with first-degree murder. But by presenting a not guilty by reason of insanity defense, Gooseby agrees that he committed the crimes but had a mental disease at the time, per Washington state law.
Defense first obtained their own expert report, and their expert found the defendant was insane at the time of this crime. The state then obtained our own expert, who also evaluated the defendant, and they came to that same conclusion, that he was insane at the time of the crime.
Gooseby will now go to a state psychiatric hospital where he could spend the rest of his life.
Yeah, see, this is what goes the state. So the Soros DA in Seattle, Washington. Oh yeah, he was crazy at the time that he did it. Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is. New video shows the accused killer had contact with police minutes before the Belltown murder.
Granger knows that if you're a school custodian, priority. That's why you can rely on Granger for a range of cleaning products and
equipment. I hate doing ads
from
for other people.
Disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Granger.
Although Granger is a great company, I used to use them all the time to get stuff when I was working.
Yeah, Molly, the video shows that Gooseby was acting erratically just before the murder, and even on a random Tuesday, officers were responding to multiple calls stretched thin.
Standing at the corner of 4th and Lenora, Mance Berry is still angry.
Were you working down here at the time of that shooting?
Yes, sir. I heard it around the corner.
He saw Cordell Gooseby on that June Tuesday.
I saw him run up the street, and he said, I didn't do it. And to me, in my head, when you say things like that, it means you actually done something.
A Como camera captured Gooseby moments after the alleged murder of Ina Kwan.
The new body cam footage provides added context.
My life in danger. My life in danger.
Gooseby approached an officer less than an hour before the murder, who was busy processing another scene.
I don't know these people. I didn't grow up out here, but my life.
If you want to put a call into 911, they'll send out the next available officer.
And while cops were handling another arrest, the fatal shots were fired a couple blocks away.
I blacked out. I was like a big blood for me. I've been surveillance because the building.
And as Gooseby was arrested, police were also dispatched to a pair of nearby drug overdoses. For Mance, it all raises a couple of questions.
Hire more police, plain and simple.
Could Gooseby have been calmed down by another officer or a mental health professional before the alleged crime? The case could show how the city has fallen behind. While Seattle is...
So it's the city's fault that this crazy fuck wasn't locked up. And then he murdered. See? So it's the city's fault. It's not his fault. He's the victim. This motherfucker is the victim, according to this news broadcast. He's the victim because there wasn't enough cops or someone, mental health person, to help him. No, we need to just start. Anybody who acts like this just needs to be taken out of society permanently, like locked up, reopen the mental health facilities, lock them up, you know. Yeah, it looks like they regret defunding the police. Yeah, maybe.
It's expanding its care team. The lack of behavioral health centers is a problem. King County Executive Dow Constantine's office says the county is without a walk-in behavioral health urgent care facility, and there is only one voluntary crisis center in Seattle with limited capacity. The recently approved $1.2 billion crisis care levy aims to open 5 more, but the first will not open until...
So you heard that? They just put a new levy. That means taxes on the people for $1.5 billion to open 5 crazy persons. Could I move Bella down, please? I'm sorry. I will do it right now. I did not notice that she was off screen. I will get right on that. That is my bad. ER will take him. Yeah. If that was my loved one that he harmed, I would be waiting for him to get out. But guys, remember ACAB, crazy motherfuckers. That's right. Look at this. Trumpinator, America First, 1776 says, if I went out and offed people, I'd be crazy also, just not just when I did it. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. Is like, but this was not like, they're not telling you. A jury said this. The jury said that he was, you know, mentally insane at the time. Not guilty by reason of insanity. It's the jury that did that. Yeah. It was the jury. Yeah. Beautiful Bella. Yeah. And it's the prosecutor's fault for letting them get away with this. The prosecutors should not, you know, the prosecutors purposely got a weirdo to come in and say, oh yeah, he was crazy at the time. Yeah, definitely. You could tell he was suffering from something. You're telling me that he didn't know that killing a person was wrong? He didn't know that. That's what it's supposed to be, that you didn't know it was wrong. Bella's in mid-stride. Yeah, she's getting ready to run. Over $10 billion was spent on the homeless crisis under Inslee's tenure, with most going to the bloated bureaucracy and fraud. Worse here than ever. If he was convicted of insanity, why did they release him? He said he did it. He admitted to doing it. He just said, I did it, but I was crazy at the time. I'm not crazy now. I'm fine now. But at the time, I was crazy, so you got to let me go. Wowzers. Wowzers. Oh, thank you for the 5. I forgot to do this and do this. So that means we're now $59 away, just $59 away from adding an extra hour to the show. And we got about an hour to go. Was the jury insane? I think so. They're acting like it was a cry for help. What about his victims' cries for help? That's how I look at it. Like, I don't feel sorry for any of these people. I really don't. I mean, because think about this, all right? If this guy is not guilty by reason of insanity, then how was, and I'm not saying these people were, but then how was the guy who dressed up like the Joker and went into that movie theater and shot people and was seeing a psychiatrist, how wasn't he not guilty by reason of insanity? How wasn't Nicholas Cruz, the kid that was clearly mentally fucking deranged that did the Parkland shooting, how wasn't he not guilty by reason of insanity? I mean, all of the, like a lot of these, you know, crazy or drug induced. Well, that's the thing. Was it drug induced? I think in Seattle, Washington, if it's drug induced, they count that. That's why they say you're temporarily, you know. Yeah, blacks are crazy and whites are not. I guess. Maybe. I too, how loud the screams of victims. Yep.
2025. Do you think that if those places existed, if there were more options just a couple of blocks away, that would make a difference?
It may and it may not. Like I said, it depends on the person that wants to help.
Until then, Mance worries. Despite all the glittering new construction and the opening of the new SIFT Theater, Seattle's demons will continue to lurk just around the corner. The body cam.
No. Brian Ogden, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $10. With that means we are now $49 away. So we are on pace now to hit an extra hour. We're only $49 away from adding an extra hour, and we got another hour to go. So that means we're at less than $1 a minute. I'm at 2. Thanks, Jim, again. No problem. I'm a bit late. Just a bit late to worry about injustice. Yeah, injustice maybe is what you mean? Injustice? I don't know. Amazing Disgrace. I had relatives up there. It's beautiful. Unhoused, yeah. Washington State is a mess. They're putting in a penalty for not having rental spaces rented. About 30% is vacant. Yeah. And I think also somewhere in Washington State, there's a county in Washington that you have to do you have to get like an approval thing for your energy efficiency before you can sell your house. You got to do some weird fucking shit. Like Seattle's mayor is a nut job that coddles criminals. Yeah, Seattle's mayor is a legit Antifa DSA communist. Legit.
Footage also shows that Gooseby was erratic after he was arrested. He calmly gave his name and identification to Seattle police and then was incoherent after that, yelling at no one in particular. That's the story. Live in Seattle, I'm Chris Daniels, Como News.
Yes. Yeah, they're anti-justice. They're anti-justice.
Granger knows that if your school
Granger. Don't be a stranger, Granger. Yes. Anti-justice, they not only pervert justice, but are actively seeking to deny and destroy the possibility of justice. Yes. King County, is it King County that's doing that? COVID created a legit squatter crisis. Yes. Karen, what do you need help with? What's going on with Karen? What does she need help with? Where are we at here? And he'll be out in no time. He'll probably be out in like 10 years or less. Probably. Gotta love Satan and his people. No, you don't gotta love them. You're supposed to be a knight of Christendom and battle Satan. New body cam video shows accused killer had contact with Seattle police minutes before the fatal random shooting. Was it fatal? Was it random? It's always random. It's always random when it's this way. If it's the other way, it's not random. It's racist, racial hate crimes. Absent-minded says he'll be out by next week. I don't know. Maybe they'll say he doesn't have any space for him. They'll just go in and a doctor will go, he's fine. He's not sane. Let him go. And then the next time he kills someone, they say he was crazy when he did that, but he's fine now again. He's charged with the murder of Alina Kwan, a young mother who was parked in her car at a stoplight. New video also raises question about how far Seattle has fallen behind in police staffing. Turn the other cheek and stick your butt up a little higher. Yeah. Gooseby could be seen on recorded video saying to an officer that his life was in danger. Yes, black on Asian is a classical stereotype. The blacks hate the Asians. I don't know why. Yeah. Give everybody free drugs and expect a safe place. Yeah, he suggested Gooseby call 911. We saw that. We're not going to watch it again. Within the hour, Gooseby was accused of killing Kwan. Why are they saying he's accused? He did it. He did it. He killed her. He murdered her. He admitted he did it. He said, but I was crazy at the time. You don't have to fucking say accused. Say he did it. He admitted it. The body cam also shows he told police he blacked out the entire situation. It was a big blur. Oh, so that's all you got to do? You go kill people? Say it was a big blur. I don't remember anything. I must be insane. As he was sitting on a curb, the dispatch could be heard responsive for a third of 2 people that have overdosed. You don't, Jim? Have you watched any Chinese or Japanese or Korean commercials? They're often very racial by our standards. Well, I do know that I do remember about Soul Brother being Tubuku. Is that what you're talking about? They think the Soul Brothers are Tubuku? Did he get charged with the murder of the unborn child? Probably not. They probably don't, because they probably just considered that an abortion, undocumented abortion, probably. And they don't, they don't care about undocumented stuff unless it's undocumented guns. Then they're really worried about undocumented guns. But undocumented aliens, undocumented abortions, they don't care about that in Seattle. It said gun accused to kill pregnant Seattle business owner stolen from a Lakewood home. Oh, so the gun used was stolen from a home. So that's another crime. Did he get found and not guilty by reason of insanity for stealing a gun? It was a 9-month-old clump of cells. Yeah, that's what they say in Seattle. Yet there's a question whether the officers appeared overwhelmed when he first approached, had the option to take a person in crisis to a behavioral center. I can't figure out why blacks talk street jive after 250 years in America. That's a new thing. That's not old. That's not, like, if you look at honestly, if you look prior to the 60s, to Lyndon Baines Johnson's Great Society that he tried to, start, what it did to the, black family and the black community, how it destroyed it. Go back and look at some of the stuff. Axe Y. So yeah, proponents for policing alternatives have argued that money should be spent creating alternatives to standard tactics. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell has announced further spending in the community. I was thinking of the Portland mayor, that's the Antifa lady. This is the other guy who's a fucking retard. Yeah, he wants community response. Yeah, but Barry, who was near the intersection time, remained skeptical. Malpractice in the legal system is an uncommon ethical behavior in politics. Yes, it is. 8 months is viable for most. Doctors perform a C-section. Yeah, he was sane enough to secure a weapon to commit the murders. That's what I'm saying. Was he insane when he broke into the house and stole the gun? Karen Knowles says the sheriff and deputies here support fact. People defend self. Avowed racist LBJ's vision for destroying the black communities are coming to fruition. Urban Studies Research Methods, Portland. St. Graduate shit. Yep. Hey, Catherine. Hello. What's up, Catherine K? Gooseby has been found competent to stand trial and is due in court next in February. So he was competent to stand trial, but he was able to argue that he was not guilty by reason of insanity. Competent to stand trial. Not guilty by reason of insanity. Was this a ploy by the Soros DA? Could be. Could be. Could be. Maybe. Maybe could be. Let's see. Let's see. Seattle man found not guilty by reason of insanity in killing a pregnant woman. He's going to be committed to a state psychiatric hospital. He was 30 at the time of the shooting, had been charged with first-degree murder. For shooting her husband. Oh, so murder for her and attempted murder for the husband who got shot in the arm. June 13, 2023. He approached and opened fire at random. Before the trial, Gooseby's defense attorney notified prosecutors of an intent to pursue an insanity defense. Prosecutors hired an independent expert who reached the same conclusion. Huh. I mean, that means, in my opinion, they did it on purpose. Because they had to know when they hired the guy that he was an idiot that would say this. With no dispute between experts, the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office agreed to the not guilty by reason of insanity finding, which was entered Friday. So this wasn't a jury. This was the Soros DA agreed to this. Under Washington law, such a finding means he admits to committing the acts but is not held criminally responsible. He will instead be committed to the custody of the Department of Social Human Services for treatment. They emphasize the ruling does not mean Gooseby will be released. Well, not released today, but he will eventually be released. Yes, this does set the precedent for future shenanigans. Yeah, because their goal is to destroy all communities. Yeah, it is. Do they have historically black mental hospitals? No, I don't think so. He could remain committed up to life with his confinement subject to ongoing evaluations and risk assessments. Any decision to grant him increased privileges or potential release will require notification to the prosecutors and the King County Superior Court, both of whom can reject. But they won't object because they were fine with this. As soon as he says the magic words in the right order, he'll be cured. Ultimately, the court retains authority over whether Gooseby is ever granted an unconditional release. Officials noted that some individuals found not guilty by reason of insanity in serious felony cases, including homicides dating back decades, remain confined in state hospitals. Prosecutors say they would take a case to trial if their expert had found Gooseby sane at the time of the shooting. So I thought this was a jury trial. I had a whole thing worked up about this. King County uses pictures of MLK, but it's not named for him at all. Yeah, it was King County long before him, but now they're using pictures of him. It's just ridiculous. It is. Talk about fucking woke-ass bullshit. Hey, Hamburger Helper. Howdy, Jim. Great to see you. McNeil Island, Washington State, Fargo Justice, toes first, slow speed. I don't think so, Pat. Kwan was pregnant when she was killed. Prosecutors say state law does not allow homicide charges for an unborn child unless the child was born live. So in Washington, it does not matter if you're 9 months pregnant and the baby is getting ready to crown. If you murder her and the baby, you can't charge you in Washington. They do not consider it to be. Washington is hell, is the spawn of Satan in Washington. That's what Washington State is. What is wrong with you people? It's not murder to murder a baby that's fully capable of being alive out of the womb. Wow. Yes. Life becomes meaningless when abortion is considered birth control. I agree. Hamburger Helper says internet is going in and out. I'm not sure what the problem is. Is it my internet or your internet? Let me do a quick speed test here from Ookla. Yep, absolutely no regard for life. Yeah. No, it doesn't look like it's me. I got almost a gigabit. It's okay there. All right. Praying for Washingtonians. We're losing our parental rights, and Transformers are invading our girls and women's safe spaces. Yeah, they are. You've been clear on your end. All right, thank you. Yeah, it's also in Washington State. They'd had that honor killing. They attempted honor killing that they basically let the Muslims get away with, trying to kill their daughter that they were trying to send to Iraq to marry a man 30 years older than her or something like that. And they just let them get away with it. They go, oh, no, you can't talk. That's different cultures. You can't talk about it. That's what the judge said. Let them get away with it. Renee says hers is fine. Great to see you. Authorities say Gooseby had no prior cases referred to the prosecuting attorney's office. I had to refer to their prosecuting attorney's office. What about other jurisdictions? You're going to tell me this guy's never been arrested before in any other jurisdiction? I find that hard to believe. Oh, it's your side. Okay. All right. Well, I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better. So this is what I was going to talk about. Satanic Temple in Washington is represented by the Satanic Temple in Washington. Yeah, there you go. cultures that support murder should be expelled from our country as an anathema, the very sensibilities as to culture. Yeah, I agree. So Judge Andrew Napolitano warned of a practice called jury nullification after a left-wing group began training people to get on DOJ juries and push acquittals regardless of the evidence. Napolitano, the Newsback, biased jurors shouldn't serve on juries.
Duty of the prosecutor to be with you. Good evening. If people are put on a jury with an agenda, they have to reveal what that agenda is. So it's the duty of the judge when picking the jurors, or if it's in a state where the lawyers pick the jurors, it's the duty of the prosecutor to say, are you here with an agenda? Are you here because you want to acquit or because you want to convict? Are you here because you can be fair and open-minded and make a decision on the basis of the evidence? And when they are asked that, they should be put under oath, which instills the obligation to answer it truthfully.
So let's say...
Yeah. So Newsmax senior judicial analyst, is he an analyst or an analyst? Andrew Napolitano told Newsmax, steps need to be taken to ensure biased jurors don't end up serving on juries. Jury nullification is how the country is meant to work. Yes, when it's laws that shouldn't be against the law, like like marijuana convictions or stupid things like stuff like the guy that shot charges against people that shouldn't be brought, even though they might have sometimes people just need killing. You know what I'm saying? But stuff like what happened with other stuff which going on in other cases is not. It's not supposed to just happen in cases where there's not any reason. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I think jury nullification should happen anytime someone's charged with possessing illegal possession of a gun. Like, oh, you didn't have a permit. Oh, that should be jury nullification because we don't need a permit. Second Amendment. You can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. It's the last power that people have. Yes, but to have it to overturn unjust laws, Rocky, not to to bring injustice to people who are victims of serious crimes. That's not what, Yeah. Ray Maybell, archaic, but still very sound. Matt, it's just my duty not just to worry. I'm opinionated, so I hate lawyers. Yeah, right. It's the duty. It's your duty to do it if it's an unjust law. You know what I mean? Like if it's a law that doesn't make any sense, like something that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, oh, we're charging people. Somebody who's doing nothing at all, they're in their house and they get charged with possession of marijuana or something in their house, or, oh, you didn't have the right permit to own this gun. That's where jury nullification should come in. Like the auto key card case, Matt Hoover, who's charged with advertising a fucking piece of metal on the internet. And they charged him with selling machine guns for a piece of metal that was not a machine gun in any way, shape, or form. That should have been jury nullification. Should have came and said, no, this is a stupid law. Pretty much any NFA case, any gun control act case, not like an armed robbery where people are injured and money is stolen. No, what? No. Or murders, kidnappings. No. But like cases where it's like, Nanny Goat says, I'm used to you starting later. Of course, the time change didn't help. Hello, we'll be at 1.5 to catch up. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Gundam says, more proof our systems are failing. Yeah. Napolitano was speaking after a left-wing group launched training sessions aimed at helping people serve on juries and Justice Department cases to vote to acquit regardless of the evidence, a practice known as jury nullification. That's not really jury nullification, though. Not just, no, you're just going to acquit everybody no matter what. That's not jury nullification. That's anarchy. Yeah, any red flag bullshit. Yeah. Anything that's unconstitutional, you jury nullify. But this is completely different. This is like people attacking and stopping ICE from deporting people. They're breaking the law. And basically, this is just, you're nullifying actual rule of law completely. If people are put on a jury with an agenda, they have to reveal what that agenda is. How do you get them? You're going to tell them. You got to tell us. And they're going to say, oh, you got me. Is it in a state where lawyers pick the juries or whatever? And here, because you can't be fair and open-minded and make a decision on the basis of the evidence. And when you ask that, they should be put under oath, which instills the obligation to answer it truthfully. Like, what is with these people? They think there's some magic thing that happens. That you go, oh, you swear on a Bible. And it's like, how many people actually care about a Bible or care? Or they just think it's anything. It's obstruction of justice, yeah. And it seems you really can't, and the reason you put them under oath, because one of the questions judges have to ask is, do you have an agenda right now when you're picking a jury and you want people there to be, you want those people on a jury? You don't. You also don't want to keep people that are too anxious to be on the jury because they usually have some sort of agenda, either against the government or against the defendants. He said that prosecutors in federal court can ask a judge to ask the jurors if they took a class on why all defendants should be acquitted, no matter what the evidence is against them. You don't want people like that on a jury. The defendant is not guilty until proven guilty by unreasonable doubt. The government has a case that's already been tested by the court. The job of the judge is to make sure the defendant and the government get a fair trial. I don't know that the government is required to get a fair trial. It says the defendant has a right to a fair trial. I don't think it says the government gets a fair trial. But justice is supposed to be like, an impartial jury. So that's the thing. It's like the defendant's entitled to an impartial jury. They're not entitled to a jury that favors them. Impartial, not favors them. This nation has lost the fear of God. Telling lies is nothing to them. Yeah. We are a family. Get up, everyone, and sing. Yeah. So yeah, I thought that was interesting to say the least. And then there's this story. For those of you that missed it, because the mainstream media is not reporting on it, there was a special election in California last November where Prop 50 passed and the redistricting is occurring. It's under investigation. Apparently, several advocacy groups obtained information online that shows there were approximately 50,000 more ballots counted than the Social Secretary of State reported. The Attorney General, Rob Bonta, attempted to put an end to the investigation being run by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. Bonta sued, and the judge denied his motion to quash the investigation. The judge further ordered that a special master be appointed to count the ballots. It says the system works when the corrupt continue pushing boundaries. The find out stage is called bloody revolution. The left wants the public to revolt against the government so they can hammer down even harder. If you have ever been in federal court, the government has 4 to 5 lawyers to your 1. Yeah. I never met anyone that voted for it. It continues. Riverside County previously tried to get records from the state when party affiliations were tampered with on local voters. The state refused to cooperate. The sheriff also helped recover 47 local kids from a trafficking operation. They had been moved all over the state. And this guy says, I retired from RSO about 15 years ago. Bianco was a go-getter in homicide. I think who is special master, hoping Newsom doesn't get to pick him. Not named yet. So let's read this story. Voted for more money. Yeah. This is from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, which is weird because I thought ABC 7 Eyewitness News was in Chicago. That's what I always thought. Riverside County. Well, maybe there's an ABC 7 KABC. Is that different? WABC. Come on, ad, get over.
In my own mind and body.
The Riverside County Sheriff is raising questions about alleged discrepancies in last year's special election that approved Prop 50. Attorney General Rob Bonta has stepped in to try and stop the investigation. And now, as Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan reports, the Superior Court is now involved.
I'm not saying that anyone's lying or there's a series of mistakes. I'm saying we don't know.
Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco saying he's investigating the significant discrepancy in the number of ballots cast in last year's special election for Prop 50, saying the machine count showed more than 657,000 votes counted in Riverside County, But an audit done by a citizens group of all the handwritten logs filled out by elections officials and poll workers showed only 611,000 votes cast. Bianco now wants to recount all the ballots.
We're not talking about 100 votes. We're not talking about 10. We're not even talking about 1,000. We're talking about the difference between having a perfect count and a 45,800 vote difference. That's massive.
At a recent Board of Supervisors meeting, Registrar Art Tinoco standing by the machine count, saying the handwritten logs, some of which were shown at the meeting, were completed by people working long hours who might have made mistakes and aren't to be relied upon.
Those documents are completed by temporary employees that are out in the field collecting them and are working at these sites. So those forms, again, may come back and the counts may be imprecise because, again, it's humans completing the document.
State Attorney General Rob Bonta weighing in on Sheriff Bianco's investigation, releasing a statement reading in part, quote, Sheriff Bianco's investigation is unprecedented in both scope and scale and appears not to be based on facts or evidence, but on unfounded allegations that have already been refuted by the Riverside Registrar of Voters. Bianco's saying Bonta even
Wait. So he said it's been refuted because they say machines don't make mistakes, but people do. Is that what they're saying? And that the people you can't check because they're temporary workers, so they suck? Is that what they're saying? Or what? I mean, how are you supposed to run an election if people are writing down the number of ballots counted and the numbers don't match? There's a problem. Mistakes are not an excuse. Investigate everything and everyone. Yeah, that's just say like, oh, it's just probably they probably just made a mistake. No need to investigate. Yeah, we investigated ourselves. We found nothing wrong. Joe says, caught up. Jim, you sound very funny at 2 times speed. I can't even imagine what I sound like at 2 times speed. So California employees are incompetent, just generally. Yeah, just generally. Our people cannot be trusted. That's the way that I look at it. Squirrel sounds, doesn't it? Investigate, don't trust. Yeah. I never saw The Last Guardians. Are we talking about Guardians of the Galaxy? Is that what we're talking about? It's called New Math. Yeah. It shows people that can't count on purpose. Probably.
His office 2 notices within the past month telling him to stop.
The outrage that an investigation was happening was extremely concerning.
Wow, what is going on?
To me.
Nevertheless, a Superior Court judge has ordered that a special master be appointed to observe sheriff's investigators as they recount every single ballot.
The purpose of this investigation is just as...
Why is my internet? Is that not my... That's not my internet. This is video? What? They're fucking with the video.
Investigators as they recount every single ballot.
The purpose of this investigation is just as much to prove the election is accurate as it is to show otherwise. We will not know until the count is complete.
In Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
I mean, the people that don't want you to check are the people you got to be careful about, in my opinion. Yeah. So Riverside County Sheriff has launched an investigation into the potential discrepancies in a number of ballots cast in last year's special election. Random lag or your cache in the browser is corrupt, I guess. Let me look. Let me just look at my task manager real quick. I am only at 20% memory. So my CPU is only running at 15%. I'm using 0 disk space and my network is not really doing any. According to this, my network's not doing shit. I do have a 10 gig hiccup though. So yes, he's running for California governor. My company's connected to Leo's and Bianco isn't the one for California. They already know the Dems cheated, but want to have everyone hurry up and vote for the midterms. Yeah, that's what I think. I always, when in doubt, I always say they cheated. That's the way I look at it. I always say they cheated. Imagine if someone streamed and we only had chat. I think our community would live another day. Imagine if someone streamed and we only had chat. I think our community would live another day. I don't understand, Brian. I don't understand. You do have chat. I am streaming and you have chat. What am I doing wrong? You just want to talk to the chat and not even play anything and talk about other stuff? Just have have a hangout session. I guess we could do that. It would work better though if we had maybe I could set up some kind of like Google meetup or something, like a Google thing where people could come on and show, just like anybody could come in, a gym cooking show. Do you guys want me to do a stream tomorrow? You keep expecting me to start gaming streams. I thought about it. But I don't know, man. What kind of bud you got? I thought about it. But I don't know. I was thinking I'm going to make a homemade pastrami on the smoker. I was thinking about doing it today. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm going to do it live or just tape it and then edit it. Maybe. I don't know. I love you just the way you are. Singing the Weath Beneath My Wings. Tony says that he prefers the news. That's what Dominion After Dark is for. Just chat. Gaming, as long as it's N64 and before. Do it members only. I was going to do a Pong gaming stream. Just the Pong. Pa-pong, 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 pa-pong. How do you think that would work? So, on one hand, the Riverside County Registrar said the number of ballots counted by machines was 657,000, but an independent investigation by a group of concerned citizens shows the number of handwritten logs filled out by the various election officials and poll workers showed just more than 611,000. Wings beneath my feet. Can you make linguine and clams? Do arachnoid? Okay. You prefer conspiracy theory gyms? I have missed Bella's stretch. Okay. It takes about 12 hours on the smoker. It takes a long time on the smoker, yes. But I have a trick. I don't know, I'll let you in on my trick. Yeah, we're not talking about 10 or even 10,000. We're talking about a 445,800 vote difference. He's a Superior Court, said a Superior Court judge recently ordered the appointment of a special master. The purpose of this investigation is just as much to prove the election is accurate as to do otherwise. Yes. At a recent Riverside County Board Supervisor meeting, Registrar Art Tanico stood by the machine count, saying handwritten logs were completed by people working long hours who might have made mistakes. Well, shouldn't we know if they made mistakes or not? Shouldn't we know? California is going to end up with having to pick between two Republicans because of their dumb open primaries? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be that way. I mean, normally they end up having to pick between two Democrats because too many Republicans run, split the vote, and then the Democrats get the top two spots. That's usually what ends up happening. California Attorney General Rob DeCami Bonta released a statement denouncing Bianco's investigation. Like, why would you denounce an investigation? In light of misleading statements he made, I want to clarify my office's role. We're concerned. Learned late last month that the Riverside County Sheriff's plan to execute warrants to seize 1,000 boxes of ballot materials pertaining to the election. It's unprecedented. Oh, yeah, because they don't want anybody ever looking into it. Why is the FBI looking into the rigged vote count? It does go into federal jurisdiction when it deals with federal congressional districts. You would think. Fletcher Boy says, I'm drinking because my lower back and hamstrings are sore. I paid my first round of golf this year, and I always walk the course. No car for me. Cheers, Jim. Well, they say walking the course is great exercise. Amazing Face, if you have good smoker techniques, edited videos would be awesome, in my opinion. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. That means we are now $44 away from adding an extra hour to the show. Thank you all so much. I do have a couple techniques that I use on a smoker. They're not complicated. They're pretty easy. And I use them for turkey. I use them for beef brisket and for standing rib roast. And I was thinking of doing the same. I've done corned beef. I've done corned beef on the smoker. And it's like a combination of, it comes out like, it's corned beef, but it tastes a little like pastrami is how it comes out. But I was thinking of doing a full pastrami, like, I don't know. So he's outraged that the investigation was happening. Is concerning. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. The demon rats will stuff the ballot. Brine tips are especially welcome. There really is no brining tips. You have to get a brining bucket with the locking thing so that you can lock the stuff inside of it. That's it. And you make your brine. Generally you're supposed to make your brine and let it sit overnight. Let it cool down completely. But you can do it quick if you make a half section. If you make a half recipe, like a half batch. Just use half the amount of water and then use the same weight in ice. So then you double the brine mixture, but then it's cold and you can immediately use it. That's the only tip I have for that. Have you figured out why the sky is blue yet? Just wondering. I told you why the sky is blue, Tony. Sky is blue because of molecules in the atmosphere. Light hits the molecules and are deflected and spread. The light is a spectrum of different colors of lights. And the widest spectrum is blue, and so that's why we see blue. Have you tried vacuum seal for brine? No, I haven't. You can start with the corned beef and add spices before you smoke it. Well, that's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to do. I have a corned beef that has to do with the wavelengths. Yeah, has to do with the wavelengths. Roy G. Biv. Oh, what's this? We got Fletcher Boy with 10. My contribution for the next hour. Thank you. Thank you so much. An ice chest is useful. Yeah, it is. It is. I love pastrami, but never even thought about what meat it was or how it's made. Got me asking questions now. Pastrami is corn. It's exactly the same as corned beef. Exactly the same as corned beef. All right. Has the same exact brine. Has the same exact pickling spice and everything in it. Then you rinse it off. You pack it with crushed coriander and black pepper that you grind up, a crushed grind, pack it on there, and then you smoke it. That's it for 8 to 12 hours. Wrap it. Once it gets a bark, you wrap it. That's it. But it's exactly the same. So corned beef and pastrami are the same. It's just the cooking is different and the spices. With corned beef, you add extra pickling spice into the stuff you're cooking it in, so it's more pickly. It's all brisket. The I is bullshit to make it BIV instead of BV. Let's get Jim to the extra hour he deserves. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, that was supposed to be $34 for Fletcher, and then $29 now with Trumpinator. Thank you so much. America First, Trumpinator. It's very hard to keep it list. Yes, it is. We're now 29 away. It says, and if you want to make the sky even more blue, take a picture of it on red bricks. It's a Kodak trick that's used at the Disney theme parks. Coriander and cilantro are the same thing. Wait, is it the different pickly? Yeah, pickly. Cool, the more you know. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, America First. Are you saying cilantro is the leaves and coriander is the seeds, right? Because cilantro is a leaf. Is coriander the seeds from the plant, maybe? Could be. The more you know. Look into my eyes, you'll see what you mean to me. The wildest wavelength that is visible is red. Blue is the narrowest visible. So we are done with religious fallacy reflecting the ocean. Maybe you should teach Joe. I never said it was reflecting the ocean. Joe said it was reflecting the ocean? I never said it was reflecting the ocean. I knew it had to do with molecules in the atmosphere. Because that's why as the closer you get to the up there, it gets darker and darker because you start losing the deflection. Cilantro tastes like dirt to me? Okay. Yes, Jim. Huh. That's interesting. Oh. Well, thank you. Jonathan Marcos with a $9 Cash App now brings us to just $20. We're just 20 away from adding an extra hour to the show. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can find cilantro labeled as coriander as well. Why is the ocean blue? It's the same exact thing by another name. I think the reason the ocean is blue has to do with the same type of principle. It's light going through the water molecules, creating that color. Water is actually clear. If you look at water, it's clear, you can see through it. But when the light and the depth of the light has to do with the water, the thickness of the water, and what's underneath it. Because if it's got green bottom, like if it's got algae and stuff at the bottom of your pool or anything, the water looks green. Or the bottom of a pond or lake, the water will look green. You know, there's different types of stuff. I've been to oceans where it looks like a beautiful teal, where it looks green, where it looks blue. Why is anything any color? I don't know. Because it reflects the sky, also greenish due to algae. Water is not clear in Mexico. Grab some ocean water, it's clear. So I'm saying it's clear. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And just so you guys know, all right, this is Ilhan Omar, just so you know, announced. All right. Atmosphere and ocean absorb, refract, and scatter light at various frequencies. The one that gets through often favors blue. Yes, the Maumee River is brown. Technically, everything is colorless. Bioluminescence is amazing. It has to do with temperature and kelp flora. Yeah, so here's Omar says, our caucus will oppose, they want a position is to defund ICE. Bella is looking thin. You can see her ribs. Maybe she needs a snack. No, she's fine. She's fine.
And so today, I am glad to announce that the Congressional Progressive Caucus has adopted an official position to hold ICE accountable. Our caucus members will oppose all funding for immigration enforcement in any appropriation bills until meaningful reforms are enacted to end militarized policing practices.
So that's right. The demon rats oppose all immigration enforcement. Duck Fat says, my brine is 1 gallon of water, a third of a cup of salt, a third of a cup of sugar, two cups each carrot or something, celery, onion, bay leaf, a few sprigs of fresh thyme, 1 tablespoon of peppercorns, a few dashes of Tabasco. Well, it depends. Like if you're brining for like corned beef or pastrami, you're going to need pickling spice and stuff like that. So you're going to need like cloves and coriander and mustard seeds, I believe. I hate her voice so much. Yeah. Why isn't she deported yet? They're cockless members. Yep, that's it. It's like nails on a chalkboard. I'd be happy if she's out of office. Be gone, wench! UV is diffracted, becomes visible as light blue. Deport her. Yes. I just wanted to see if she would respond to the word snack. No, she responds to the word treat. Belle, you want a treat? Oh, maybe she's not alive. I looked deep in my own pockets and found no fucks to care about, what Ilhan Omar says. Jim's is always telling me, what's up, Dr. J? Great to see you. That's for a 1-day brine. If 2 days, cut salt and sugar to 1/4 each. Actually, well, no. I mean, if you're going to brine a corned beef, it's 7 days at least. 7 days minimum for like corned beef pastrami. 7 days minimum. And turkey. She's a stuffed dog. Oh, you want a treat? Yeah, she's dead. She's not alive anymore. She is a stuffed dog. I wonder why they oppose ice. Yeah, red light doesn't penetrate water very well, so red colors don't exist underwater. Also, red light doesn't seem to travel as well, too, because I remember we used to have on our flashlights, we used to have red, different color lenses that you would put over the light so that you would use a red light at night so the light didn't travel and people couldn't see it as far away. So you could read maps and stuff at night without people being able to steal you. 7 Days was a cool TV show. Still say, spit or swallow, Ilham. Yeah. There's a reason I posted that. All right? There's a reason I posted this because this is Media Lie. Oh, wait. Media Lies has this thing. It says Senator Angus King defended his stance against funding DHS with the proposed GOP measures. In doing so, he claimed that the Democrats are not as far left as they actually are. By the way, nobody's talking about defunding ICE. Nobody that I've heard of talked about defunding DHS or defunding the police. Aside from Omar, here's a more detailed list. AOC says, I think abolish ICE is a call to action for support. Gillibrand, I don't think ICE today is working as intended. Senator Warren, it's time to abolish the ugly and wrong ICE and replace it with something that reflects our morality. We must abolish ICE for good. Here they all are, all these people. Kelly from Illinois. I want to dismantle ICE and the Department of Homeland Security itself. But they lie. They do nothing. Demon rats do nothing but lie.
By the way, nobody's talking about defunding ICE. Nobody that I've heard of is talking about defunding DHS or defunding the police. We're talking about guardrails applied to ICE similar to the guardrails and the codes of conduct that apply to every police force in America. By the way,
what? They have all those same guardrails. Yeah. They have all those same guardrails. Angus King is a liar. He's a demon rat masquerading as an independent. Maine's other fraud of a senator, Susan's speech impediment is worse. But what you're talking about is not funding CBP and rolling border policies to Biden era, so no thanks. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. That's what they're always talking about. Always. Yeah. So this one about this guy. This is a good one. I thought this is good. This gives me hope. All right. Replace ICE with the Pike Squad. I'll volunteer for 6 months of service. The communists from Maine, they're not defunding, they're just not funding. Yeah. So tired of the left's rhetoric. Wasn't that guy a colonel? Colonel Angus? Colonel Angus? Colonel Angus. Yeah, I think Colonel Angus was his name. Colonel Angus was his name. Going down was his game. Meet Christian Maxwell. She won her primary in Illinois 1 with 65% of the vote. She ran on cleaning up the voter rolls and getting the Save America Act passed. Anti-establishment and represents a seismic shift of blacks joining the Republican Party. Let's give her a big MAGA welcome.
I'm a Republican in Illinois, and I often find myself wondering what's going through the heads of the leadership of the Illinois Republican Party. One big thing that has been on my mind is why are we so confused about how to counteract what the Democratic establishment is doing as far as trying to shelter the voters they know should not be voting in the state? So the big issue that Illinois has is that they will not release their voter rolls because we know for a fact there are going to be a great deal of people on the voter rolls who should not be there, whether it is deceased individuals who are still on the voter roll, having mail-in ballots cast, or if it's illegal aliens, people who should not actually be voting, but were accidentally registered via the DMV, because you can automatically register to vote when you get a license in Illinois. So whatever the issue is, we know that they are sheltering the voter rolls in Illinois. This is a focused effort from Pritzker. So right now, the Illinois Republican Party, we do see them advocating for the SAVE Act, and they want to see voter ID happen at the polls. This should happen. We shouldn't walk in to vote and there's no ID that's requested. But if I was a person who was in leadership of the Illinois Republican Party, here's what you should see from competent leadership that we don't see. And I do have to call this out because I'm advocating on behalf of Republican voters. I'm not here to advocate for Republican leadership. I'm here to advocate for Republican voters. And here's what Republican voters should have saw in this primary election and what we need to see going into the general. If I don't see this coming about by this summer, I know that you all don't have a vested interest in doing anything to actually secure or encourage or empower elections in this state. If I do not see a massive...
All right, hold on a second. I got to address something to staff. Ray Costello says, after the war between the states, I think you misspoke. That's before the war of northern aggression. There were many black Republicans in Congress. After the war of northern aggression, there were many black Republicans in the Congress. Yes, the very first black men elected to the federal government Congress were Republicans. Very first. For many, many years. Wasn't until around FDR's shenanigans that you started getting black Democrats. Coincidence? Maybe.
Voter registration effort from the state party to register voters all throughout this state. I know that you are complicit. I know that you are not invested in actually doing the work. I don't want or care to see any of these events. I don't care about these galas. I don't care about these breakfasts. I don't care about any of these social events.
She's praised. She's really based, man. She said she don't care about the gay laws. She don't care about the gay laws. There's gay and lesbians, gay laws. Most, if not all blacks, then were Republicans. That's true. If the vet can give Bella a cortisone shot for allergies, it will stop her itching. She was on prednisone for the itching, and it made her gain like 30 pounds. Civil rights movement. Yeah, the internet created an army of junk philosophers. Yes, it did. I wrote a paper in high school about the piece of shit FDR was. Yeah, total piece of shit. Giant piece of shit.
Vince, if you're not registering voters, I don't care. Either support voter registration for Republicans across the state, encourage people who are independents to understand when they can vote, how they can vote, and why they should consider voting for Republicans. I want to see Republican candidates all over the Illinois GOP pages. I want to see them everywhere. I want you to be uplifting and empowering the party. And I don't care if you don't do it for me, because I understand that this might make you feel a little bit weird about me, but what I don't care. I don't care. Do the work of supporting candidates who don't have platforms that allow them to ease or have an easier navigation throughout the social media spaces or what have you. Get candidates in front of people and register voters in Illinois. As we get into the summer area or summertime period, by the general, if you all can't say that you've registered hundreds of thousands of people to vote, what are we doing here? What are we doing? That is the work. That is the work, and that is what we want to see. So, guys, please stop tagging and asking me if I'm working with the Illinois GOP. That's the work that I think they should be focusing on. Registering voters. Thank you.
That's why I told you all that I would not, I don't donate any money to RNC as a whole or anything like that. Because they don't use the money to help the people that they actually should get the help from, that actually need it. The people that need the help. They help the people that are part of their system, their buddies, their pals. The laugh makes me feel weird for her. A little bit. Remember when Obama appeared out of nowhere? Yeah. Right out of the CIA playbook. The Democrats filibustered the Civil Rights Act, didn't they? Yeah, they did. And it's surprising, too, that somehow they were able to overcome the filibuster because they just let them all do their thing, and then after they all got to speak twice or whatever it was, they got the vote and pass it anyway, and they didn't have to get 60 votes. Voting is gay. Yeah. And all blacks are Republicans is the want free crap and the reparations crap that makes them vote for the Dems. Free shit is hard to beat. Yeah. Yeah. Democrats didn't want the Civil Rights Act. No, they didn't. I'm not registering voters in Chicago. The woman makes me sound like a communist. Damn woman, you are based. Yeah. Democrats founded the KKK. Yes, they did. Yeah, that was their progressive wing. They were all scum. You can get them registered. You need them to actually get to the polls. The problem is Illinois is so gerrymandered, she has an uphill battle to climb. Yes, Illinois is so bad gerrymandered. It's the worst. I still haven't been able to discern good or bad through color. I don't think you can. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think anybody is good or bad based on their complexion or their race. Or honestly, even their religion. I mean, someone could be a Muslim but not adhere to the teachings of Islam that say, go and use taqiyya to conquer the world. If they don't believe in what the teachings are to conquer the world, and to make the infidels play the jizya, which is the tax and all that stuff, then they're not really Muslim, are they? If they're a real Muslim and they follow the teachings of the Quran, they kind of want to kill everybody who's not a Muslim or subjugate them. That's their whole thing. Yes, then they aren't Muslim. Yeah. Muslim is neither a race nor a color. I know, I threw religion in there also. I threw religion in there also. What the hell just happened? Al Gore's father was a grand wizard. Yeah, a lot of Democrats were grand wizards. Byrd, Biden, Obama spoke at his funeral, in his wake and all that stuff at his services. And he was, whatever, super grand wizard, super secret, whatever. Most of North Carolina state legislature after Civil War in 1898 were black men. The only coup d'etat to ever take place in America happened there to remove them. I believe it. Let's see what else we got going on here. She's a new wing of the Republican Party nationwide. She's got a great story. She's a mother, and her husband just graduated the academy. She will be representing Illinois for as long as she wants to. She's one of us. Wow, that's the same woman? She's very attractive. Oh, this story. I was going to use this as my opening. What's it say? Oh, $20 says communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. Liberty Prime.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you, Tony, for the $20. With that, we reached our goal for the first additional hour of the show. That means the show will go on for another hour. And we are $100 away from adding a second additional hour of the show. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, thank you, Tony. Yes, we did it. Is there a chance Pritzker avoids prison? I hope not. I mean, there's always a chance. There are many moderate ones. You find them in places like Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, the moderate ones are in Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, the Wahhabis are very moderate. It's true, Bird did change. He changed out of his Cyclops uniform. Yes, he did. Okay, roll Bella over on our other side. I guess I could do that. You want me to do it real quick? Roll her on her other side? I guess I could. It's possible. It's possible for me to do it. Ready? You guys ready? I can do it. There you go. She's on her other side. Now I'll flip her back. Then we should go back. And back again. And back again. And back again. All right? We good now? Grand Cyclops is fucking dope. Thanks for being here. You too. Lift. Now leave her be. She's comfy. Easier to flip the cam. That's what I did. Get the fork. Fork life. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Moses is God. I don't know what you're doing. Yes. Roll over, Bella. They don't want to kill Americans. They want the money more now. Okay. Tossing and turning. I didn't sleep at all last night. Tossing and turning. I didn't sleep at all last night. Is that a song? This was going to be the video I was going to start with, but I was a little worried about starting with it simply because I didn't think you guys would understand. I thought I would have to explain it. And hey, look at this. 94 likes, 122 people watching. That's awesome. Got 3 minutes to go, and I'll start a new goal for the next hour. So a new Islamic banner was draped over a 9/11 memorial at Contra Costa County Cemetery in Concord, California. Well, say that 5 times. Contra Costa County Cemetery in Concord, California. Contra Costa County Cemetery in Concord, California. Contra Costa County Cemetery in Concord, California. The banner caused a huge uproar. You don't think? You think? You think? Letting them hanging an Islamic banner over the 9/11 memorial, you think that caused controversy? Really? The owner of the cemetery gave the Muslim family permission to hang the banner, but didn't realize they would put it over the 9/11 memorial. The banner was advertising a new Islamic portion of the cemetery. Oh, a new Islamic portion of the cemetery. After public outrage, it was removed.
A banner displayed at a Contra Costa County cemetery has many in the community fired up tonight. The banner advertising a new Islamic portion of the cemetery was draped over a 9/11 memorial. And as NBC Bay Area's Jody Hernandez tells us, that has many people shaking their heads.
That banner has caused a huge uproar. Memory Garden Cemetery took it down at about noon today, but many say it never should have been placed at the 9/11 memorial site in the first place.
I felt like a punch to the gut type of thing.
Danny Kimmel describes how he felt when he saw a banner draped over the 9/11 memorial located in front of the cemetery where his mother is buried. The banner advertised an Islamic Garden of Peace.
To see that sign on that memorial was...
Yeah, an Islamic Garden of Peace over the 9/11 memorial, because they enacted a whole bunch of peace on 9/11, didn't they? Didn't they? Yeah, they put pieces of people over here, pieces of people over there, in a garden of pieces. Yeah, what an original name. I'm sure hundreds were upset. Yeah, California. You're wondering why there is a 9/11 memorial in Concord, California? I think there's like honestly, I'm pretty sure there's 9/11 memorials all over the country. Yeah. Phony Jew, huh? Maybe. Could be. How can their military be destroyed but still able to close the strait? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, they're not destroyed if they can still keep the straits closed. Contra Costa County blazed the first trail for every shitty COVID policy. Then Humboldt and other counties followed their lead. Drones and insurance. Yeah, NBC nihilist boosting consortium. Yeah, it is. They could have hung it anywhere, yes, but they decided to hang it on top of the 9/11 memorial because this is not a mistake. This wasn't an oversight. This was done on purpose, people. They are conquering. They are conquering. They are here to subjugate you. You better wake up because it's happening. It's what they've done for over 1,100 years. And they're going to continue to do it until you realize you can't live with them. They got to go away from us. Very intentional. Exactly. Mobile launchers. There are mobile. I am only part Jew of the Levites.
Kind of like not good in my thoughts.
The Kimmels are a Blue Star family. Danny's older brother was killed in Vietnam. He says his mother would have been rolling in her grave if she saw the banner.
She wouldn't just roll over, she'd get up and walk.
Danny's sister-in-law agrees. She says they're incredibly patriotic and calls the banner's placement insensitive.
There's room for everybody, but just have a little respect where you're going to put your things.
The owner of the cemetery says he recently sold a...
Yeah. Oh, tolerance will get us dead. Oh, have a little respect where you put your things. There's two 9/11 memorials 5 miles apart. This is nothing short of bullshit. Separation of church and state only seems to apply to Christians. Yes. Yeah, you notice how nobody said anything about Mandami doing all the stuff in Times Square and doing all the different things he's doing with the Muslim prayer and stuff like that. What's it say? Trump gives Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to own a strait or face strikes on power plants. All right. Well, I will look at that story as soon as we're done with this one. Okay? Promise. Scout's honor. Mm-hmm.
portion of the property to an Islamic family who plans to open a memorial garden. He says he gave them permission to put up signage, but did not authorize them to drape it over the 9/11 installation. And as soon as he learned about it, he ordered it removed. Workers took it down right after they asked us to leave the cemetery.
I'm glad they took it down. And hopefully they won't be putting anything else up like that.
We talked to another man whose grandfather is buried at Memory Gardens. He says it was especially hurtful as we prepare to mark the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks.
It really caught me off guard, and I just think that's a sacred place for people that are buried there.
He says taking the banner down was the right thing to do. In Concord, Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area.
I think maybe I'm wrong. Stars, not stuff. Yeah, I know. Stars, not stuff. Gold Star families are families who've lost loved ones to war. Blue Star families, I thought, were just people serving overseas. Yes. The only tolerance I tolerate anymore is within plus or minus 0.0005 inches. Yeah. Careful, dumbass Fox has music on it. Well, we'll see. This, I think, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just made to look like it, but I think those are supposed to represent actual beams, like because they sent beams from the towers out to a bunch of people to use in memorials, like actual wreckage from 9/11. And so if those are actual I-beams from one of the Twin Towers that went down, yeah, never forget because something happened. Then, and they did this is them saying, we're conquering you. Yes, we did it. Like, why did New York all of a sudden explode with all of this Islamic takeover since 9/11? It's like they won. They think they conquered New York. They struck down the towers. They won. They defeated the great Satan in New York. That's the way they look at it, folks. That's them. That's the way they look at it. All right, I got to do this real quick on YouTube. Start up another 1 hour goal. See what happens here. Right now, we are $100 away. We have 1 hour to raise $100 if we want to stay on for another hour after this one. There we go. Goal started. Goal started. All right. Hope they take better care of it. Yeah. Those beams were surely melted. I don't know if the beams were surely melted, Rocky. I mean, they found that passport of that one hijacker completely unburnt and unscathed on the ground, on the street. How could the beams all be melted if they found a paper passport from a plane that fucking exploded on the ground? Only one cemetery in Costa County, California. Yeah, well, you think that's where your parents are buried? Not all the beams were melted. Our town has a really twisted beam in front of the fire department. Used to play in a mausoleum. In the mausoleum when we were kids, sneak into it at night. That's a good point. So this is this, and then okay. And then this guy Jim Satala on X said, I don't know, sounds like a really smart guy. You guys might want to give him a follow over there on X. He says, "Wake up, America! They did it on purpose. They are all jihadists, and they are in the middle of a conquering you. Chances of me ever believing Islam is a religion of peace. None, also me, none, but in yellow. Yes. Yes. Jet fuel cannot melt voter IDs. No, can't do it. Can't melt passports. Cynic is on Ethan's channel today. Hell is officially frozen over. He's been on there multiple times. Mandami as a boy on Epstein's Island. Wow. Media, Jake Gadjoff. Media is normalizing dehumanization. Yes, they are. Thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and with that means we are 98 away from adding a second hour to the show. Just 98 away from adding a second hour to the show. Who is that guy? That guy on Twitter? He looks familiar, doesn't he? Hassan had his alt account shut off while he's in Cuba. Oh, had his AT&T account shut off while he's in Cuba? That's funny. Now, here's the thing. There's a beam in Bixby Park in Bixby, Oklahoma. I thought you couldn't travel to Cuba without the government's permission. Like the U.S. government, there's a travel ban on Cuba. You can't go to, U.S. citizens are not allowed to go to Cuba without prior authorization from the U.S. government. You have to be going on like some kind of mission or something like that, get permission, or you got to have like family there. How was Hassan Piker, a known terrorist supporter, allowed to travel to Cuba? Anyone give me an answer on that? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, so let's do this. We got, it says, President Trump gives Iran a 48-hour ultimatum to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. His uncle must have ties. Yeah, probably. His uncle Chank, probably. Chunk yogurt. Chunk. Yeah. You can go through other countries. Yes, but if you go through other countries, you will, and especially they're not supposed to know you're there. He's got it clearly. He's making videos of himself in Cuba. Isn't he breaking the law? That's my point. Not a direct flight, probably stopped in Mexico and flew from there. Yeah, but you still can't travel there. You're still not supposed to go. You can still get in trouble. You're violating federal law. I'm pretty sure there's a federal law that says you can't go there. Americans must comply with U.S. restrictions, specifically choosing one of 12 authorized travel categories, such as support for the Cuban people. Well, no, he's going there to support the communist government. He's specifically going there to advocate for the government of Cuba. He's saying how great it is. That's what he's doing. So I think he's in violation of that. Yes, Antifa has training camps in Cuba. Maybe that's what he's doing. It's a religion of peace for those that comply. Yeah. Taking out the power plants will put civilians, millions of them, in the dark. I don't know. Trump. Well, where's the story? This is it? That's just it? Just the headline? Trump gives Iran 48-hour notice. What is... Ugh, I hate Fox. They got to put their ads across the top that ruin everything. Like look at this. It's going to... Trump posted a warning on Truth Social. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat, the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't think you're supposed to hit power plants, though. According to Grok, no, it's not against U.S. law for Americans to travel to Cuba, but there are significant restrictions. Purely terrorist travel remains prohibited under U.S. law. He frequently advocates for communism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He went to CCP and wore their thing and talked about how great the CCP was. You can get a visa to go to Cuba. If you travel without it, they can actually lock you up, but they usually don't. Know plenty of citizens that travel all the time. Well, I'm hoping somebody locks up. Why? Trump administration. Lock up Hassan Piker. He's a fucking terrorist. He's a communist. He wants to overthrow the government. He's in Cuba advocating for the tyrants in Cuba. Arrest him. Lock him up. And his uncle, too. Oh, they can get away to go into Cuba because it's D for different. Okay. It might have changed after Hussein Obama. Many Americans currently travel under the support for the Cuban people category, often with planned itineraries focused on cultural engagement, staying in private accommodations. Casas, particulars, eating at private restaurants. No, he's staying in government. He's specifically staying in government-owned resorts, supporting the government of Cuba. That's where he's staying, saying how great it is and that the government's awesome. He's doing the opposite of what he's supposed to be doing. Just saying. I don't agree with this. I don't think you're supposed to bomb power stations. I think that's I thought that's wrong. I don't know. Let's see.
President Trump just posted on Truth Social moments ago that if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the United States will, quote, hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest first. We're going to continue to monitor any breaking developments out of the Middle East, obviously in response to this. Jason, I'm going to go to you first real quick. We saw something earlier today, 20 countries coming together talking about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. This really puts some firepower behind that.
Yeah, the president doesn't fool around with this. 48 hours, he means it. I think in hour 49, that is going to open up. I think he'll give the oil markets and whatnot come Monday a great deal of relief. But more importantly, the goods and services, and particularly the oil, will start flowing.
Tommy, somebody's got to make a decision on this. We don't even know who's running that country, much less making the decision for Iran. They've got 40 hours to figure that out.
They better figure out who that person's going to be, because if we've learned anything, when President Trump sets a deadline, you better meet it. And in fact, maybe a few hours or days early, just to be on the safe side.
Kaylee, that's the thing. He says 48 hours. I wouldn't bet on more than maybe 30.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show that this is a problem that needs to be taken care of quickly. It's such an important strait for commerce and for oil in particular. This cannot be hijacked by Islamic terrorists every couple of years whenever they feel like it. There's got to be a permanent solution to this, and I'm glad that President Trump is working towards that, and quickly.
Yeah, this is a big development. Obviously, the war is ongoing. They're asking for more money to fund it. We learn every day that a few less drones or rockets come out of Iran towards their declared enemies. But, Jason, as early as today, there were some big misses where we didn't intercept missiles, and things happened in Israel. So it isn't like this war has just fizzled out.
No, there's still, look, we're ahead of schedule. Thank goodness President Trump is running this. He said it would take 5 weeks. We're only 3 weeks into this, but the strait is pivotal, particularly to the oil markets. President Trump does not want to see high prices of oil. This will relieve that pain at the pump. And more importantly, it's going to provide peace. That's what this is ultimately what it's all about, peace.
Wow, peace. Wouldn't peace be great? Wouldn't peace just be great? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be great? Way to win the hearts and minds of the Iranian people by knocking out the power. Ugh. Why not take out their water supply? It's not a threat. That's one thing I see as a failure of the Trump administration. You think Dems would give a shit about arresting without all clear legally? Spoiler, no. Yeah, that's what I say. Trump doesn't care. I hope he does, man. I don't know. Are you not? Is that why you changed your name? You're no longer Trumpinator. You don't like Trump anymore. Is that what's going on? We only have that if you're a socialist Democrat. Yeah. If he's threatening, it must mean we've got new supplies on the ground to continue the bombing. Well, we have plenty of bombs. They're not using the super expensive stuff anymore, Joe. They're using the basically the glide bombs, which are basically dumb bombs. They just attach the thing on them that's not that expensive, and they just glide them in. The JDAMs and stuff like that. JDAMs are cheap, all things considered, as opposed to missiles. The war to stop Iran tolling the strait, maybe. There's nothing on that show would ever push back or know any illegalities involved. There's nobody on that show. Hoping is for fools. Not on this train anymore. Wow. $200 billion they asked for. The $200 billion, I'm pretty sure, Brian, is to replenish all the missiles, the interceptors and stuff like that. I mean, the SM-3 missiles, I think, are over $1 million a piece. They're very expensive. That needs resupplying too, Jim. I thought we had a lot of those 2,000-pound bombs, stuff like that. Like, we were still using the 5,000, the 100, the 1,000, 2,000-pound bombs from World War II in Iraq. So I don't know that, smaller killer drones on drones. It's been derailed. Well, I still have hope, but you know what they say, folks. I don't know if you know. Hope in one hand and shit in the other, and see which fills first. But I still have hope. Iran wants to charge $2 million per ship in non-USD. Oh, that's not. AH-64s are killing drones now too. That's what they say, and our A-10s. I don't see derailment. Yeah, I'd like to see some video of the A-10s doing that. I really want to see some video. Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum saying the U.S. would strike its power plants. Oof. I don't know how I feel about power plants. I really don't. Per Article 52 of the Additional Protocol to the Geneva Convention, power plants must, by nature, location, and purpose for use, contribute effectively to enemy military efforts, broad attacks. Yeah, that's what I thought. So who is Trumpinator now? America First? Yep, that's Trumpinator. Finally caught up in real time. Hi, everybody. Hey, great to see you here. Yeah, hello, KPT. Great to see you. So I'm saying, I don't. Tenenbaugh says classic Fairweather supporter. Everybody's right to their opinion if he thinks that this is wrong. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wish there's a lot of things I wish were different, but I can understand. Like, I don't have any problem with fucking up Iran as long as you do the job and don't just make it so that they're going to come and hit us in a couple of years anyway. Hope is all the truest of all evils, for it prolongs the torment of man. Friedrich Nietzsche. I don't know. I don't really trust German philosophers. So Iran can't see what we're doing. Maybe. And we wonder why we lose. Yeah. I mean, if the power plants are being used to manufacture the missiles, that makes them legitimate targets. But if they're just power plants that are powering the cities and the hospitals and stuff, Pat Hacker says, you could have picked a less complicated name, Trumpinator. It's a global system. Nothing good will come of this. Our commie members of Congress will tell the IRC what we are planning. Oh, yeah. The president's threat represents a notable escalation in rhetoric. Traffic through the strait, a global choke point for oil and gas, supplies roughly 1/5 of the world's crude oil, has been largely limited since early March, shortly after the war with Iran began. Why don't they just build a canal right here? You know what I mean? Like, see right here at this, they should just build a canal across. Yeah, CA10s, go vacation in Dubai, cheap tickets and hotels. That would be great. That would be great, Jake. That would be great. I'd love to go see it. Love to go see it. Let's see here. So that means we are now $93 away from a second additional hour of the show. Just $93 away for all you people interested in another hour. That was my fault too, just to build a new canal straight through it. Yeah. Pat, I'm part of America First, and let's bring back 1776. Sorry, not fault. Fault. Yeah. They wanted to. It's really expensive. Hey, what's up, Denisha Brittle? How you doing? Great to see you here. Thanks for coming back. I meant to say through, not fault. Okay. Cut a canal between Africa and Egypt. Ooh, yeah. That would work. That's what I thought, not fault. Okay, that's what you thought? Hold on 1 second. It says, Iran has internet. They see everything we do. One thing I see is how people of Iran are not getting mentioned anymore. All conversations about oil, Trump told them to go to the streets. Yeah. 1776 is about freedom from tyrants. Awesome. It's only about 150 miles. Isn't there already a canal? Isn't there already a canal called the Suez Canal there? Am I confused? Or am I? Isn't there already an Egyptian canal? I thought the Suez Canal was the one in between Egypt and Israel, which is just, it's not between Africa and Egypt. That's the one just by Egypt. It's between Africa and the Middle East. But anyway, I don't know. Trump post comes as he told reporters that the strait was a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help. And since you need ships, you need volume. President added that NATO hasn't had the courage to assist the U.S. reopening the waterway. Oh, yes. Representative Hank Johnson, he's one of the smartest demon rats in Congress. He says if you cut a canal across the peninsula, won't it float away? I thought it was the Suez. That's what I thought. The Suez was there, too. If we were to gain control of the strait, or at least Carg Island, it would be prudent to get the Corps of Engineers working on an alternative route through it, or a pipeline circumventing it entirely. Yeah, it would be. Yes. That would be very good. I mean, if we can gain control of Carg Island, let's just say I'd take AC-130, but I've watched A-10s in Shepherd Air Force Base. Oh yeah, AC-130s would be good too. It's 21 miles wide, 2 mile wide lanes each way, and a 2 mile buffer. Google the Arabian Canal. Okay. Globalists think they control everything. NATO could help us, but so far they haven't the courage to do so. Earlier Friday, Trump ripped NATO on troop socialist cowards. Oh, yeah, they're cowards. Suez Canal's in the Sinai Peninsula, close but much different. Yeah, so I thought it's just the Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean with the Pacific Ocean, right? Right? Or like, well, roundabout way. It goes first to like the Gulf of something or other, and then to the Indian Ocean. I don't know. I'm not a geographictician. The Saudis built a pipeline across their country to load oil on ship on the Red Sea. Oh, okay. No, Red Sea. Okay, Red Sea. Yeah. Iran doesn't fully open the thing. A growing number of countries have signed on a joint statement saying their readiness to contribute to the appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the straits. Run pipelines over through Egypt and bring all the oil through 7,200 miles. Supposed to be what China wants for Taiwan. Do I think Iran will continue and risk getting their stuff blown up? Well, here's the thing. They're already getting their stuff blown up. I don't know what threatening to blow up more stuff really going to do. I mean, the bottom line is you have to be able, if you can't stop them from launching shit to the straits, then you're not you haven't destroyed all their stuff. You have not defeating them. You have to destroy every last launcher they have. Destroy every missile. That's what you have to do. And if that's not what your plan was, I don't know then. I really don't, honestly. I thought that was the plan. Destroy every missile, destroy every launcher, destroy every factory building them. We are greatly miscalculating the Sunni Muslims, which are the people in Iran. No, I don't know. There's Persians. There's people that aren't really even. They're like Zoroastrologists or something, Zoroastrists or something like that, Astrozoroists or something. They also should not have it for districts, not their entire country. Yeah. Hello, Dustin to win. Yep, remove Iran from power. Yeah. I don't know. Ray says the global industrialists will make a buck. China will get oil. Russians will get oil. Iran will get capitalism. And the U.S. will get a cut. And the One World Bank will make a buck. In the end, it's a win-win-win. I meant to say Shia Muslims. Well, from what the civilian grid is prohibited, that's what I thought. I thought the Shia Muslims were only like 40% of the country. That's what I saw. That's what reporting I saw. That the other Iran is Shia and Zoroastrian. That's what I thought. I thought Zoroastrian was like the majority. It's just they don't have the military power. Yeah. The statement was attributed to leaders from 20 countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Canada, and the United Arab Emirates. Oh, yeah. Sunni is more Iraq and Turkey. 40% of 90 million. Yeah, like 40% of 90 million are Shia. So, are they still Zoroastrian? I don't know. The U.S. is going to use Ukrainian drones to kill Iran's drones. Okay. Yeah, we condemn in the strongest terms the recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. Who is running Iran, and will that guy be alive to negotiate? It's like 35 million. Okay, I agree. It's complicated, as always. Yeah, it is. Yeah, like, right, see where the circle is on this thing and where the bottom of the circle is? Like, right above that. Why don't they just cut a canal straight across there? Like, whoop. That's what I would do. Right there. Cut a canal. And if they tried it, then it, you know. Yeah, they got these small killer drones. I think I saw a video of them where they were like hitting people in the head and stuff. That would create an island. Okay, cool. I like islands. Rocky says the Persians kept the Jews captive. The Shia are also dangerous, still within range. Oh yeah, I'm not saying they're not within range of their missiles, but see, that's the thing. They tried to hit Diego Garcia with a missile. So if they're able to hit Diego Garcia with missiles, that means they can hit London. That means they can hit Berlin. That means they can hit Paris. That means they can hit a lot of other places. So these countries better wake the fuck up. We express our deep concern about the escalating conflict. We call on Iran to cease its threats of laying mines, drone, and missile attacks, and comply with UN Security Council Resolution 2817. All those fancy European people, man. You think they will still take Karg Island? I do. I think that's why the Marines are going there. That's what I think. That's my opinion. Earlier this week, U.S. forces struck Iran's anti-ship missile sites near the strait with 500-pound bunker buster bombs. the bend of Hormuz is more like it. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? The shape is weird. Weird. And speaking of weird, we got this person, which
Glory to all the martyrs.
We got this person. Her name is Kala Walsh, who's just someone in the U.S., a U.S. person. All right. Kala Walsh, pro-terror activist.
Glory to all the martyrs. Glory to the axis of resistance. May we see victory within our lifetimes. Margbar Amerika, Margbar Israel.
Where was this at? Like, I'm sorry. This stuff is... that's what World War is. War is an industry now. They won't give up. The problem is the war will go on and on. There's no end because we're not going to achieve our objective. I agree. We can achieve the objective. It requires Trump to not give a shit what the Dems or Republicans actually say and fight the war. That's the thing. Take the gloves off. Let them do what they got to do. It'll be over quick. Real quick. London fucking sucks. Berlin is kind of dope. Due to politics, it looks like we'll negotiate with whomever survives, leave them in power because we have lost our balls with no bog as a requirement to fight wars now. Dumb. Our choppers have big shotguns on them now also. Cutting a canal will be difficult through the UAE due to the Hajar Mountains. Oh, there's mountains there? Okay. Make a tunnel. President Joe Biden's presidential library, maybe? Could be. Raging towel-head archaic fundamentalists of Islam will always have a belief and Western hate they've held for 1,000 years. What is the objective? And you're saying with Iran? I thought the objective was to make it so they couldn't threaten any of their neighbors anymore. To destroy all their weapons and their military. Disarm them. I thought. Through the mountains would add defensive points, though. That's what I think. You tunnel through the mountain. They can't bomb it if it's under the mountain. I mean, they could try to block the entrance and exits and stuff like that, but, think of the irony of bringing a warthog above you. Yeah. Nowhere in that Fox News propagandist article has the Geneva Convention rule on bombing power grids linked to or mentioned. Yeah, you would think they would say something, because even I said, I don't think you're supposed to really do that. I think that's you thought. Yeah. She's now calling for direct domestic terrorism action on the U.S. She's an enemy of her own birth country and supports literal genocide, theocratic dictatorship. The cognitive dissonance is astounding. Yeah. She's calling for terrorist attacks on weapons systems. That's what she's doing. This person needs to be immediately arrested. Why this person is still walking free, I don't know. I don't know. We should be asking why there weren't 100 more Elias Rodriguez as Calawash praises D.C. museum murder. This is the woman. Yeah. Why this person is not been arrested and imprisoned is beyond me.
Like, we should be asking ourselves why there weren't 100 more Elias Rodriguez's, why there weren't 10 of us able to evacuate him and to take out more Zionist diplomats. And I think the response we saw from people in the region and in the axis of resistance countries shows the importance of his action. On Iranian TV, we hear newscasters saying that Yahya Sinwars are being born in the United States and that this was a martyrdom operation. Khalid Barakat wrote an amazing article contextualizing Elias's actions in the history of external operations in the Palestinian Revolution, and that the Zionists and imperialists have made the entire world a battlefield, and therefore, we have to be behind enemy lines everywhere, and that resistance anywhere in this world is justified and necessary. And you don't have to go to Palestine to take part in resistance. If you live in the US, you can do it right there, and that's exactly what Elias did. We should be asking ourselves.
So, yeah, this is an enemy combatant inside the U.S. She should be stripped of citizenship and deported to Guantanamo Bay immediately. Sorry. Joe says, ask the guys in uniforms. I bet the majority are salivating to get into the fight. Meanwhile, a bunch of pussies that never served argue about no bog because of reasons. Calla Walsh was a staffer for Liz Warren. Yes, she was. Liz Warren staffer. Not just under high walls would require the ballistic missile strikes or drones. You would have to circle around. Yeah. Joe's counting to 100. He's getting hyped. I'm sick and tired of everything being calling a war crime. Explosive terraforming. Sounds good. Yeah. It's never a war crime the first time. That's right. Never a war crime the first time. It isn't. Trumpinator says, I don't want thousands of them to get killed for the objective not to be met. I don't want thousands of them to get killed even if the objective is met. I don't want thousands to get killed. I don't want 12 to get killed. Jake says, how does Hormuz fit into the greater Israel project? I don't think that's really a thing. I don't agree with that. I will not support anything that leads to the expansion of the state of Israel. Just saying. But thank you for $2. Thank you for $2. With that means we are $91 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Calla Welsh is on SSRI drugs like many ladies who can't accept responsibility for telling you what to do while telling you what to do. Yeah. Thank you. The world is a ghetto war. Is that baby from Dirty Dancing? No. She looks like Kamala's husband's daughter's girlfriend. Yeah. Mathematical equations are real speech is inevitable. Yeah, she's an uptalker. I hate that. The metamorphosis we created, this is a fundamental failure. Yeah. She looks like wow, yeah. I wish I wasn't retired. Yeah, me too. Isn't her rhetoric treason? I think so. When she's talking about we should be blowing up, she's talking about blowing up military, weapons facilities in the U.S. should be targeted. Yeah, sounds like terrorism. No, baby was pretty. Iraq was smaller with crappier military. It took nearly 9 years. Thinking that Iran will take weeks to say it actually didn't take 9 years. It didn't. The problem was the plan in Iraq was faulty. To say you're going to strip all the power from the Baathists and replace the entire military, the entire police force, just none of you people could be in power. That's what was the problem in Iraq. The military in the country was overran in like 2 weeks. Completely. There was nothing left. You were facing resistance and terrorists, but you forced it to happen because you said none of you people in any controlled power, you all have to leave now. None of you can have anything anymore. No police officers can be police. Nothing. Everyone had to go. Start over, all new. That was the problem in Iraq. They didn't do that in Germany after World War II. They didn't say, none of you people can have any power. They kept Nazis in charge in Germany running shit because that's who knew how everything worked. As you said, if the power goes to military operations, it's a target. That's why they put manufacturing next to the girls' school. Notice that story died quickly after Tucker's video. This is what we trained for, and it's basically target practice. The Iran side of the Gulf is plate boundary. The strait is potential earthquake zone, so a canal tunnel would be iffy. Okay. It was the hair that made me think of her. Why don't we deport a couple Israelis to Alaska? Israelis to Alaska. I don't know. Hormuz chili. Now I'm hungry. Pints way up. Points. Nobody puts baby in a corner. If we implant Mossad in Alaska. As to targeting power plants, both Russia and Ukraine have been targeting power plants. Yeah. Jim, we want to replace the entire government, Iran. Yeah, I know, but you can't, the government, but you can't kick, there's a difference between there's the regular military, then there's the RGC, there's the police and stuff like that. Like you can keep some of those people. You couldn't do the same thing where you basically fire everybody that works for the government and start over. I don't think. I don't know, man. That's not going to work. We stopped being soldiers and had to act like police in Iraq. Yeah. Be honest, I think Russia is coming for Alaska. No, not going to happen. It's absolutely a threat of domestic terrorism. She should be in interrogation cell right now. They can't be allowed to air their intentions openly like this. We have laws against it. Yes, we do. Nothing has value. Iraq took less than a month. The occupation took years because morons in D.C. playing nation building, but the actual fighting was quick. Yeah, it was quick. It was. 97% of our Navy is over there right now. No, it's not. No, it's not. If we get enough Kool-Aid and squirrels, sure, we can build a tunnel. All of the government is the regime. Look at this. Look at this. This is interesting. CBS News finds 800 fake businesses were registered in California just last year alone. The problem in the Middle East is not winning a war. The issue is you can't kill an ideology, and those people are nuts. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Philip Coggins is 100% correct with this. There is no infrastructure in the Russia Far East to support an invasion of Alaska. They just can't do it. Tony says, I've been there before. I understand more than most. Funny how all hysterics for this term love the pageantry distractions. Yeah. That's like Cuba. Everyone is a government employee. It doesn't mean they all fight for the government. Yeah. When you get to really totalitarian places, like, you know, the Soviet Union was, like Cuba, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela was, there's a bunch of people that work for the government because there's no other choice. They're not really happy. They do what they have to do. They're just following orders. And if given an opportunity, they will not be psychos. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. Powell to the IMF. I'll just keep the money press churning, okay? Yeah, that's what's happening. What the hell have you guys been talking about, man? I don't know. Anything. These fake 800 businesses target legal immigrants who came to the U.S. for school and visas. They get their Social Security numbers. Wait, why would they have Social Security numbers? And start opening fake businesses in their names because fake businesses get much higher credit limits and loans compared to personal identity theft. Just one example. A former Penn State student who moved back to Thailand had her identity stolen and used to open a fake construction company. By the time she found out what was happening, her credit score dropped from 800 to 419. They opened 30 fraudulent accounts and made thousands in charges. California is fraud capital of the world. Huh, you don't say. Huh. This is a long video.
What's the first place?
More than 3 million businesses
Head west, then turn left.
officially registering with the state last year.
An elderly care facility. This is supposed to be a construction company. Now we're heading to a spa.
But are all of them really open for business?
Definitely doesn't look like elder care.
Are they real at all?
Looks empty.
And if they're not,
Well, does it look like a construction company?
who's really getting the business?
So you don't know this person at all? No. How you doing?
Hello. In the
She's
end,
never heard of it.
They don't know what they're doing. They don't know.
They're scared.
They're scared.
the scare for hundreds upon hundreds of people started here at the Secretary of State's official website. At BizFile Online, anyone can register a business, like an LLC or a corporation.
Wow. So you're saying that California set up a thing where anybody could just go online and register a business and they don't check anything out or who the people are. And they're just using stolen information and different stuff to set up the businesses. Wow. 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 Jim, I think your algorithm is fit and feeding you guys in tight pants. Okay. It says, okay, Jim has moved on. Anyways, great conversation. If we put troops on the ground that would be welcomed as liberators with little or no resistance, unlike Minnesota or California, where the demon rats are not just in control but entrenched. I don't know about, I mean, some people in Iran would greet us as liberators. Some people clearly wouldn't. I think, honestly, this is my honest assessment. I think Iran is in for a protracted civil war between warring factions. I think, in my personal opinion, Iran ends up being a much smaller country because I think it breaks up into ethnic factions with ethnic borders, which technically is probably how the whole Middle East should be. It should be separated by ethnic groups. You know, the Kurds should have their own place. The Sunnis here should have their own place. The Shias should have their own place. They shouldn't be all, you know, basically all of this stuff, everything that's a problem in the Middle East started with the French and the British and Pico-Sykes, I believe is what it was called, where they decided where the boundaries were going to be of these countries that they just created, and they didn't go by any sane or rational determinations besides where they wanted the lines to be for different things that they wanted. They thought that if they did it, yes, after World War I, yes, they thought that if they did it, tried that with Israel, they thought that if they did it, that they would keep any ethnic group from gaining too much power because they keep them separated and work at different things and stuff like this. But just, it's not, it's crazy. States are not great at making it difficult to start a corporation. Literally before he did, in my mind, he was asked in by the people of Iran, prove me wrong. Yeah, he was. Iran will take years and outsiders will come to Iran to fight us. Here's the difference, though, and I'm just going to point this out. Here's the difference, though. It seems like the Sunni Muslim world, the governments anyway, I don't know about the people, but the governments seem to be like, yeah, Iran needs to go. Have you seen the videos of Iranian citizens playing the sound of drones really loud to make the IRGC guards run for cover? No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. Yeah, they can't come to attack us there if we're not there to fight. Yeah. Corn Pop says, I'm autistic. I get focused on one thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But this is crazy. This stuff about these businesses. I don't appreciate the French blaming. That's my lineage. I said the French and the British. It was Pico-Sykes, right? That was the agreement where they carved up and decided where the country lines were going to be after the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. Say Ben Dickley blocked me again for the 44th time. I don't know. The people want a revolution from a tyrannical government. Well, then the people need to do what they need to do. That's the thing, is the people, if we are not, if we have not been in contact with some Sykes-Picot, okay, that's what I thought. Pico-Sykes, Sykes-Picot, whatever. Did you know that the Ayatollah was the leader of all the Shia Muslims worldwide? Yes, yes. I think Iran will bounce back harder than people think. I don't know, K-Bean. We'll see. Hey, your maternal grandfather was French-Canadian. Okay.
For a small fee.
Registering your business with the Secretary of State's office is the first step.
The state says it's also the first step in security.
Stronger protection from business identity theft and fraud.
And on November 6, 2023, that is apparently what Thomas Andrusonis signed up for. Taking the first step to incorporate Andrusonis Kitchen and Bath by strongly protecting and registering his business to a North Hills address.
Does that look like a kitchen and bath?
But when we went there,
let's do it.
All we found was this home and confused homeowners.
Is your name Andrusonis? No. Definitely no kitchen and bath place here.
And when we went searching for Thomas Andrusonis himself,
we go to this house where your business is supposed to be.
We found more confusion, now coming from half a world away at his real home in the Netherlands.
Do you do kitchens and bathrooms?
No, I have no business relating to kitchens or baths.
You don't do tile, you don't do design?
Not at all.
And it's not just
So
him.
we have about 10 places we're going to.
Yeah. Every registered builder we checked.
Okay, so this is a construction company as well.
Appeared to be a bust.
Sitcon Construction. You've never heard of it. She's never heard of it.
Every registered senior center was nowhere to be seen.
Kraewong? Elder care? No, you don't know anything about that?
Even 3 companies here.
It's a lot of businesses for one building.
A delivery, a transportation, and a construction company all registered to this one address.
It's empty.
Was nowhere to be found.
So your company
is hired to verify that these people are real people.
While doing that for banks, fraud investigator David Mayman discovered a new trend. Fake businesses, he says, that are all registered in California with one new thing in common.
We find a lot of identities associated with former legal immigrants here in the United States.
Legal immigrants like Thomas, most who came.
So these are all people who came on visas to go to school, and somehow all their information got stolen. How'd they get it? What's going on? Sounds like scamming. It is. It's scamming. Like, can change the verbiage in 1*1. I don't know. Algorithm. What a scam. Yeah. None of this will matter if we don't get out and vote the next election cycle for conservative, construction-minded representatives at all levels of government. I agree. What says, my dad didn't dedicate his service achieving a Master Chief Petty Officer in the Navy. Oof. For this shit to happen in our country. Wow. So Tony says, what about the 19-year-old Iranian wrestler they tortured into confessions and executed? I mean, think about what they're going to do to all those women, all the women from the soccer team that were trying to defect and not go back, requesting asylum, and then they went and kidnapped all their family members and told them, if you don't come back, we're going to murder your father and mother. What about that? I mean, this is the problem I have is the Iranian regime is evil, extremely evil, like evil on levels of Stalin, evil's on level of Hitler. They're evil and nasty to their own people and everyone else. They believe in the end of the world shit. They want to bring about the end of the world so they can get their 12th Imam or whatever to come. Something about a 12th mama. So that's the problem. That's why something has to be done. Where did the funds go? Get set directly to banks in the Cayman Islands? Maybe. That means nothing. People do LLC's corpse with their home address. These are not people, Joe. These are all things of people that don't exist. These people don't live at these addresses. These people don't have businesses. This is all fraud that they're finding all over. This is where, and these are probably all government contracts and monies going to these companies. Because they'll go, oh, we're this. They apply and they get a contract. They take the money and then they don't do anything. They find out it doesn't exist. And the government just goes, oh, fuck, whatever. We got scammed. Kevin says, I'm not normally an optimist, but with Iran, I know we've got a good future if Trump comes through. Yeah. If he can pull it off, it's great. If he doesn't pull it off, then, I don't know. At least he tried. Trump's already blowing up their whole power grid tonight, man. Oof. Muffin Rando, what's up? Great to see you. Conservatives will betray you, mark my words. Who's they? We're looking for targets. Iranian people are going to suffer. No power, man. Ank says, well, good people, it's time for me and the cats to hit the sack. Have a great night. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for being here, Ank. President Trump strikes at midnight. Well, it's not midnight yet. It's daytime over there. Conservative Christians also are pushing end times prophecy. Yeah, I don't trust those people either. FAFO. Just Dawn, Souls Ginger, great to see you. Awesome. Yes, hello. Trump will put hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground in Iran. If he does that, I will have a problem. And I will not support that at all. Zero support for that. Just saying.
Came here for school or work temporarily, but then went back to their home countries.
You have a real person with a real identity, with a real social security number, who potentially opened a new bank account, who's no longer here in the country.
So for identity theft, this is really gold, isn't it?
It's gold.
And with those golden IDs, criminals, he says, created more than 800 fraudulent businesses last year alone, all centered here in Southern California, allowing them to do big financial damage.
Once you have a business under your name, then the limits are way higher. And you can definitely aim for bigger loans, so to speak, for the businesses.
Joe says, what will your problem with boots on the ground be, Jim? My problem will be if we have hundreds of thousands of troops go in there and we start occupying Iran and basically just do Iraq over again or Afghanistan over again. I'm not down with that. I don't have any problem with going in, fucking them up, and leaving. No staying. We don't need hundreds of thousands of troops to fuck them up real bad and leave. That's all. Minnesota was allowed, with the coordination of government and banks and media, keeps the conversation to the low-hanging scapegoats. We got to hold the ground, brother. I don't have any problem with holding Carg Island. I think we should take Carg Island and keep it. This is my e-dog, Bella. Yes. You're allowed to get angry. We appreciate that. I'm not angry. That's not Trump's intent. I hope not. You know, like I said, I don't want any occupation. I don't want any nation building. You know, I mean, we can help. There are government, you know, like the people of Iran want to rise up and they need some help. They need some, you know, help with weapons or something, or need a little aid here and there, or, you know, help with some reconstruction or something. Sure. I don't want Iraq. I don't want Afghanistan. I don't want Vietnam. Hell, I don't even want, you know. I mean, I guess if the new government of Iran wants us to have a base there somewhere, you know, we could probably put a base somewhere. But it says, Jim, flyboys get the TV and cool videos, but the trigger pullers are the ones that liberate the people. Sad but true. If we don't want that, we need to isolate. We're not on a conquest mission. The objective is liberation. Okay. And Linda says, I'll tell you a year from now what we should have done. Okay. Every nation is in its debut to the World Bank, which has manipulated wars, and its debt, I think, to the World Bank. Since Baron Rothschild funded England versus France, chess pieces on the money board have a sherry. Okay. It might be smart to offer support until a free government and defense forces can be organized. The Taliban are a real thing still. Yeah, why are we still paying the Taliban millions of dollars a year, giving them aid and support? Says, Jim, we can't control all the variables. That's why I've been against this war. Well, there's a thing. We can't ever control all the variables, Trumpinator. We can't. There's always going to be variables you can't control. I mean, I want just to point out, we lost more guys during the Panama invasion in '89, Operation Just Cause, right? I think, right? Just Cause. We lost more guys in 48 hours than we've lost so far in this whole thing with Iran. Just saying. I think Trump is going to send troops to Syria and Kurdistan to keep the remnants of the IRGC from fleeing or taking over either both of them. To prevent Pakistan from taking over Afghanistan. Karg Island would be an Iranian arty target, well within range of a lot of arty and not a lot of places to hide. Thousands plus a tube and rocket arty have range. Well, we take out all their arty then. I mean, you destroy their artillery. Neil Rigger says, yeah, fund me instead. I need my Sour Patch Kids. That's why they're called variables. Yeah. Why are we installing Taliban leaders in places like Syria? Yeah, I don't know. Opium is vital for the elite's habit. Corn Pop says, obviously I could have went to Hobby Lobby, but I went to war first. There were all kinds of celebrations when Saddam fell in the first few weeks. Same PSYOP as Iran protests, manufactured consent ops. I don't know, man. I have to think that maybe, just maybe, some stuff is real. It's possible, right? Anyway, so you see there's all this fraud. Taking tips from Nick Shirley. Here's my full 40 minutes of my crew exposed California fraud. Minnesota was big, but California's bigger. We saw that stuff. So CBS is doing it now. CBS News went full Nick Shirley on Gavin Newsom's California. Storming up to one single building in Los Angeles with 89 hospice offices. 72 of them raised red flags of fraud. Nick Shirley was called a creep. Independent journalism wins the day. This is a shorter video. I guess I should have went with this one first.
So this building right behind me here has 89 hospices, and it's the most extreme case of hospices that are all clustered together in all of LA County, and it's known as Ground Zero. We're going to try to go in and see what we can find. Home Health Agency, hospice.
Barnes has told me we've suffered 100,000 casualties, and Lincoln's been stuck 58 times.
Looking at this directory, you can see dozens of hospice agencies coming up. So inside the lobby, there's a directory with a long list of hospice agencies. And the building's owner talked to us, and he told me that a lot of them have recently moved. He said that only 12 of them remain.
I have vacancies. Tenant would come in as long as they're legit.
Yeah.
They have valid things that we need. I rent. I'm not a police or a keeper of what they do, how they do business.
We weren't the first ones to come to this building. Federal inspection records show that regulators visited multiple suites in Robbie Plaza between 2021 and 2025, and they found nearly 400 violations. Now, the owner told me Medicare officials came to his building years ago, specifically looking for hospice agencies. He let them come in and do their thing, and he said that everyone cooperated and that the business owners didn't really seem that concerned. Some patient advocates say there's another explanation, which is that some might just be ghost hospices that only exist on paper, bill Medicare for services that they don't ever actually provide. Now, back in 2022, the California auditor came out with this scathing report on hospice fraud, and they came up with a list of about 6 potential warning signs for potential fraud. And we found that 72 of the 89 registered here still have at least 3 of those potential warning signs.
If you learn of hospices in your building that are accused of fraud,
I would immediately
you would get rid of them.
terminate.
Okay.
Yes.
But that hasn't happened yet.
No, no one has ever come to me, tell me that, okay, this or that is doing fraud.
And the building owner said he's all in favor of stopping fraud because at the end of the day, it's you and I who are going to have to pay for it.
Maybe state and the federal government, it's becoming restrict on many businesses, and I'm all for it because at the end of
For some reason, I don't trust this building owner. He sounds very suspect to me. They're becoming really strict on businesses. Maybe, I don't know. He sounds like, I don't know. Margie says, I haven't cared for Barnes since he was talking pure BS during the Rittenhouse trial. There are these are the construction companies that are busy rebuilding the homes in California. The homes that they haven't built any, right? Yeah. Oh. You talking to me? You talking to me? Iran will be Gaza times 100,000. He just wants his rent money. That's it. That's all he wants. As long as I had the money, I don't care. He's really gone off the deep end the last 6 months. Insufferable. He retweeted CCP shill accounts a couple of days back. Armenian mob? Maybe. A lot of people don't realize the Armenian mob is real big in LA. Real big. Real big. I can't tolerate Viva or Barnes anymore lately. I haven't even seen, I don't know what's going on. I have not seen a Viva video in my feed in over a month. I don't know what's going on. Syria is where the natural gas oil pipelines go through to Turkey, then to Europe. Kurdistan is where they wanted to build even more pipelines. It's always been and will be about the oil and gas. Okay. All right. I know that's what, I thought that's what the problem was that they wanted to get Assad out for, was because of the pipeline he wouldn't let him put through. Alex Stein is doing a live call-in show. Maybe I'll call him. Well, if you want to call him, go ahead. But if you call him, tell him I said he's a big pussy who blocked me on Twitter because he didn't like being called out for being a big pussy. Yeah, they're busy. They're busy. Do you have to add this to every post? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's simple, Jim. Government entities know these businesses are scams, but they kick money back to the politicians. Everybody's happy. It says, I can tell them because I'm not blocked, bro. Oh, good. Take care of it. Yeah, that energy corridor also goes through everybody's favorite money laundry. Yeah.
that you and I are paying for all those things that are not right.
Not right. Look at this. This is great. This is great news. This is Florida. Hell, dozens of anti-ICE protesters were arrested by Florida deputies for blocking the road outside an ICE facility in Miami. Florida doesn't play around. Don't drop the charges. Teach them a lesson. Let's see.
I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I will stand for liberation, because I know why I was made. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I will fight for liberation, because I know why I was made.
I'm just gonna break it down for everybody. Alex Stein is not on the right. Alex Stein is not a conservative or Republican or anything. Alex Stein is a leftist from California, a Hollywood liberal. That's who Alex Stein is. He's playing everybody to make him think whatever. He has no real views. The views he has, he can't share with you because you would think he's crazy. He supports all the trans shit. He's into that. He thinks it's funny. That's why he goes around doing this stuff. He's not a Christian. You're all being bamboozled if you think Alex Stein is anything but a money-grubbing grifter who will do anything to further more leftist bullshit. Jail the people paying these losers to push this bullshit. Yep. For the cash. That's right. And why do these idiots try to scrap in Florida? They're going to try. They're going to try. They're zombies. Yes, they are. It's money laundering. Alex Stein is not a comedian. He tries to hide that. It's not. He's not. He's not a comedian. No. He's a grifter.
I am not afraid. I will sing for liberation. Liberation, because I know I was made.
It's illegal.
I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I will stand for liberation, because I know why I was made.
We're gonna give you.
I am not afraid.
3 minutes to serve.
I am not afraid. I will stand for liberation, because I know why I was made. Libertad es mi única bandera. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal.
Right there.
And we're giving you an easy way out. I am not afraid.
Go protest and go blast. If not, you guys will go to jail.
They listen. I thought I should play it because they spent weeks working on that, trying to get it perfectly, in harmony and stuff like that. They went at their drama club and all that because these are just drama kids. They probably got paid. This is probably an actual, like performance troupe that was hired to do this. Yeah, and he's not funny at all. Cross comedian off too. That's right. Not funny at all. It sounds like a cult. That's exactly right. They're theater kids. Totally.
Why
are you being arrested?
I'm being arrested for peacefully protesting the horrible treatment of human beings by ICE agents.
It's called obstruction of justice.
These people are being treated horribly. They're human beings, and it's not afraid.
Thank you, Kate.
Peters, would you like to tell me why you're being arrested today?
I'm arrested because I'm fighting for immigrants and families that deserve to be safe. No one deserves to not come home from a day of work, from a day of school, from a day of just living their lives.
And is it just me, or does I want to thank KPT for $10 on PayPal, and also I want to thank. Let me find her. Where is she? 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 She didn't say anything. She sent money and didn't say anything. Where is she? Where's K Bean? Where is K Bean? Where is K Bean? God, where's K Bean? K Bean, are you there? Is K Bean still here? And K Bean for 25. So that means that's 35 off. So that means we are $56 away from 56, right? 56 and 35, right, is 91. So we're $56 away from adding an extra hour to the show. So as long as I'm still going, if the money comes in, I will extend the show. There's Kate Bean. Thank you for the $25. It's greatly appreciated on PayPal. Kate Bean the Queen. They are not afraid. Maybe I need to change that. Yeah. Well, thank you for support and showing me up. Yeah, so with that, and then I'm Kelly B. Hi, Kelly. Thanks for being here. Hi, Jim. So that's a $5, and with that means now we are $51 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. And the way I work is as long as I'm still going, if the money comes in, we add the hour. That's how that works. Thank you so much. Kelly's much better than whistle and car horns. Yeah, it is. And then Spuds. Oh my God. Spuds comes in with one Jim Tell You gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yay for the Kellys. Let's see who got that. That Fletcher boy received a gifted membership from Spuds. Thank you so much. Fletcher, make sure you thank Spuds for the gifted membership. Thank you. With that, that means we are now $45 away. $45 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Spuds. Yes. Oh, wow. Rally time. Margie Smith comes in for another 5. Thank you. With that, that means we are now just $40 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. Yes, rally, rally, rally. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that mug. I could find another 5 if we find 35 more. Did Barnes seriously say 100,000 casualties? I don't know if Barnes seriously said that. I know that he could. Maybe he said there's been 100,000 casualties in total in the war. Maybe he's talking about all the Iranians killed, maybe, and everybody. I don't know. Maybe. I did do Margie's, right? Yeah, 40. So we're at 40. Okay. Let's see. I'll play a little more, but I was going to point out, like, is it just me, or do all of these people seem to have like a affectation when they speak that makes you think they might be a little light in the loafers? Maybe. Just a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Oh, look at this. We got Trumpinator, America First, 1776. I'll just call him AF. We'll just call you AF from now on. I won't call you Trumpinator if you don't want me to call you. You let me know if I can still call you Trumpinator or not. But with that, it's a gifted membership. Thank you so much. That means we are, Trumpinator says, Connie Lynn Gass received the gift of membership. Connie Lynn Gass. All right, that brings us to $34 away. Thank you so much. And then we have Fletcher Boy says, make it 35. Well, actually, it's 34. So this will make it 29. Thank you so much, Fletcher Boy. So we are now 29 away. We are now 29 away. Thank you so much. All right. And Joe comes in with another 2. Oh, wait. No helicopters. So that means we are now $27 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's great. Barnes to get his info from groups like the Duran, AJ, and Russia Times, Mountain of Salt Time. I like the Duran guys, all right, honestly. I think they're very informative about some stuff. I think there's some things they're wrong about, some things they're right about. That's how I take everybody. I don't. There's some people I go, I just ignore them because they're so crazy you can't talk to them. But the Duran guys, I don't get that vibe from. And as far as the stuff with Ukraine, I think the Duran guys were a lot more right than they were wrong. Hey, theater kids left behind boy and family refused asylum in order to be removed from the country. Yeah, it's crazy. You will see more Joe Kent, maybe. I think we're going to see more of him if they're feminized. Yeah, I think we'll see more of him if he gets arrested and charged. So we got a couple more minutes here. Let's play this.
This is not the America we deserve. We deserve freedom, safety, and communities that are protected.
Wow. It's not the America we deserve. What's the America you get? What's this? We got Soros-backed Austin DA faces resignation calls over alleged secret meetings in case against cop. This guy. So yeah, this guy is going after. Oh, what's this? Agree on the Duran, but they do have a serious anti-U.S. bias. Yes, they do. But when it comes to stuff, Gundam Zig, with Ukraine and Russia, they've been pretty right about a lot of stuff. It's my opinion, though. That's my opinion. Yeah. Okay. It says, I have faith. PayPal 7 more. Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Well. Yes, you did. Thank you so much. So with that, we are now $20 away. And We're so close to hitting the goal. I'm going to, $20. We forced Jim to stay on another hour. We got a rant. A $10 rant from Phil Coggins. It says, no, Barnes didn't say that. I was being hyperbolic. It does echo his beliefs, though. In my opinion, YouTube not letting me super chat again. Man, Phil Coggins, I am so sorry. I am so sorry that that's happening, but thank you for the $10. With that means we are now just $10 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Right. And then we got Doc comes in. Tim Pool was saying Kent was going to team up with Tulsi and run as VP. Maybe we'll see. But $2 from Doc. Thank you, Doc. $2. We are $8 away. Wow. $8 away. And then this is gonna shock everybody. We got I love rallies.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow. I have a Gmail confirmation and no super chat. That is wild. That is wild. Hold on. Let me look. I got that, Joe, that. I don't see one. From you, Brian. That is wild. Got to open more tabs. I will, but hold on. So with this 20 now, and this 20, that means we are now $88 away from a third additional hour. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I just got a notification that KB donated $50. $50 on PayPal. So that means we are now $38 away from a third additional hour of the show. Wow, K-Bean. Wow. Fun fact, PayPal takes pennies. YouTube takes 30%. If you're using Apple products, Apple takes 30, and then YouTube gets 30. Jim gets 42 cents on the dollar. That's true. Fletcher says, I don't have the option to join Jim when I tap the dollar. K-Bean is the best. Yes, she is. She donated another 50, bringing us to 38. Brian Ogden, I'm sorry. I don't see any super chat. Did it get kicked back maybe? Do I think the Trump statement is saber rattling to Iran? I hope so. K-Bean Chief throwing that coffee money down. Thank you. Yes. Where'd you get rid of the penny? I don't know. I didn't get rid of the penny, for fuck's sake. What are you talking about? Yes. So, Golmet. Yes, Golmet. Wow. Don't come to Florida with your blocking road crap. Wrong state. Yes. And actually in Florida, if they try to block the road, oh, wow. My good friend, Low Watermark, decided that he wants the third hour, so.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Oh, I'm screwing this up. Yes, so with that, we are now. Yeah. Was that the hokey pokey you sing? Turn yourself around. Really what? I don't know. I think pennies are more expensive to make than actually use. Yeah, so with that, now I have to fix the goal. You'll Cash App from now on. Well, thank you. Yeah, Cash App and PayPal take pennies. Like, honestly, on a $50 PayPal, they took $2.27. That's it. So in Cash App, I don't think they actually take, I don't know if they take anything. I really don't. I've never seen anything get taken. But thank you so much, everybody. So that means now I got to fix the banner, and we are now $100 away from a 4th additional hour. And I have to go and start up a new goal. Exact change. No sleep gym, at least till Brooklyn. That's fine. You have a 5-gallon jug of pennies. If the change machines will drop the fee for pennies, I'll put them in circulation. Yeah, they charge. You still have that stupid protest song stuck in your head. All right, let me. I got it, man. What is going on? My computer's acting crazy. Let me do this and do this. I have to do this, and now I have to do this and start a new goal. Start another goal. For 2 hours. So we're going to go 2 more hours, at least. And do this. All right. Well, there we go. Oh, seriously? You're not going to let me start a goal? Really? Really, YouTube? You're not going to let me start the goal? You're delaying me from starting the goal? All right. Started a new goal. All righty. Live chat. Here we go. We got 140 people watching right now, 116 likes. That's great. Would be nice if it was all of them, but you know, it is what it is. Thank you all. Right? So right now we are $100 away from a 4th additional hour of the show. You hate YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. I hate YouTube too, but YouTube's the only place where I get a lot of people watching. You know, like if I had hundreds of people watching on Rumble, but I get like maybe, you know, I got 60 people on Rumble, which is huge for me. It really is. 60 people on Rumble is very big for me. So let's read this story, all right? We're going to read this story about this Soros-backed DA. This is the DA who is trying to go after the cops that shot the terrorists that attacked the bar. They're trying to charge the cops. Soros-backed Austin DA faces resignation calls over alleged secret meetings in case against cop. A Soros-backed Texas district attorney is being urged to resign after he was accused of attending secret meetings and withholding key information in a case against a cop facing assault charges stemming from a 2020 George Floyd riots. Austin police officer Chance Bretches accused Travis County DA Jose Garza of hiding evidence that may have exonerated him. Oh, hold on. Shit. Oh, crap. Man, I hate that. My cord got all jacked up. Joseph Finn says, Barnes is very anti-foreign wars MAGA from the perspective of Trump has lost focus on American woes and is going to cause a midterm rout. Here's the thing, honestly, I don't think we should be ruled by what's going to happen in the election, because that causes people to go, I can't vote for this because it can be bad. Should do what's right. If politicians just focus on what to correct, the right thing to do, instead of being worried about an election or something like that, we'd be a lot better country. Problem is, a lot of our politicians are more worried about getting reelected than they are to actually doing what's right. So if Trump believes that Iran was a threat, and if Trump believes that he had to do something or no one else would, that if he didn't do it now, Iran would get a nuclear weapon, or Iran would do something, and then so he had to do this, then that is the right thing to do, no matter what happens in the election. Maybe someone could write a petition to the Senate, which we can all sign and promote for those lazy, holy, and without government elitists to pass the Save America Act. Bank is a 4-letter word. Join your credit union today. Yes. So Austin police officer Chance Bretches accused of him of hiding evidence that may have exonerated him. Bretches was charged in 2002 for allegedly using excessive force on a demonstrator and injuring them with department-issued less lethal beanbag rounds, later found to be defective. So he got charged with using a beanbag round that was defective, although he had nothing to do with it being defective. Huh. Hey, dollar is 20 cents. Oh, yes. Also, Trump is not running anymore. Yeah. Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Biden all agreed that Iran is a direct threat. Even Kamala admitted it when she was VP. I feel like I'm going against Jim all night. I'm going to shut the fuck up. No, you're not. You're not going against me, Joe, at all. I think we agree on 99, like 98% of everything. I'm not saying don't put any ground troops anywhere. I think some are going to be needed to do some things. I'm just saying I don't want to be sitting here come December or November of this year. Let's say November because of the election. I don't want to be sitting here in November with 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 troops in Iran securing all these basically with a green zone. I don't want that, man. I don't want that at all. I don't. But I'm not in charge. I just have my opinion. That's all. At the time, Garza allegedly held several meetings with Austin officials about holding the city responsible for interviewing Black Lives Matter protesters rather than individual police officers. Brecht's attorney, Doug O'Connell, revealed in a March 6 court filing. But the notoriously soft on crime DA, whose campaign was backed by liberal megadonor Soros, allegedly miscalculated the statute of limitations to charge the city, according to court records. Bet's talking about 5 tours in Iran. Yeah, I don't want that, man. I don't. Prosecutors can hold meetings with anybody. There's nothing illegal about it. The problem in this case, the district attorney felt he had enough evidence to indict the city as a corporate entity, which would make the city an alternative suspect or an unindicted co-defendant. The filing includes sworn statements from 2 former Austin officials, Mackenzie Kelly and Bruce Mills, who both allegedly knew about Garza's sly communications with the city. Yeah, 2 more hours. Looks like I picked a wrong time to quit methamphetamines. Well, be fine. There's plenty of news. Kelly, a former city council member, was aware of the memorandum from the city attorney's office regarding potential criminal charges against Austin from the Travis County DA, according to the court documents. Former city manager Mills personally involved in the secret negotiation with Garges. Bridges alleged that the court papers that the accusations were so serious that Austin hired a lawyer. Kelly and Mills declined to comment to the Post. Bridges has argued that Garza's failure to factor these meetings into accusations against him was unconstitutional. Could be. Yeah, cocaine should take care of it. Yes. Good cocaine. Puro. Flake. Peruvian flake. Puro. He also said Garza's behavior violates the Michael Morton Act, a state law that requires prosecutors to share most of the evidence they have with the defense, even if it's in their favor. It is clear they didn't turn over evidence of why they felt they could indict the city, and that the city was legitimately scared about it enough that the city went out and hired their own criminal defense attorney. Yeah, devil's dandruff. Yes, booger sugar. So one of these things is true. Either he had the evidence and he didn't produce it to us, or he didn't have any basis to indict the city and he was just threatening them, and that would be official oppression anyway. O'Connell filed another motion calling for the judge to investigate whether Garza committed a crime. We're not going to litigate this case in the press, Garza's office said. Well, what, are you going to tell me that a Soros DA broke the law and played games? No, you don't say. Really? There are more of us than there are of them, the socialist infiltrators entrenched throughout the government, bureaucracy, and education system. We remain ready to try this case and expect to start trial in June as previously agreed with the defense. Justice delayed is justice denied. No, not for the defense if you don't give them all the fucking evidence. And 4 years is too long to wait. It's time for this community to weigh in on whether they believe the defendant's action violated the law. Who's the Soros DA? This guy Garza right here. This guy, Garza. He's the one that's going after, that convened a grand jury to go after the 3 cops. The shooting that just happened. This is a different case. This is a cop who used less than lethal beanbag, but because the beanbag was defective, someone got injured, and so he's charging him with assault or excessive force because the beanbag was defective. Garza charged 20 police officers, including Bretches, for their actions during the protest, which swept through the county after Floyd's killing. The DA tried to prosecute others, but only won a single conviction, which was later overturned. But Bretches' case has shed light on Garza's alleged actions, with police organizations in Texas demanding Garza quit. There could be no worse violation of oath taken by a district attorney than to intentionally deny a defendant a fair trial. It is a direct violation of their constitutional rights, the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas wrote. If DA Garza has any shred of integrity left, he will resign immediately. Shooting in Austin, Texas. Yeah, the one that happened at the bar like 2 weeks ago. The guy that had the, property of Allah shirt with the Iranian flag. This DA is trying to indict the 3 cops. Yeah, the one on the bar on 6th Street. He's trying to indict the cops that shot the guy, saying they violated his rights by shooting him. This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with, folks. How is this person getting elected? Who is voting for these people? What the fuck is going on? It's nuts. He has a je sais quoi, an air of gay looking. Je ne sais quoi. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Well, Soros pointed out many of his neighbors to the Nazis, so why wasn't he at Nuremberg already yet? Yeah. He admitted it. He bragged about it. He said it was the most rewarding time of his life. That's what he said. That's what Soros said in an interview. Oh, Gary Glitter, yeah. Oh, no, not Amanda Peet. Amanda Peet reveals her cancer diagnosis. God, she was very hot back in the day. Amanda Peet. Oh, look at crazy motherfucker. Oh, what is this? Oh, I don't think we read this. We saw this from Fox, but we didn't see this. Fuming Trump issues fiery ultimatum to Iran. Yeah, we saw all this. We talked about this. I don't think we need to go through it. The closure has set global fuel prices soaring. Brent crude remaining under 100, up from 70 a month ago. 100's, I mean, it's high, but it's not crazy high. It really isn't. I would have thought it would have been a lot higher. I want to see. These are all the strikes that recently happened. I want to see. There was something, and I didn't have it, and I've been looking for it. We saw this. Why is this not coming up? What? Why is this not loading? What is going on? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Jesus. Wow, man, your website sucks, Post-Millennial. I hate to break it to you. It's still not picking this up. What is happening here? All right, something is wrong. I'm going to have to do this. Like something weird happened with StreamYard there. I don't know. Something weird happened. I had to like disconnect it and go back. F5. Something weird happened. It would not go off. It was just stuck on that one. So this story, an Illinois cop was fired over social media posts telling ICE to conduct immigration enforcement. This is nuts. Brent is at 106.77. WTI, West Texas is at 98, still cheaper than when Biden was in. Yeah. It hit $222 during Biden, I think, if I remember correctly. I saw a trailer for a new John Malkovich movie that looks decent and not woke. Well, that's good. So Lentz was placed on leave after the Elgin police chief, Anna Lally, Jesus Christ, was made aware of a post. So this cop was let go of the police department because of a social media post saying ICE should go here, ICE should go there to check for the illegals. How is that not a First Amendment violation? Blatant First Amendment violation. The city of Elgin has fired a police officer who made a post on social media suggesting the federal immigration agency should carry out enforcement operations in the city. In a news release, the city officials said an independent investigation determined that Officer Lentz engaged in misconduct related to a post made in October. Lentz was placed on leave after Elgin police chief was made aware of the post, prompting the investigation. The post in question referred to ICE and included a sarcastic list of locations the officer suggested agents should target, saying, if I were ICE, I wouldn't check, followed by a list of places. Lentz added after each recommendation placeful comments like, definitely none there. There's no way you'd find any there. He also tagged the Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Customs and Border Protection. This should be a slam dunk winner case. Unfortunately, it's Illinois, and it's in a shitty part of woke fucktard Illinois, Elgin area, that it's probably going to have to go to like the Supreme Court for him to actually win, because it's probably going to be like, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals is going to fuck them, so is the district scumbags. City of Elgin has fired a police officer after he made a post online suggesting ICE check certain places. It's insane. Yeah. Investigators concluded that the termination was the appropriate disciplinary action, a decision that was approved by the city's corporation council and city manager. Lentz's termination for misconduct is warranted and necessary to uphold standards the community expects and deserves. His actions do not reflect the standards of this agency. I ask the Elgin community not to judge our current and future officers based on the actions of one individual. These are all fucking communists. They're all fucking communists. I hope he wins $100 billion. The department remains committed to working with all members of the community to build lasting, meaningful relationships. Oh, these values have not and will not change. Yeah. City manager also voiced support. I wholly support Chief Lally's decision to terminate Lentz as a police officer. I was among those in the city who demanded Lentz's firing in 2014 for similar misconduct, while an arbitrator ultimately overturned the city's decision to fire Lentz and impose a 6-month suspension instead. Elgin succeeded in establishing precedent for holding police officers accountable for inflammatory social media posts before such disciplinary action became the norm. I mean, what? This is crazy. This is insane to me that this could happen in America. The standard should be getting all the illegal criminals out of the town. Yeah. Ulster County is full socialist too. I wouldn't worry. He's earned himself a federal ICE job out of this. He looks kind of old. You know, he's probably been there a long time. It's clearly they don't like him for his political opinions. Because I wonder what comments he made in 2014. Did he make some comments that were negative about Obama? And so that's what it was? I'm sure that's what it is. I'm sure that's what it is. ICE arrested a Univision reporter in Nashville. A Univision reporter who was in the country illegally and didn't, applied for some kind of shit and then didn't go to any of the things. Like, didn't report in. You can't just come here illegally and then expect you're going to work and not actually follow any rules whatsoever. Yeah. And in this story, we got Paul Ehrlich, population bomb ecologist, dies at 93. So this is a clown. Hey, what's up? Subdivision. What's up, Chris? Great to see you. Checking in from North Carolina. Looking great as always. Love the shows. You're in North Carolina? You're in North Carolina. Well, Anthony's in South Carolina. What are you doing in North Carolina? Overstayed her 2-week visa. Yeah, it's a crazy one. Are you moving to North Carolina, Chris, from New York? She was on a visitation visit, not even a work visa. Yeah, it's crazy. So this guy, this ecologist, this was the guy who came up with the thing saying that, oh my God, if we don't, vacation father-in-law lives here, come for 2 times a year. We'll have a good time. Enjoy it. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it's not too cold, but hopefully better than New York weather. I mean, definitely the scenery's got to be better than New York. You've been trying but unable to find a job so far. I hear there's a company in South Carolina called Compound Censored that's looking for IT specialists. We have the AC on. That's awesome, Chris. That's awesome. So this is the guy who said that we have to do something. We have to stop the population. This is the guy who basically, Gates and all the rest of the people have been citing to say why we have to kill off people on the planet because there's too many people. Oh, Compound Censored is located in Yonkers. Well, don't they have a South Carolina division? Isn't that where Anthony needs to help? Imagine a citizen trying to work in another country without a permit. Yeah, it's crazy. So let's see. Let's see what this is about, because this is the guy. He's a clown. And all right, we'll just do real clear politics. Why not? So rest in peace, Paul Ehrlich, and his decided lack of optimism. The false prophet of doom. Paul Ehrlich died on March 13th of 93. He's only occasionally remembered now, but as obituaries remind us, he was one of the most influential voices in the late 1960s. And even through the 70s, warning the world was past a tipping point of environmental stress that would eventually make it impossible to feed the new billions of people. Yeah, Ant's house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Their Ant's house, he needs IT help. Yonkers is upstate. Overstayed a 2-week tourist visa by 5 years and got married last year. She was released on bond. Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore. And he warned that the world was past a tipping point and it would eventually make it impossible to feed the new billions. His 1968 book, The Population Bomb, which sold more than 3 million copies, became a fundamental text for generations of ecologists and environmentalists. And it was utterly wrong. Utterly wrong. The first edition began with a blunt Jeremiad. The battle to feed all of humanity is over. And in the 1970s and 80s, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death in spite of any crash programs embarked upon now. Is Gates? If Gates is suggesting killing a lot of the planet's population, I vote for it not being Americans. Yeah, Ehrlich died for his cause, I guess, lol. Yeah. And it was a sledgehammer intentionally, and its impact was magnified by the author's ubiquitous media presence. In the 70s and 80s, Johnny Carson's hugely popular Tonight Show welcomed Ehrlich as a guest more than 20 times. He launched a zero population growth initiative and led the zealous anti-immigration movement in the United States. Wait a minute. This guy was against immigration? Now he's starting to get me think he's got onto something. There were about 3.5 billion people on Earth in 1970. There was 8.5 billion today, yet none of Ehrlich's prognostications of doom have come true. Yes, there have been famines and mass starvations in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, but none were the result of shortfall of food produced globally. Coming in hot, that book and a lot of the policies of the 60s with the start of the destruction of family, pure evil. I understand, but I think he might, like they say, even a broken clock is right twice a day. I mean, it says here he was against immigration into the U.S. He was an anti-immigration movement in the U.S. I mean, broken clock twice a day might be right. It says, Yonkers is the boyhood home of Stephen Tallarico Tyler. Yes, of Aerosmith. Tallarico is his birth name. Well, rather, those food crises were caused by political turmoil, especially the Ethiopian famine of the mid-'80s. Year by year, food output on this planet actually increased faster than population and remains true today. One of the primary reasons was the startling increase in corn yields, which is part of what I discuss in my forthcoming book. In the 70s, American corn yields were about 70 bushels per acre, with the U.S. far and away the world's largest producer. Today's yields more than 170 bushels per acre, thanks to technological advances in fertilizer, as well as hybrid and gene-edited transgenic GMO seeds. In addition, Brazil and China have become major corn producers, now growing more than the U.S. grew when Ehrlich was doomsaying. Damn that mixed messaging again. I know, right? It's crazy. You can, and many do, criticize the corn economy. These days, much of the U.S. crop is turned into ethanol for gasoline. That's all subsidized by the government. And most of the global corn production goes to animal feed. The monoculture and its abundant use of synthetic fertilizers has created its own particular vulnerabilities. The current virtual close of the Strait of Hormuz has interrupted 20% of global fertilizer supply because so much of it is made from natural gas of the region. The anti-immigration part makes sense. We can only absorb as many people as our resources will sustain. Better to help them figure out how to live where they're at. Yes. Remember Farm Aid? Yeah, it was a big joke, Farm Aid. But corn is also a big reason there was no caloric deficit as the world population kept growing and growing and growing. Today, of course, humanity faces a population decline. And the first time the trend has reversed, perhaps the Black Death of the 14th century. Corn is organized crime. Yeah. Similar to global cooling, global warming, climate change, alarmists burning up lots of pollution to prove a point, sell a book, make a buck. Yeah. Strangely, Ehrlich never acknowledged his mistaken prognostications. In fact, he said that if anything, he'd been too optimistic because the 21st century, it was clear to him that wealthy nations were embarked on an orgy of resource consumption that would set the stage for an even more epic collapse. He acknowledged that he had not predicted the green revolution that saw wheat, corn, and rice yields spike in the developing world, but he pointed to chronic persistence of malnutrition as evidence of the essential rightness of his thesis and doubled down on his forecast of disastrous, unsustainable future. Yeah, Mazola, corn goodness. Yeah. That is still the sentiments of a broad cohort around the world. Ehrlich became famous because he articulated a general unease with the course of consumer capitalism. The 1970s were a time of energy crises and fear of reaching peak oil when there was nothing much left to drill. It was a time when post-1945 consensus around the virtues of the free market capitalism versus communism were being questioned, if not rejected. There was a strong sense that industrialization on a global scale, and not just the West, was swallowing the planet. 50 years later, those concerns are more acute than ever, and yet more people have more caloric abundance and more cheap energy. The current oil and gas supply shock caused by the fighting in the Middle East notwithstanding, the world, in fact, throws away 30% of the calories it produces every single day. We do not extract nearly as much oil and gas as we could because demand is stable and alternative forms of energy are increasingly meeting our energy needs. The world does not, in other words, experience a resource crunch. Too many facts? Sorry. There's an old saying, if you're going to predict the end of the world, don't give a date. Ehrlich made the mistake in his book, then benefited from the fact that warnings of future doom can never be proven wrong by present facts. When there is a fear what lies ahead, we can always find ample evidence to feed those fears. Ehrlich was a master feeder. He was a master feeder. I wonder, is Greta Thunberg a master feeder? No one, though, can be certain about the future. The list of environmental harm and climate change are not inventions of our dark worries. They are real challenges with potential dire consequences. But as Ehrlich's flawed arc shows, there needs to be more emphasis on potentially rather than assuming certainty. What's it say? Ray Costello, right after Al Gore lost the election, he bought a mansion in Nashville where his electric bill was always more than $10,000 a month. He sold it after a couple of years of ridicule. Yeah, crazy, right? Ethanol is an oxidizer. It is needed for air quality compliance. However, willow, switchgrass, or miscanthus were used instead of corn. It would not need to be subsidized and protect existing farmland. How dare you cite fact? Yes. Sorry. Liberals give you an issue, give them a tissue. No one, though, can be certain about the future. Oh, we saw that. Of course, the art of Ehrlich's resource gerrymand is to reject the possibility. He was able to remain a true believer in the face of facts because he didn't allow himself to imagine that humans could solve their problems. Rather, he saw nature as spurring us to plow ahead, consequences be damned. That gives us a grim view that each one leads a rich history of plowing ahead generally to make life better, not worse. The dance continues. There will forever be prophets of doom, but just because they get more attention than prophets of hope doesn't make them right. Hear, 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 hear. Yes. Mother Nature has an amazing way of finding a new balance. It does. Mother Nature does. The planet will shake us off like a tick. Most of the doomers who miss their target always claim their efforts saved the world. Yeah. I mean, didn't Al Gore say there wasn't going to be any polar bears left by this time? Like all the polar bears are going to be dead? I swore that's what he said. Oh, crap. We're coming up. We're coming up at 4 hours. So that means to all the people, we're coming up on 4 hours. So all the people that are on Instagram and Facebook, I'm going to bid you adieu. If you want to continue watching and you are on Facebook or Instagram, you know what? X also. If you're on X, I'm going to cancel off of X too. If you're on X, oh, wait, no, let me look. Yeah, if you're on Instagram or Facebook, I'm going to cut the show off at 4 hours because it automatically gets cut off at 4 hours on Facebook and Instagram. They give you a 4 hour time limit. I usually cut off X too, but maybe I won't. But if you're on Facebook or Instagram, come over to YouTube or come over to Rumble or Twitch or Kick or X. I'll leave X going for a while. So let me do this. Goodbye, Facebook. Goodbye, Facebook. Goodbye, Instagram. Jim, there are no polar bears. I have not seen any in Kissimmee at all. Gore was right. Okay. Florida was going to be underwater. Ethanol absorbs water from the air and damages engines faster. It's a donor class MO, fuels manufacturing site. Yes. Remember peak oil? We have run out of several times over now. Yep. You voted to damage your car. Weird. You see, Al Gore warned us, and nothing how he saved us. Nothing the earth or act like the earth. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy. All righty, righty-do. China's one-child policy worked out too well. Yeah, no, it didn't really. That's the thing. I mean, we have a problem actually with with a lot of stuff. But here we got this story. This is crazy, right? Look at this. This is crazy. Democrats blocked the Save America Act amendment to bar transgender athletes in women's sports. Methyl tetrabutryl ethyl, or MTBE, used to be used for gas, but it was outlawed because it's suspected carcinogen. It was superior to ethanol, but the corn lobby won big time. More platforms than the New York subway, or solar minimum or maximum. See, I think that's all right. I think that's what we have to fear more than anything else is solar flares. Seriously, like they happen. If you just go to recent history, what happened in the 1800s, there was a massive solar flare that caused electric wires to light on fire and teletype machines, all this stuff to go crazy. If that happened today, we would be in a blackout for years. Millions would die, probably billions around the world. So that's something we should be paying more attention to. So we can hunt polar bears again or what? I say yes. I say yes. That's what I say. But that's just me. I mean, who am I? Senate Democrats kill Trump-backed amendment to ban men from women's sports for the fourth time. Speaking of solar flares, why not get an update from that website you used to put on the show? I could do that. Spud's Freon magically became dangerous to the atmosphere because DuPont's patent was expiring. Yeah, and they keep changing it every so often. It's weird how it keeps changing every time the patent's getting ready to expire. They make a new formula that you have to use. It's very odd, very strange. Not funny like haha, funny like odd. Solar flares and minimum causing Earth's magnetic sphere to super weaken. Yeah. Well, there's also this thing going on called the the magnetic galactic plane or whatever, electric plane, galactic plane that's shifting and we're moving. And so it's changing stuff and it's affecting all the other planets and stuff like that. The sun is going into a lower solar cycle currently after a recent higher cycle. Well, that's what they say. It always works in cycles. But we're due. We're overdue for a massive blast from the sun. Some people think that's what caused like the ice caps to melt and the flood and all that. Might have been either a comet strike, a meteor or something like that, or solar flares. Yes, 3 separate solar flares should be hitting up tomorrow, so looking for pretty lights in the sky. Yeah, that's what I think that's cool. I do. So let's see. So YouTube. You know what? Right as soon as after this story, we'll do a solar flare update. Senate Democrats once again blocked a common sense Republican amendment that would have protected women and girls in sports from biological males. Oh, American Dreamers going to bed. Thanks for being here. We just had an M class 4. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all your donations and being in the chat and helping everybody out. I really appreciate it. Learn to be nocturnal, cave and underground dwelling, and ochre. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Like Omega 4. No, like there's like X class flares are the problem. They get up there. They get even bigger. X 100 would really fuck us up. On Saturday, the Senate voted 49-41 along strict party lines to kill the amendment. Well, what's going on? Why is there only? You watch Space Weather News too? Awesome, I love it. Why is there only 90 people voting? Where's the other 10 senators? What is going on? Yeah. Poll shift is coming. It's coming. The measure needs 60 votes to advance and failed, marking the 4th time. So there's 10. So is that only 49 Republicans voted for it?
On this vote, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 41.
Why would they need 60 if only 90 people are voting? The amendment known as the Protection for Women and Girls Sports Act was sponsored by Tommy Tuberville and Marsha Blackburn. I don't think you need 60 if you only have 90 people voting. 60, it's because if there's only 80 people voting, you wouldn't need 60. 10 people aren't there, so you should only need 10 less, right? That's what I would say. That'd be my math. 10 people missing, 10 less votes. I know it's not, well, at least 6 less votes. So it would have had barred federally funded schools and programs from allowing biological males and identify transgender women or girls to compete in female sports. 10% less. You would think it would be at least 10% less, right? It should be, instead of 60, it would be 54, right? Republicans introduced the amendment to demand President Trump after the demand of President Trump. Okay. Speaking on the floor, two of her blasted repeated demon rat obstruction. The last poll shift really impacted the strippers. Yes. A lot of them cracks formed in their anuses. Tuberville continued. How about trophies and awards that are stolen from young girls? Yeah, what about that? How about that? How about them stolen trophies and awards? How about that? What about that? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. How about that? Mm-hmm. In a Senate with 53 Republicans, the Republican Party is embarrassing. You ain't kidding, right? You ain't kidding. They would only need 54 votes because there wasn't 90 votes only cast. If they can't show up to stop it, they are a yes vote, in my honest opinion. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, 10 people missing, automatic yes vote. Yeah. Blackburn called the situation disgusting. Thank goodness President Trump has tried to chase away some of the adverse actions against Title IX that were carried out during the Biden administration, when women would be forced to share a locker room with guys because the guy decided he was going to claim to be female just so he can compete. The guy couldn't win in the guys category, so they claimed to be a woman. West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito, who played college sports, added, "This is about fairness. It's about preserving a level playing field for women and girls. Biological women competing against biological men is anything but fair." No Democrat senator rose to speak against the amendment before the vote. Democrats' obstruction keeps the door open for biological males to dominate women's sports. Like, yes, it's a shame. Like, this should be like, why is this not on this is another 80-20 issue at least, or 85, like 90-10 issue in the country. This is not like, this should be like everywhere in ads. Really, it should be everywhere in ads. All right, so here we go. We're gonna watch a little Suspicious Observers, Space Weather News.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. It is Saturday, March 21st, 2026. Welcome to the first full day of northern spring. We have taken solar storms overnight. At least one more impact is coming. We've got 2 other stories to hit today, both related and hitting the place of our star in the galaxy. We're starting with the last 24 hours on our star, and we find that apart from a filament destabilization left side at the limb, there was not much in the way of eruptive behavior, certainly not aimed in Earth's direction. Coronal hole there turning through as well, and as shown in the live stream here from Observer Ranch last night, here's the solar wind showing the 2 main impacts we've taken. The first set only a touch of instability, but the shockwave impact last night drove level 3 solar storm conditions. Those are calming here this morning, but could reverberate today, especially when the coronal hole stream, that final impact, arrives. The shocks seen here are the small CMEs, but the coronal hole stream has yet to settle in. Haven't cracked 600 kilometers per second in the plasma speed. If that arrives today, I'd expect a nearly full resurgence of that solar storm condition. Eyes on that today. Stepping back to last night, this was the top shot from an observer of the auroras. Very beautiful. The lowest latitude shot overall we saw posted to the internet was from New Mexico by Derek Wilson. That's his X page there. The storm did exceed expectations, but only to a moderately significant degree. As a reminder, while all forcing vectors from solar wind amplification began immediately, the peak impact on meteorology, human health and psychology, and lithospheric discharge is 2 to 3 days following the onset of the storm or within 1 to 2 days of the storm peak, while the technological impact, that one tends to end about 24 hours earlier. Some science news here. Did the sun escape the center of the Milky Way? That's what this team says, and that it was basically a jailbreak of sun-like sister stars that all migrated from their formation zones out to where they are now. Very interesting concept, and possibly both necessary and lucky. As time passes, there's no question that deadly energetic gamma ray events are absurdly more common in the galactic interior than they are on the outskirts. This gamma ray science is also applicable to the solar micronova or even superflares in terms of their impact on the planet. Essentially, the sun has made it out to the outer half of the moderate risk zone at this stage of the galaxy, and the math here says that the long-lasting, advanced civilizations should be found on the fringe, at least from a safety perspective. Last night's live show was pretty fun. Adrian popped in. Mike from the documentary joined for most of it. Check it out, and I'll also probably be posting some clips. We are focusing today, prepping-wise, on number 3. Beginning to gather your survival preps. In addition to a projectile defensive device, the big items are food, seeds, water filters, and medical supplies. All covered by Heaven's Harvest and Refuge Medical. 10% off with the promo code SOLAR at checkout. Remember, you need 2 years of food, 3 seasons of each seed type, backup filters, and more medical supplies than you think. Head over today. Take those baby steps.
Wow. So Absent Mind says, I don't believe any galactic historical theories. They all get flip changed or discontinued. Yeah, I know. I will say, I just look at like history stuff, you know, and it's escaped my name. I can't believe my brain is not remembering what it was called that happened in the 1800s, like 1870s or 1860s. This thing that happened where it was like a massive solar flare. Heinrich, was it a Heinrich event? Is that what it was called? Heinrich event? Anyway, but I think it's something like, it can happen. It's like, you know, we know it can happen. And it seems, in my opinion, I've never remember Carrington event. Heinrich event is the other one. It's like, I think that's when the poles flip or something like that. The Carrington effect. Yeah, Carrington effect. Like, it can happen. It took out the telegraph yet. Like, that can happen today. And if it did, like, everything, we weren't so electrified in the 1800s as we are today. So it would have a much harder impact on life. You know, think of no refrigeration, no electricity, because all the massive transformers would blow up. There would be no power transmission. It would take years 5, 6, 8 years for electricity to get back to like a lot of areas. And then Levy says his latest short just dropped on YouTube. So check that out. So that's why I pay attention to this stuff. It was 1859. Yeah. So, I mean, it'll be a problem if it happened. Major problem. I see the House 218 to 217, Senate 54 to 46, Republican. Okay. What? I won't be able to drive a Tesla to save the planet? No, I don't think you'll be able to drive a Tesla at all. That's what's going to happen. It'll be like a major problem. Anyway, let's get back to some news. This guy does have, I'll just show you guys if you want to go check out his channel. All right. Want to go check out his channel. All right. No. Go check out his channel. Where are we at here? Space Weather News, all right? He did put this documentary out. He's got this disaster cycle. The evidence, this thing, it's an hour and it's like it's a documentary they put out, the full documentary right here. 1 month ago, full documentary. It's an hour and 12 minutes, and this is the evidence. I don't know what that is, but if you go check this out, it's pretty good. Just want to see the documentary, what he's talking about. Oh, well, this was 2 days ago. Four-way solar storm. Trump will get impeached by Joe. Maybe. Reminds me, I have Marcus Best, Oppenheimer Ranch.
Folks. Welcome, observers. It is Thursday, March 19th, 2026. Today, we expect the solar impacts to begin. There are 4 of them on deck for the next 3 days. Geomagnetic storms expected. Auroral outbursts expected. But first, we're going to hit 2 stories we need to hit today. First up, we're going with the eye candy where the SWOT data has been visualized into a full rotating globe studio output, and it also has close-up views of some of the most important areas as well. Zoom-ins show just how well these satellites are able to use data to understand what's happening and where. Full video and link found below. Up next, the loss of Earth's magnetic field strength makes the peppermint plant produce less menthol and less self-protective compounds. They find that the normal field strength assists in photosynthetic electron usage and flows, and while the nature of the study means that this team on this day can only make the claim of field impact to aromatic plants, photosynthesis processes aren't different across plants, however, and this would explain other impacts we've seen that went without a mechanistic explanation, which again would now be that Earth's magnetic field holds crossing zoomed-in view of the Enlil spiral. Next, first CME, second one is small, and then the third. Remember in yesterday's show, I said the second and third would combine. That's exactly what they show on the NOAA model. And bottom panel shows the plasma speed high after the last impact. That's the coronal hole stream.
People just don't really realize it. They don't.
The solar wind is very calm, slightly calming actually. That will change in the coming hours, and the same is true for the geomagnetic conditions. This first impact will set the stage for the next 3 days. 3 CMEs, 2 of them combined.
This is what caused what we saw earlier, the one before this. So, we got this story now. Check this out. Prison guard told FBI about suspicious document shredding after Epstein's death. You don't say. Bella, what are you itching? Get some water, girl. I brought your water in here. It's right there. Have some water. This is crazy, right? This is what you call crazy? There's a guy predicting earthquakes using sunspots. I heard that's actually, I just hear yada, yada, yada with the solar thing. Well, Republicans have the Senate, and there's hundreds of appointees that haven't confirmed. No judges violating laws, getting impeached, wasting the best POTUS in 40 years. Yeah, it sucks. Sucks. What's going on? There's a guy who's predicted a bunch of earthquakes. The guy that he predicted like the Loma Prieta earthquake. He predicted a bunch of stuff in California. And I guess they told him to stop. I think he worked for the United States Geological Survey, and I think they fired him and got rid of him. Especially if the referendum in Virginia fails and the polls show it failing. Yeah. Yeah, there is the referendum for redistricting or something in Virginia. It doesn't look like it doesn't look good. Like she's stalling on the gun control stuff that they're trying to push for whatever reason. They are shredding everything. Prison guard alerts FBI after massive bags of documents shredded at Epstein's jail days after his death. But that's before the ballot stuffing. Yeah, maybe if that happens, we can implement the Insurrection Act finally. A new investigative report has exposed how a corrections officer told the FBI that massive bags of documents were being shredded at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Manhattan the days after Epstein's death there on October 10th. Miami Herald published the bombshell story on Friday after analyzing thousands of pages from Epstein files. Inmate identified as Stephen Lopez was directed to haul multiple bags of shredded material, described as bales, to a dumpster at the jail's rear gate on August 15th and again on August 16th. Duchsins does a good job on earthquakes. Lopez told a veteran corrections officer, Michael Karenins, they are shredding everything back there. Karenins, who said he has never seen the amount of bags, shredded documents coming out to be put in a dumpster. He said he's never seen this amount of bags of shredded documents come out to be put in a dumpster, contacted the FBI's National Threat Operations on August 16th to report the unusual shredding. In a follow-up memo, he wrote that the shredding appeared inappropriate and urged an investigation. I believe that this conduct may be inappropriate for an investigative team to be shredding paperwork related to an investigation, and you may want to investigate why the Bureau of Prisons employees are destroying records. An inmate at the jail was ordered to take the bags to MCC's rear gate and throw them in a dumpster. 16 days after Epstein's death, or August 16 days after Epstein's death, the sheer volume of material seemed unusual. Hillary was seen at the jail where Epstein was being held, allegedly. Yeah, he was being guarded by some kind of like high quality, like premier Italian guard named Hilario Clintonian. They're shredding everything. They're shredding anything. December 3rd, 1991 earthquake, he predicted that, yeah. Make sure you get that box too, one of the men allegedly told him. An inmate wasn't the only one who found it out of the ordinary. A corrections officer at the detention facility called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center same night. The report says that he had never seen the amount of bags being shredded. A backgate corrections officer was also troubled by what he witnessed, as the inmate brought bales of shredded paper, according to a memo he wrote 3 days later. Did somebody do something about it at the time? I believe this conduct may be inappropriate. Can we take a look at the dumpster ASAP to see if the paper's still there? Possibly they didn't dump it yet, replied one of the federal agents whose name is redacted, but it was already too late. The trash was picked up that very morning. The timing coincided with federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York requesting institutional count slips for dates prior to Epstein's death. Those records were later reported missing, the Herald noted. The shredding occurred while an actor action review team from the Federal Bureau of Prisons was at the facility examining the circumstances of the death. Remember Hillary Clinton's brother, Tony Rodham, died mysteriously about a month before Epstein? Yeah, that's crazy. Epstein was Mondami's father or uncle. Really? Wow. 2 guards on duty that night, Tova Noel and Michael Thomas, were later indicted on charges of falsifying counts and failing to perform required checks. Those charges were dropped in a deferred prosecution agreement. Of course they were. Of course they were. Afraid of the Mississippi reversing in flow like Greta's haircut. Homely little Chucky girl. She needs a job. Yeah. The new reporting also notes that U.S. Attorney's Office opened multiple probes into aspects of the case, including potential obstruction. An Office of Inspector General's investigation interviewed Lopez and others, but the matter was closed without further apparent action. An anonymous letter later sent to a federal judge suggested possible interference with the reporting of the destruction of records. Epstein, who was facing sex trafficking charges, was found unresponsive in his cell, and his death was officially ruled a suicide by hanging by New York Chief Medical Examiner Barbara Sampson. Sampson! Does anyone know what movie that's from? Samson! Forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden, hired by Epstein's brother, has long contended the injuries were more consistent with homicide. Space News Guys Ben Davidson, Oppenheimer Ranch Project, Diamond, Arc, Rival, and Villain. Okay. I didn't know he had arch rival in villains. You're correct. Republicans have control over 2/3 of our government and aren't doing very much to save the nation. Trump's executive orders will get undone when the Dems take the White House. Yeah. Bella is acting like she has food allergies. I don't think it's food allergies. I don't know. I think it's the type of grass down here. Friday. Today's Saturday. What's going on? Baden. Michael Baden. Soft day. Oh, you're right. Baden. Michael Baden. Baden. Buden. Cassandra MacDonald. Cassandra MacDonald. Yes. All right. We got this story. Iran fires ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia. What test tube did Greta fall out of? The movie Friday. Oh. Samson. No, it's not from Friday. It's not from Friday the movie. It's from Half Baked. Samson. Sells the weed, remember? He goes to war with Samson. The guy that played Samson did play the father. No. The guy who played Samson played someone else. Is Greta going to smuggle oil to Cuba? Maybe. Our trans rhinos are real Democrats. Yeah, they are. It's from Half Baked. That was Dave Chappelle saying, Samson. Woo. Iran fires ballistic missile at UK-US base of Diego Garcia. Jim watches too many movies. Yes, he does. Although I haven't been watching any in a long time. The last movie I watched was called The Immortal Man. I watched it the other night. I remember this Half Baked. Yeah, I remember Samson was a drug dealer, and they came after him because they were selling their nice guy weed and the little thing and stuff, and then to get their buddy out of jail who fed a police horse some snacks and the horse died. You saw it in high school? Me too. After Starmer authorized the use of British air bases for American strikes on Mulder's regime. Greta has a great bowl cut mullet, don't hate. Yeah, Jim Brewer was in Half Baked. Yes, he was. Yeah. Man, we're going to sell weed, man. Iran fired missiles at an astonishing 2,500 miles away, proving they can now hit as far as Europe. Failing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who is no Winston Churchill, has had a tough time with relentless criticism from U.S. President Donald J. Trump over his refusal to help the special ally in their military operation against Iran. Yeah. Iran so far away, and does it get away? Bella, what's wrong, girl? What are you doing? How are you so itchy? Note, it's not defined how many missiles. Seriously, a remote island base is the most heavily defended grounds in hundreds of miles. Yeah. There is zero chance it would be hit. Same age, maybe? That's wild. Maybe. Finally, in what the British press termed as a shift, reversal, or mother of all U-terms, Starmer relented and authorized the use of British bases, including Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford, for strikes on Iranian missile sites targeting the Strait of Hormuz. I always thought Diego Garcia was our base. That's where we keep all our forward deployed stuff. We have tons of ships ready loaded stuff. They're ready to go. We did anyway, with tanks and stuff on them. While the exact timeline is difficult to ascertain, the open intel within a few hours of Starmer's new announcement, Iran fired 2 medium-range ballistic missiles at the British-U.S. Diego Garcia base at the Chagos Islands. President Trump has been proven right again on a world stage. Iran just proved they can fire missiles way beyond the Middle East, 2,500 miles away.
Diego Garcia, a long way from the stated ranges of Iran's missiles. Remember, it's just a few years ago, the late Ayatollah said they don't have any missiles that go this far. So officials say it's very clear he was lying, as well as other Iranian officials. Diego Garcia 4,000 kilometers away. For Charlie, let's put this in miles, about 2,500 miles. And previously, Iran said their missiles only go 2,000 kilometers, or about 1,300 miles. So clearly this demonstrates that 3 weeks into this war, Iran still has some ability to launch some ballistic missiles, and apparently some ballistic missiles that nobody knew they had, perhaps the CIA and Mossad as well. But President Trump says he thinks this war is starting to wind down after more than 15,000 missions between the United States and Israeli air forces, striking over 8,000 targets across Iran. And now we have the venerable A-10 Warthog, that 50-year-old warhorse, running strafing missions along the coastline against those small boats associated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. A-10 with that 30-millimeter cannon that shoots depleted uranium shells, probably the only uranium the Trump administration wants to see in Iran after those strikes you mentioned on Natanz and the nuclear sites. And recall during Midnight Hammer, those nuclear sites were hit. Officials say this was always going to be part of the latter stages of the war. Those nuclear sites don't shoot back, of course. Had to take out the air defense systems, had to take out ballistic missiles, which the Pentagon insists are down 90%, although I should mention that Iran able to launch about 60 drones at Saudi Arabia earlier today, and overnight back in the United States, Kuwait, and here in the Emirates, air defense systems were active.
Very interesting. Neither of the missiles hit their target, with one believed to have been intercepted by a U.S. warship's SM-3 interceptor and the other failing in flight. It's the first confirmed use of intermediate-range ballistic missiles by Tehran, launched from some 2,400 miles away. Bombshell move. Iran launched 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia, missing the target but demonstrating a doubled range.
So yeah, there it is right there. Even with that base, still, best case is right here. So
I don't know, maybe they were trying to go beyond the range.
That's 2,000 kilometers. Going all the way to Garcia, that's almost 4,000.
But the island will be ours by the end of Trump's term. The native government about to take ownership sided with Iran. Yeah, I don't know why you would give an island to somebody who's never lived there. We should acquire Diego Garcia from Great Britain. We should just take it too, a mighty two. Yeah, I don't know how many they have. Maybe they'll just, who knows? Maybe those missiles were smuggled in. Maybe parts. I don't know. Maybe they've had them. I don't know. It seems like maybe. Seems like maybe somebody didn't know what the fuck was going on, or maybe this was all stuff. Maybe Biden gave them to him. They definitely gave him the money. Biden and Obama gave him the money to acquire them. I mean, there's other countries that they're friendly with, China and Russia and North Korea, that have missiles with that range. So it's possible people share technology with them. We should just take Diego Garcia. The UK can't stop us. That's right. Yeah. 3 of the 6 are rhinos. That's right. We should take our. Yeah, here's the thing. Didn't the Brits do something with the Chinese involving Diego Garcia? Barry did give them pallets of cash. The Brits did something like some weird shit with the Chinese. Like, I don't know. Like, here's the thing. They're going to make us leave? Are we actually going to? I mean, but the first demon rat that gets in, the president would probably order the people to leave and abandon the base. Just go, well, what are we supposed to do? We have to follow the international order. Even though that's the base that we need to, for like that part of the world. So this is the Koreshmar 4, a 20-ton rocket that can carry up to 80 cluster munitions, is likely to be the model that was fired towards the Indian Ocean. It is thought that the Koreshmar 4 with the lighter warhead could hit targets up to 2,400 miles away, putting Britain and Europe at risk of strikes. A direct attack on the UK. Niall Gardner believes that Britain should directly join the U.S. in Israeli action against the regime. Well,
This is an attack on a British overseas territory. This is a direct attack upon the United Kingdom and upon British military personnel. And there should be a very strong, ferocious response, actually, to the terrorist regime in Tehran. And the UK should join the US in striking against the Iranian dictatorship. I think what could be done very swiftly is for the UK to use nuclear submarines against the Iranian regime. I'm not using nuclear weapons, but launching missile strikes against Iranian military installations, defense facilities, missile facilities inside Iran. And the UK should directly join US and Israeli military action against the Iranian regime. This is a direct attack upon UK territory and upon British military personnel. There has to be a military response from the United Kingdom. Let's see an end to the wishy-washy appeasement that Keir Starmer is advancing. This is a moment when Britain has to stand tall on the world stage, strike against those who are attacking the United Kingdom and its territory. And this is a moment for real leadership. Unfortunately, we happen to have the worst Prime Minister, I think, in modern British history, somebody who has cowered before the mullahs of Tehran. But this is a moment when we need to see some real backbone from the British Prime Minister and the UK launching military action directly against Iran.
Unconfirmed reports is an upgraded Sedgel missile adding a third stage extending range of 4,000. What kind of English did I type? I don't know. Now it interests them. Yeah, it does. They had negotiated a ridiculously expensive rent for the base area. Trump's 3 picks are, like my daughter says, sus. I wouldn't say Gorsuch isn't sus. Gorsuch is just kind of libertarian-leaning type of guy. Kavanaugh has been pretty decent, actually, better than I expected. Barrett is super sus. Super sus. Super sus. Trump shames UK for great stupidity. Yeah. So there's that. And then we got this is a great story. This is a great story. Trump threatens to put ICE agents in airports over the funding impasse. Yes. Star Wars Marvel purist. Good to see you on Rumble. United Space Alliance told me you were over here. Fuck commie too. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm always everywhere. Yeah, you can have nuclear subs give up their locations. Real strategic idiocy. Yeah. Well, you know. We've been holding steady at 60-something people over on Rumble. So, yeah, let's read this story. Epoch Times. Free Press. Last Refuge. I'm going to find a good one. I don't know if I want to just go Epoch Times again. Okay, Epoch Times it is. I want to see if there was a video somewhere. Let me see if there's a video here. Trump threatens to deploy ICE agents to airports. No video. All right. ICE agents to assist with airport security lines starting on Monday. Take Britain also. Take Diego. What the fuck can the Brits do? Nothing. Yeah, they can't do shit. Can't do nothing. Trump did not reveal the airports to which immigration agents would be deployed. I got an idea. All of them. President Trump announced plans to move immigration and customs enforcement agents to airports on Monday to help TSA agents manage security checkpoints. If the radical left demon rats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports. Well, they will do security like no one has ever seen before. Amy Coney Barrett has been a loss. Wonder who advised her as a pick. Probably McConnell. Pence. It was Pence and Pence's people who was behind Coney Barrett. Minneapolis, St. Paul, definitely. Probably Minneapolis, St. Paul, Chicago O'Hare, Atlanta Hart Airfield, LAX, LaGuardia. Trump reveals his plans to move ICE agents to airports one day after the Senate failed to advance a funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security, which has been in a partial shutdown since February 13th. Lawsuit already written to stop it. They can't. There's no way to stop this with a lawsuit. They're federal agents. They can dispatch them wherever they want. They're federal law enforcement, so they can go in and do what the TSA does. Over here trying to help out with the algorithm. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. This reminds me, Department of War sent us an email asking to assist volunteer. My boss told us no, we're at 55%. I told her I wanted to do it. Oh. I also saw that Elon Musk was talking about that he was going to pay. Like, fuck it, I'll pay TSA salaries. ICE at the airports is amazing. It will be. Hey, what's up, B-Hops? Great to see you, man. How's it going? Pence, dirty, dirt, McStain territory. Yeah. I look forward to moving ICE in on Monday and having told them, get ready, no more waiting, no more games. I guess they'll put when's Congress going to reopen DHS? I don't know. Dulles, Midway, in Atlanta, definitely Nixie Nix. Let me look up the email. All right. I'm not dead. I didn't think you were dead, B-Hops. Trump did not reveal which airports would be deployed, but added it would be harder for them. It would order them to immediately arrest all legal immigrants who have come into our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia. Yeah, Musk has the money. He does. He said he'll take care of it. He said he's trying to figure out how to do it because it's technically there's like a law that prevents him from directly paying them, so it would have to go through. Have to go through like certain channels or whatever. TSA is a damn fraud for providing busy work to high BMI women. Yes, it is. It sucks. I know you've seen the judges from the last year. They don't care. Well, I know. Yet still got a pulse. All right, cool. Awesome. As lawmakers on Capitol Hill remain at a stalemate, federal employees in the agency under DHS have been working without pay due to the lapse in federal funding that started in mid-February. Right here, Musk offers to pay TSA salaries. We'll look at that one next. Agencies under the DHS umbrella include TSA, Customs and Border, ICE, and Federal Emergency Management. Some TSA agents had to sleep in their cars and go to food banks just to stay afloat. Others called in sick, which has caused hours-long security lines, according to Homeland Security. What's this? Positive unintended consequences. He could do loans that he could repay when they get their back pay. Something. They're trying to figure it out. Let me see what that was. Oh. Okay. We'll look at that in a second when we get done with this one. I'll pull this over here real quick. Pull it over here real quick. We'll do this next. We'll do this we'll do this before the Elon thing. Some TSA agents have to sleep in their cars. Oh, yes. There are growing concerns that some airports will have temporarily closed down to TSA staffing shortages. Let Musk buy the TSA. I just got no eggs, old slut roommate Karen hair in my mouth. Oh, God. Oh, that's sick. Bring out your dead sketch from the Holy Grail. Okay, 0%. Why is nobody talking about making DHS immune to these stupid shutdown stunts? I don't know. Faux news is Rhino Central. Just disband the TSA will ultimately be safer. Like, I don't know why the airlines aren't forced to pay for the security. Like, why are our tax dollars paying for securities for a business? Karen belongs on a barge on the Mississippi or Minnesota or some shit. Yeah. Billionaire Elon Musk offered on Saturday to help pay TSA workers. I'd like to offer pay the salaries of TSA personnel during the funding impasse that is negatively affecting the lives of so many Americans. Since the start of the partial shutdown, demon rats have refused to support funding bills because they want to change immigration enforcement policies, particularly those involving ICE. Yeah, they want to protect illegal aliens. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer proposed a motion on Saturday to advance a bill that would fully fund TSA, but not the entire DHS. It failed in a party line vote. That's actually not what it was. That's a lie. What it was they wanted to strip. ICE is funded. ICE has funding through the Big Beautiful Bill through 2029. 2029, ICE is funded. Trump was smart enough to do that. He didn't think they were going to pull this other shit. They want to take the money back away from ICE to give it to TSA. It's because Bush made a new Department of Federal Employees and took security away from the airlines. Yeah. Musk just lost his false reporting case in Delaware. Yeah, I saw that. They're trying to claim that he did something that caused the stocks to decline, but he's the one who should be suing because Twitter fucked with their numbers and he paid way more than Twitter was worth. It was a pump and dump scheme. Twitter was a pump and dump. They pumped it up and then dumped it to Elon. He overpaid by billions of dollars. Iran was in Trump's agenda when he ran. Didn't you read it? It was part of what we voted for. Yeah, I know. I know Trump said he wanted to bomb the shit out of Iran. Yeah. So that's their story, and that's a bunch of bullshit because that's not exactly, they wanted to take the money away from ICE. This says no. Says the most bitter paradox of our time. Tehran is currently experiencing military strikes, yet the air is the cleanest it's been in years. We actually have rainbows, snow, and blue skies. Why? Because the Islamic Republic's massive grid-draining crypto farms are offline, meaning their power plants aren't burning toxic mazout, heavy fuel oil, over our heads anymore. The daily traffic of their corrupt, substandard economy has halted. The Islamic Republic itself was a weapon of mass destruction. Their peace was suffocating us. The end of this regime is literally letting Iran breathe again. I'm not gonna play the music because I don't want to listen to that crap. But look, wow, they're saying the air is clean. Oh, it looks pretty dirty to me still. I don't know. Wow, a rainbow. Go find the pot of gold, me laddie. All right, go find the pot of gold. It's St. Patty's Day. The huge double rainbow was visible from everywhere. I revised my comments claiming it's not real. Why would I post something fake? Okay. Grok verifies it's supposed 100% Iran burns what we call number 6 heavy fuel oil. In the U.S., we use stack scrubbers and smoke opacity meters to protect our environment from the noxious elements. I'm guessing the regime in Iran doesn't care much about their air quality. Probably not. The cart is for mullah bullahs and tunnels, not me. Okay. He was forced to buy Twitter. Yeah, they forced him to do it. Yeah. He tried to back out. Because you can't photo grabs a rainbow at both ends. Okay, I don't know. That's how you know it's fake. All right. Billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk, the world's richest person, said on Saturday he would cover the paychecks of TSA officers during the second unpaid work stoppage. The budget impasse over funding the TSA parent agency. The Department of Homeland Security is in its 5th week. Screeners and other TSA personnel are days away from missing a second full paycheck, but are being pressured to show up at work as screeners at some airports stretch on for hours. I would like to offer to pay the salaries during this impasse that's negatively affecting the lives of so many Americans, Musk said in a post. DHS, TSA, and representatives from Musk did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Airlines and travel groups say absences among TSA's roughly 50,000 security officers would increase again this weekend. Your dog is stupid fat, Jim. Put that dog on a diet. How dare you say my dog is fat? She's just big boned. TSA staffers earn an average of $61,000 annually. Wasn't the rainbow supposed to represent that the world wouldn't flood again? I thought I heard that somewhere before it was used as a flag. Yeah, they said that was God's covenant with the people that he would never flood the earth again. But I don't know. If it could be. They should all stay home and force airports to either shut down or keep open without TSA. Tesla bots for TSA. Something. Oh, you guys remember that creepy story about Elon Musk saying that every person's going to have their own Tesla bot, and basically like it's assign a criminal Tesla bot that'll follow them around and make sure they don't break the law. Pat Hacker says that was very just rude about Bella. Yes, it was very rude. Why is the cost of security at airports set by the government? Isn't it an airline expense? Shouldn't airlines be paying for it? You would think. Let's take the rainbow back. Yes. Taste the rainbow. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. DHS funding timelines remain uncertain. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said on Friday that bipartisan negotiators have narrowed the remaining disputes over DHS funding, but a deal has not been finalized. demon rats in Congress in February agreed to fund most of the government in exchange for withholding funds from DHS following the killing of two U.S. citizens by immigration officers. Last year, President Trump said a wealthy donor provided $130 million to cover possible military pay shortfalls caused by the government shutdown, which lasted for 43 days and was the longest in U.S. history. Oh, wow. Well, nothing more about Musk. Nothing more about. Did you guys hear Trump when he was meeting with the prime minister and they were talking about we're taking back a lot of words they stole very successfully. Yes, Bella is pleasantly plump. They said something about surprise, and Trump said, "Well, we talk about surprise, Japan. Pearl Harbor. You guys didn't let me know that you were going to do that." Like, it was funny. I missed that meeting. Like, Japan unveils action plan to secure critical medical supply chain. Yeah, I saw that. It was funny, right? I thought it was real funny. People got all upset. Vengeance is mine. Someone allegedly said that too. The rainbows are one of the favorite things. You're going to get a lot of pushback on that timing. Yeah, well. That's why they stole it. Check email. Okay. Check email. Okay. Check email. Okay. Here we go. As told. Can I show this? I can't give you permission to release this publicly. I removed names and signature lines. Unclassified. Okay. Can I read it? Surprise attack on rainbows. I checked the email. Should I read it? Not show it, but just read it? Surprise attack on rainbows as well. Got to be precision psyop to strike on the rainbows. Maybe. You can read it. Okay. All right, I can read it. I'll bring it over here. It says, this was for Department of War civilian employees. Department of War has a long history of interagency collaboration to support our critical missions in country. In addition to the department's primary national security mission, our talented civilian employees have dedicated their time, patriotism, and expertise to critical and life-saving activities such as fighting wildfires and helping American communities rebuild after disasters. Drink. Secretary Hegseth encouraged the Department of Civilians to step up and meet our country's next challenge, volunteering to support Department of Homeland Security in securing our borders. I am renewing the call for additional dedicated civil servant volunteers to meet continued mission-critical roles in support of DHS. Many of our dedicated civil servants have already answered the call to defend the homeland. 900 have submitted applications to answer President Trump's call for support to immigration enforcement activities and to enhance public safety. Detailees will directly support operations for the U.S. and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and CBP as they work to ensure safe and orderly immigration system. To date, participants have helped ICE and CBP develop concepts of operation, provided logistical support, managed informant tip lines, and led to the arrest of human smugglers, drug dealers, and criminals. These voluntary details provide an opportunity for DOW and civilians to amplify their impact as public servants. You will broaden your professional experience, witness tangible outcomes from your efforts, and leave work each day knowing you made your country safer. Department components have identified coordinators for this effort who will disseminate information about the application process. Supervisors should ensure their employees receive this information and support them if they choose to apply. Unclassified. All right. Awesome. 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 Oh, this EU considers electricity tax cuts subsidies as the Iran war continues. Look at that crazy thing here. So let's see here. DOJ. Oh, look at this. Huh. Look at this. Saith the Lord, vengeance is mine. Law 100. Surprise attack on Rainbow. You can read it. Vengeance is mine. Saith who? The Lord. I don't know. Sure, you can capture both ends of a rainbow. Elevation, open space, and a wide-angle lens in panorama mode is one way. I hope to do it, and my boss said no. I have no fun anymore. Well, I don't think your boss can tell you no. Your boss can't tell you can't volunteer, I don't think. DOJ moves to dismiss criminal case against ex-police officers charged for role in Breonna Taylor's death. What? You don't say? What? What? You don't say? What? The feds asked judge to drop charges against officers accused of falsifying warrant in Breonna Taylor killing. U.S. Department of Justice has asked a federal judge to toss the remaining criminal charges against two Louisville cops. The Breonna Taylor cops were acting badly. Yes, they were. Some of them were. The warrant, I don't know if the warrant was sketchy. The cop I'm pretty sure the cop that they charged with her death wasn't actually the cop that shot her. He did something recklessly, I think. But technically, didn't her boyfriend was the one who started shooting? The cops didn't start shooting. The boyfriend started shooting. We are very short-staffed. The cuts at the DODW are very real. Trump and Hexeth, we're not fucking around. Okay. I'm yawning. Not Jim's fault. Long day. BG Sleep podcast mode. Okay, no problem. I blame her boyfriend. Cop shot blindly into the room. That one cop did. And he's the one, but that's not the cop who actually shot her. Unless boyfriend shot first. So, Justice Department asked federal judge to toss the remaining criminal charges against them. The charges against ex-detective Joshua James and ex-sergeant Kyle Meany should be dismissed in the interest of justice. The move followed an internal review of the case triggered by a judge twice reducing the most serious charge against each officer from a felony to a misdemeanor. The judge determined there wasn't enough evidence to connect the warrant's false information to Taylor's death. Yeah, the boyfriend shot at the cops through the door thinking another gang was breaking through the door. Yeah, there was the cop was shot in the leg. Yeah. Boyfriend thought it was a criminal. Cops did not announce themselves. Yeah, well, they didn't announce themselves. They didn't, but here's the thing. He shot at the cops coming through the door, and the cops shot back. Like, I don't think they broke the law by not announcing. It wasn't a no-knock raid. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I don't remember. It was so long ago. But let's be honest. She wasn't no angel. She was involved with drug dealers. She used to hide drugs and move cars for drug dealers and all this stuff. She was involved. She was up to her neck in the drug game. It was a no-knock warrant. Yeah. Weren't they at the wrong address? Yes. No knock. No, they were at the right address. They were at the right address. They had her. She was working, moving drugs around for drug dealers. She was going to drug gangs in prison. She was using their cars. They found a dead body in her fucking trunk of her car like a couple months before. Her ex-boyfriend was involved, not the one in the apartment. Yeah, she was no angel, but damn. No, she was no, I'm saying she was no angel. They weren't there for no reason. She didn't deserve to die. Okay, she did not deserve to die. She wouldn't have died if her boyfriend didn't start shooting. But her boyfriend thought that it was people involved with her ex-boyfriend that she used to do all the shit with that were coming through the door. You know. It was the right address. She was the old girlfriend of a dealer they busted. Yeah, and she was clearly involved in what the old drug dealer was doing. Clearly. They have her on tape talking and stuff. It was the right address. She was the old girlfriend. Yeah, the dealer busted. Well, if it was criminals breaking in, they would have shot back too. He used her as a shield. Yeah, he did. The move followed an internal review of the case triggered by a judge twice reducing the evidence. So a judge must approve the dismissal. We are elated for this development, said Jane's lawyer, Travis Locke. Clearly, I don't have all the info. That's the thing. Nobody has all the info. The media spread around a bunch of shit. And they said she was a paramedic. She wasn't a paramedic. She hadn't been a paramedic. She was an EMT. Yeah, she lost her license and her job like a year or so before because she wasn't doing her job, whatever. There was rumors that she stole drugs or something from the ambulance or something, whatever. I don't know. She shouldn't have died. She didn't deserve to die, but it was a tragic accident that was brought on. Like, technically, her boyfriend should have been the one that was charged with the murder. I mean, that's normally how it would work. Meany's lawyers, Michael Denbaugh, said his client's incredibly grateful for today's ruling. She failed the drug screen. Is that why she got fired? Okay. Officer Tatum has some good videos with some of the prison recordings. Yeah, the prison recordings are what I think why they came after her, because, why they went and raided the house, because they had her on tape talking about doing stuff, going to houses, picking up packages, doing things. Like, she was clearly involved in the drug trade. Her boyfriend, who was carrying a legally owned firearm and thought the couple were being robbed, shot at police, prompting them to fire back 22 times into the apartment. Police killed Taylor when they returned fire. The death of Taylor, who was black, and local authorities handling it, gained national attention during the height of the Black Lives Matter protest sparked by the murder of George Floyd, the overdose of George Floyd. Federal prosecutors under President Biden pressed charges against the officers involved in Taylor's death. The DOJ under President Trump has asked that Brent Hankinson, the only cop behind bars, be let out of prison while he appeals his conviction. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, expressed disappointment over the DOJ's decision. Their phone call today informing me that the charges against a police officer are being dropped while implying they have helped me is utterly disrespectful. This is the first time I've heard from them since they took over, and they're clearly not serving me or Brianna well. Yeah. This is an interesting story. It says the Navy opens a $2.4 billion AI-powered submarine factory in Alabama. Yes, Brianna didn't serve Brianna well. Hadrian opened a factory in Cherokee, unveiling $2.4 billion public-private manufacturing facility dedicated to Columbia and Virginia-class submarine programs. AI-powered submarine factory. What does that mean exactly? Anyone know? Anyone know what that means? Anyone know what that means? I guess we'll just do this. It says Tuberville attends ribbon cutting of new submarine manufacturing facility in Muscle Shoals. Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Sweet home Alabama. It means more grants. Her own bad decisions put her in that situation, just like George Floyd. She's dead, and Fook, your poor parenting skills, Palmer. Fook, your poor parenting skills, Palmer. Fook 'em. Hold on a second. Sorry. Oh. Something just popped up, and I got to see if this is new or old. Slap an AI enhanced and optimized sticker on anything you plan on selling. Yes. Similar bad decisions by Renee Good and Alex Pretty see the pattern. Would you say Derek Chauvin is a political prisoner? I say yes. Minnesota manipulated a trial and all but assured a conviction. St. George was high and more than likely going to die that day. I think George Floyd died of an overdose. That's my personal opinion. I think all the evidence points to that. They found no damage to his neck. No way was he compressed. No way was he physically impeded from breathing. His breathing stopped because of the amount of fentanyl he took in. That's my opinion. So I think Chauvin was a scumbag who did a bunch of other stuff, and so he was an easy target for them to go after. But the other cops that went to jail for that was bullshit, and Chauvin had a bunch of other things. Like Chauvin did not murder George Floyd. Sorry, he didn't. The coroner's report was replaced the day after it was released. Yeah. With all that Afro stuff, just to say, because you got high, because you got high, because you got high. He tried to swallow his stuff as he had done in a previous arrest. Yeah, and it popped and he went down. So they attended a ribbon cutting ceremony in a new submarine manufacturing facility opened in Cherokee, Alabama. Hadrian's 2.2 million square foot site will mass produce components for Virginia-class attack submarines and Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines. The Navy secured $900 million for this project through One Big Beautiful Bill, which was combined with the $1.5 billion in private capital. It's estimated the new facility will bring more than 1,000 high-paying jobs to Alabama. As Alabama's representative on Senate Armed Services Committee, Senate Tuberville fought hard to secure the funding for this project through the OBB, and then OBBBB, and then to bring it home to Muscle Shoals. Muscle Shoals. Congratulations, Jim. You're the first person to ever pronounce it correctly. What, Muscle Shoals? He was honored to be joined by the ribbon cutting by Secretary of the Navy John Phelan, U.S. Senator Katie Britt, along with other officials. It's been less than a year since President Trump signed his executive order titled Restoring America's Maritime Dominance. And here we are today, cutting the ribbon on a new manufacturing facility that will change shipbuilding forever. We are no longer limited by shipyards and coastlines. We will build submarines, at least pieces of them, in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Alabama is already a leader in space defense and cyber technology, and we will be leading the way in restoring America's maritime dominance. Fook. Oh, Fook. Oh, okay. I know who Fook is. Chauvin was railroaded. Yeah, I think so. Fook. Doom Fook. Yay. Yay. She's smiley. She's got a phone in her pocket and taking a phone in her hand while she's holding up something. U.S. Navy Corpsman. Yeah, what's up? He got paid well and voted that way too. Ugh. Seaman. Nothing more than seaman. Navy Hadrian Launch Partnership open facility to build submarine parts. Secretary of Navy John Phelan said the public-private arrangement is a novel transaction. Groton, Connecticut. That's where we used to build all the submarines, was Groton, Connecticut, right? Virginia-class fast attack submarine USS Oregon, operating our submarine squadron Sub-4. Navy kicked off a new public-private partnership with advanced manufacturing company Hadrian and opened a new facility in Cherokee, Alabama. The new facility, known as Factory 4, was the first of 3 facilities that Hadrian plans to open that will produce systems for the maritime industrial base, result of merging more than $1.5 billion in private capital and $900 million in government funding. And it's a novel transaction, and it ensures the service is investing in outcomes, not promises. Minas Somalia used him as an example. They tried to do the same thing with Daniel Penny. Yes, they did. Truth, Justice, the American made a left turn on communist corridor. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. The Department of Navy has a stake in the outcome. American taxpayers will benefit from our and their success. That alignment matters because we are done with a system that rewards process over delivery. There's at least one, probably more, BLM supporter on that jury. Yes, there was one for sure that lied to get on the jury, that said he had nothing to do with stuff, that lied. That should be immediate grounds for a mistrial, and he should get a new trial. The guy that lied, that was at BLM protests, wore George Floyd shirts and stuff. Industry has tried to meet us before. We have not always made it easy. This is changing. We are breaking down silos, simplifying how we do business, and moving acquisition to a more urgent footing with one goal, putting the war fighter first. Alabama's getting a bunch of big contracts. Yes, they are. Yep. We were down to pretty much just 3 shipbuilders and one focused on just subs. Yeah. Phelan and lawmakers said the event stressed that the partnership aligns with President Trump's Golden Fleet effort that seeks to drive the U.S. Navy maritime superiority, an initiative they say will depend on reviving the industrial base. Like, that's the thing. We got to get back to building. Yeah, why we could not even finish one frigate in 4 years by a small shipbuilder. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. This is going to build modules for the strongest, most advanced submarines in the world, which will support the administration's goal of unleashing a maritime golden age. The Factory 4 facility is expected to start producing components like sequence, critical, and commodity components, such as parts, assemblies, and finished products for submarine construction by the end of 2026. Additionally, the facility is expected to fully operational within 2 years, estimated to support 1,000 jobs, according to Hadrian. Training up this workforce is heavily dependent on automating technically challenging steps in the production process, Hadrian founder and CEO Chris Power told reporters on Thursday. We want to be about 80% automated and make it simple enough that we can train, like in our other factories, a new workforce in 30 days or less. Does that mean what? Delays have plagued the Virginia and Columbia-class submarines. The Navy first reported in 2024 that multiple shipbuilding programs were facing similar issues due to shipyard workforce and supply chain challenges. That's the biggest problem, is actually building the ships. It's the biggest problem, is actually building the ships. It is. It's a big, big problem. It's a big, big problem. Northern Alabama has a huge aerospace industry presence, and the Tom Bigby Waterway goes to Mobile Bay. Makes sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. If it don't make doll hairs, it don't make sense. Hold on a second here. Let me see something. Ooh. Are we still pretending like Trump to like Trump, or can we all just admit now that he's collusion, huh? Really? Desperate need to have another construction yard not near the current one to help build supercarriers. Only one slip in the whole U.S. can make them, and limited number that can potentially repair. Yeah, we do. We should have one on the East Coast and one on the West Coast, at least, a minimum. Maybe one in the Gulf. 3. Damn, still going live. Yes, this is not Memorex. We're almost done, though. Gonna be wrapping up shortly. Got this. It says U.S. rejected Russia's offer to swap Iran intel for Ukraine support. How's my back going to feel tomorrow? Sore. But it is what it is. I'm here for you folks. And I got to babysit kids tomorrow, so that's going to be fun. Come on. There's got to be a good article to read here. Zero Hedge. Okay. As Putin reportedly offers to cut Iran intel sharing if U.S. does the same in Ukraine. How old are the kids? One is 3 years, 4 months. The other one is 1 year, 5 months. Are we getting close to the end? I'm done with what I was doing. We're getting close to the end. Why? What were you doing? What does it say? Imagine someone being so brain that they don't realize that Dems had every opportunity to release it and did not, and that anything missing probably disappeared on their watch. Yeah, don't mind me. I agree. Moscow has been accused by top officials in the White House and Congress of expanding its intelligence sharing with Iran amid the now 3-week-long war involving U.S. and Israel. Work stuff. Man, you're working at this time? Wow. Russia has been accused of handing over targeting information, allegedly assisting in Iranian ballistic missile attacks on U.S. bases and radar sites, as well as sensitive assets in the region. Those are fun to have around, but a ton of work. Grandkids are the best. I hope to have some one day. Well, yeah, they're littles. Oh, they are. They're littles. They're little littles. They're little littles. Russia hasn't confirmed that it's doing this and issued a meager official denial, but it also hasn't taken serious steps to convince Washington otherwise. The Kremlin is perhaps relishing in the idea of doing to the U.S. and Iran precisely what the U.S. is doing to Russia and Ukraine, making the operation harder, more costly, and setting up a potential quagmire. This guy says, it's messed up that the Dems didn't release the file. It's truly shameful. Still waiting for the current administration to do the right thing. I'll be out 2 days next week, so I want to have stuff done. Short staff, remember? Okay, cool. Trump gave a deposition at Epstein's first trial and was pissed about the lenient sentence he received. World War II ship production was otherworldly, and some still floating today as museums. Yes, we need to get back to that. On Friday, Politico is reporting on a possible quid pro quo. Moscow proposed a quid pro quo to the U.S. under which Kremlin would stop sharing intelligence information with Iran, such as precise coordinates of U.S. military assets in the Middle East, if Washington ceased supplying Ukraine with intel about Russia. Two people familiar with the U.S.-Russian negotiations said such a proposal was made by Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev to Trump administration envoy Steve Witkoff and Gerald Kushner during a meeting last week in Miami. Yeah. The source indicated the U.S. side rejected the offer. Of course, the U.S. has been long been very deep in Ukraine crisis, and significant intel sharing has stretched back for many years into the Biden administration and even before, in connection to the Donbass conflict of 2014. Politico underscores, nevertheless, that the sheer existence of such a proposal has sparked concern among European diplomats who worry Moscow is trying to drive a wedge between Europe and the U.S. at a critical moment for transatlantic relations. Assuming the fresh report is accurate, it raises some serious questions regarding the U.S. policy at this very sensitive moment of two major raging wars. They're two major ragers! Two major ragers! Important meetings should not happen in Miami. That city's too distracting. Yeah, but there's really good coffee in Miami. The sources are two people familiar with their U.S.-Russia negotiations. This is Aaron Mate. Aaron Mate. That could also mean two people familiar with leaking propaganda. So Aaron Mate thinks it's bullshit. For starters, much of Trump's base of support has already been long skeptical of Ukraine policy. There's a segment that's not happy about the U.S. launching another war of choice in the Middle East, contrary to Trump's pledges on the campaign trail. There's also issues of overreach and overextension in the terms of American involvement in less than two huge global hotspots, one of which Washington is a direct initiator alongside Israel. I would say that the U.S. is a direct initiator in Ukraine. We caused the coup in 2014. So, well, Russia drive a wedge. They're doing that on their own rather competently. Europe is driving a wedge between Europe and the U.S. Yes. If Trump did actually cease intelligence sharing with Kiev, there would be many Republicans who would be quite okay with this. Even J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth appeared cold on the idea of too much support for Ukraine. King, can you update us on Russian intelligence sharing in Iran? Garrett, if it's going on, that answer would be appropriate for a closed session. It's been in the press. Is it occurring? What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, this real quick. What I can tell you is, according to the Department of War, any support Iran is receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects. The first cousin of yes, I guess.
Update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict. What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to update,
what a douche. What a douchebag. What a douchebag. Whether the alleged offers from Moscow remain on the table or not is another question, but it seems clear Russia is ready to leverage events in Iran to its advantage. Okay. This is from Just the News. Putin offers to drop intel support if U.S. does the same in Ukraine. So supposedly this made. We'll see what happens with that. We got this story, which is a funny story. This is a funny story. Female Secret Service agent who failed to secure Butler rally roof suspended again. Hey, Rudd, what's up? Russia. He would know about first cousins, scumbag. He would. Gerald Ford's real last name was King. Yeah, the communist. Yeah, sources familiar reporter. Are you familiar with the situation? Yes, good enough for me. Yes, Russia. What's up, Rod? So remember the Secret Service agent? Agent Mayo Perez was suspended multiple times amid investigations into her undisclosed 9-month relationship and marriage to a Brazilian foreign national, raising concerns over protocol violations. Perez was faulted for security failures during the 2024 Butler, Pennsylvania rally where President Trump was nearly assassinated, leading to questions about her inexperience and placement in a crucial security role. She delayed notifying the Secret Service about her marriage for 9 months, prompting internal scrutiny. and whether she followed proper procedures. The case highlights broader issues. Yes, broad issues. Issues with a broad. Definite issues with a broad. Why is this? I just saw this today. Why is this? Or yesterday. Female Secret Service agent who didn't secure the roof on the Butler rally. You should see Jimmy Gomez, a House member from Louisiana, throw a fit as he was a House hearing, not a Senate one. Oh, wow. One Secret Service agent who failed to secure the roof of the AGR building at Butler rally on the day of assassination has been suspended again. Mayo Perez was one of the agents who failed to secure Trump's July rally. Perez was one of the female agents seen fumbling with her firearm, struggling to holster her gun. So it's this one. This one. This one. This one here. Thomas Crook was able to climb on the roof and AGR put President Trump in the scope from an elevated position and fire his weapon at Trump. A counter sniper killed Crooks. President Trump was shot in the air, and firefighter Corey Campatori was fatally shot. To this day, only 6 Secret Service agents connected to the Butler attempt were temporarily suspended without pay. Maya Soto Perez was one of the 6 agents who were suspended, but she was allowed back at her post until she was suspended again. Not the one on the platform with Trump. No. This is the female, the one that was like struggling with her gun. Los Angeles? Oh, I thought Louisiana. You said LA. I'm sorry. Okay. How is this the only person that was tasked with securing the roof? Yeah, I don't know, man. Good night, Kelly. You're going to bed? Oh, thank you. We're almost done, Kelly. We got less than 10 minutes left. Less than 10 minutes left. Not the one on the platform. No, not the one on the platform. President Trump also banned Perez from getting anywhere near him. According to Real Cool Politics, Perez was suspended for not properly disclosing her relationship and marriage to a foreign national. Perez secretly married a Brazilian woman in April 2025 and did not notify the agency until this January. So she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. The agency is investigating whether Perez's partner was actually in the U.S. illegally and overstayed her visa. This is the 3rd time that Perez has been suspended in the last year and a half. Despite the ongoing congressional investigations and an internal Secret Service review of her role in the Butler failures, Perez quietly married a Brazilian foreign national last April without notifying the agency, according to a copy of her marriage certificate located on the Brevard County Public Records website, and according to sources familiar with the timing of when she informed the agency of her marriage. Upon learning of the marriage, the agency suspended her and issued an internal do not admit notice. The internal Secret Service investigation is examining whether the woman Perez was dating and married last year had overstayed her visa and was facing a deportation order. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told RCP. And now we know it was an "oh shit, I effed up, what do I do" dance. Yeah. Female Secret Service agent faulted for failures that nearly killed Trump. Up. Oh wait, no, this is a different one. That's not. Is that the one? That's not the one that was fumbling her gun, right? Oh great. Oh crap. Or lesbo incompetence. Yeah. Read the full report here. So. Female Secret Service agent who failed to secure Butler rally roof suspended again. One of the agents who nearly got President Trump killed is suspended again. This is actually the 3rd time that agent Mio Perez has been suspended. Kelly KB has a wonderful smile. Just a fact, in my opinion. Yes, she does. Beautiful smile. At this time, it's because she hid her marriage to a foreign woman from Brazil for 9 months. Brazil! Viva Brazil! Viva Brazil! She's under internal review, and she was failed to report it for 9 months. Well, maybe she was pregnant. Maybe she was waiting to see. 9 months. She thought that she waited 9 months. It was too, I don't know. Congressional investigations have examined the Butler failures. And the would-be assassin Thomas Kirk fired off his shots, among other security problems. Congress also questioned why the Secret Service allowed an inexperienced agent to be placed in such a crucial role in an outdoor rally with thousands of people in attendance. Yeah, well, she was pregnant. Yeah, maybe that's why she waited. There was really some magic fingers that got her pregnant. Decision to have Perez in a leading security role for Butler is even more concerning. Yeah, considering that top-level Secret Service official, including current Secret Service Director Sean Curran, who was serving as the Trump detail leader at the time, had been briefed on Iranian threat to Trump's life. Despite the ongoing congressional investigation and internal review of her role, Perez quietly married a Brazilian foreign national last April without notifying the agency. I looked it up. A do not admit order means a Secret Service agent cannot enter or use any Secret Service offices or information outlets. DEI hire didn't earn it. Definitely. Dildos have come a long way, baby. Clearly, they got, it's like that they squirt something out. Maybe they loaded it up with some relative's spurgism. The investigation looking at whether timing of her marriage to a foreign national and whether the woman was a legal immigrant at the time of the marriage. I think that would be a problem if you married an illegal alien. If you're a Secret Service agent, you're not supposed to be marrying illegal aliens. You're probably not supposed to be hanging out with illegal aliens. You're probably not supposed to be anywhere around illegal aliens. Probably what it's supposed to be. Supposed to be now. It's supposed to be now. Who could it be now? Who could it be now? Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Mm, 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 mm. One second, I gotta fix something here. What's it say? Hey, Nick says, good night, y'all. Jim, I wish you had a great day with your grandbabies. Thank you. Well, we're almost done. Got 5 minutes more. It's unclear, however, whether Perez characterized the contact accurately in 2024 and ever since. Agents have questioned whether she followed mandatory protocol to keep the Secret Service updated. Okay. On how the relationship was developing and when the two began to live together. The marriage took place in April 2025, according to the marriage certificate obtained by Paul Perez. I'll link to the marriage certificate below. Yet sources in the Secret Service community say Perez didn't inform the agency until January, 9 months after the marriage took place. Perez was dating and married last year, overstayed her visa, was facing deportation order. Multiple sources familiar told the RCP. Secret Service has a checkered history of covering up or unevenly disciplining agents who have had relationships with foreign nationals, including at least one known Russian spy. What? Russian spy? In 2018, news broke that a suspected Russian spy had been working for the Secret Service in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for at least a decade. Dan Bongino revealed on his podcast that they had tried to report the spy when he was serving in the embassy before he left the Secret Service in 2011, but was dismissed and told to keep his mouth shut. The same Russian woman was suspected of being involved in an affair with a top Secret Service agent working for the embassy, who had served as a resident agent in charge, or RAC, after Bongino left. But several years before her discovery as a spy, multiple sources in the Secret Service community told the RCP. Wow. Secret Service and the FBI launched an extensive investigation to suspended the former RAC because he couldn't pass a polygraph when questioned about his relationship with the spy. At the time, the agent in question was the head of the Inspections Division, which oversees disciplinary action investigations against all Secret Service employees. The agency allowed this agent to remain on administrative leave until he retired in 2019, a breach of normal disciplinary protocol to benefit an agent and keep the matter out of the press. What? Agent Perez was one of the agents spotted struggling with her gun after the Butler assassination attempt.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Wow.
got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold on, your head.
Wow. I remember when this happened. This was crazy. Female agent struggles holstering her gun. There she is, struggling holstering her gun. In Wiley Circuit criticized the incident. A female Secret Service agent struggled to holster a video. These people are too corrupt. Hey, y'all. What's up, Silver VTech? How you doing, man? Great to see you. These people are too corrupt. The screaming is the girl seeing her father dead. Yeah, it's brutal, man. It's brutal. I remember that day. I remember streaming. That was when I did a stream with another guy. We streamed for a long time talking about this. There's so many videos of women and police screwing up on their job, making TikToks, violating citizens' rights. The internet, which leads me to think they kept around as a harem for the men. I don't know, man. It makes me wonder. It really does. It really makes me wonder whatever became of me. I remember that day, yes. It's coming up on 2 years ago. Recall that not only was President Trump grazed in the ear by the bullet that day, but a heroic father attending rallies was struck and killed. Yeah. Following the incident, Perez was suspended for a while, and President Trump banned her from ever being on his detail again. However, she was eventually allowed to return to her job. It's possible she kept her marriage to a Brazilian woman secret because of her wife's immigration status. If that's the case, she could even be more trouble for harboring an illegal immigrant. Tony says, I could have done better. Well, I think a lot of people could have done better. I really do. I think a lot of people could have done better. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think a lot of people could have done better. Well, everybody, would you guys rather get sent over to a show, the Saturday night game stream over on MG Law, or to see Pat Dixon? I don't know what he's talking about. He's watching some weird stuff. I don't know. So we'll have to see. I don't know. I'm going to my shower. The crazy part is how much news we have cycled through since then. It is, right? It is nuts. Women join the military to meet cute muscle uniform guys. A friend told me. It's possible. I'm going to my pillow, but thanks for the offer. All right. Sounds good. I want to thank everybody who's been here. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. All right. There's Bella. Nice view of Bella sleeping with her little animal there. And please remember to hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. And maybe just maybe, I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe it's possible. Possibly a show tomorrow night. But until then, thanks everybody for spending the night. If you haven't hit the like on your way out, God bless. That's right. Thank you, Jim. It's been a great night. Thank you. Everybody, have a great night. It's been five and a half hour show tonight. It's a great show. Thank you all for being here. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.